Let it Let it ready. Let it
soul will reflect a change. Here in the moment, two hearts will connect. A chain reaction, the cause and effect. Movement in motion, the soul will reflect. A chain reaction, the cause and effect.
Hello and welcome to the Adidas Arena here in Paris, where Odo Omne and I are ready to join you on an incredible weekend of League of Legends action. As I've said, and now as the auto queue is telling me, we're at the Adidas Arena here for a 3-day special event kicking off week 1 of the Summer Split. This week it's all EULCS themed, and you were around in those good old times, weren't you, old man?
Yeah, that's when I started. It was still EULCS back right before franchising. There was a lot of good times, even the graphics and all the champion select music and everything that's going to be going on this weekend is going to be absolutely glorious, and it's going to be a huge nostalgia hit for pretty much all the unks.
Yes, we are all unks. Anyone over 30 is like, yeah, I was there. I was there when this magic was born, when you had to type your role into Champion Select whenever you logged in. You know,
half the time when I'm talking to people and I'm asking them, hey, you started playing League, but they don't even know the old map or the old Champion Select.
The old
Kids
map
nowadays.
is like, but it's if you go halfway in League's lifespan, the new map was still there. The old map is older than half of League's lifespan. Like, it was a long time ago now.
We had it only for about, I think, 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, it was a long, long time ago. I'm looking forward to playing some Classic, and we'll see a Classic show match tomorrow. Today, we're starting off with a show match between Carmine Corp Blue and Carmine Corp Blue Stars. And I think both of us will be honest here. We know some of the Carmine Corp Blue players because we saw them in LEC Versus. The Carmine Corp Blue Stars are a little bit unknown to me. I do not follow the Nexus League, the LFL Division 2, that closely. Partly because I like to play other games, including Riftbound, but partly as well because usually we see them come up through the ERLs before we see them in the LSC.
And it's a good preview, to be honest, because a lot of times we praise teams or we look at organizations who have this awesome academy system for their Tier 1, but you don't really see it on Tier 2. So for anyone who's watching, this is super exciting to see who might be the next generation of stars, because if I'm not mistaken, pretty much everyone on Carmine Corp Blue Stars, they're kids, they're under 20, which nowadays is considered young, because before that, at that point, you were already close to retirement in the League Classic days. But it's super exciting to see, because there's a couple of names that, might surprise us.
Yeah, and Carmine Corp have a good track record of bringing players up through their academy divisions into the main squad. The Callista is obviously the most prominent example of that. But you also have people like Yukino, who's been scouted by a bunch of teams and now playing on KCB. We had Camilo, who played in the LEC for a little while as well.
Yukino came all the way from NA.
Look, there are players now. You remember when Bjergsen went to NA, and then within about 6 months he was an NA player? Remember when Incarnation, yes, I will use his old name, went to NA, and then he was an NA player, right? Like, we can do the same.
Oh, it was not Incarnation. That's how you know you're not old enough, Medic, because his OG name, because I was playing back then against them, his name was WYZIX.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It's mostly because I can't pronounce it with my roticism. I don't want to say that. Yeah, we're just waiting for the show match to start. After that, we'll have 2 rounds of best of 3s here today between MCOY, G2, Vitality, and KC, who will be playing every day over the course of the weekend. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But I can hear some players getting ready to make their way onto the stage for the KCB versus KCBS show match, and we'll be getting there in just a second. Before we do, you signed up for a pre-rift yet?
Well, I was, but then I wasn't, because the show the weekend is over here in Paris. But maybe there's a chance now, because this weekend there are a couple of pre-rifts that we can go up to.
I've heard a few of us, actually, as we look at the schedule here for the 2026 EULCS Summer Split. MCOY versus G2 to kick us off after this show match, then KC versus Vitality. And across the course of the weekend, obviously, we'll round things out with G2 KC, which I think is the best of 3 that a lot of people are looking forward to. A few swaps have been made within these teams as well. We'll talk more about that when we get into the real meat of the show on Ready Check, which will still happen after this show match goes down. Yeah, a few of us have been thinking about going to that pre-rift. There's a Paris pre-rift, starts at 10 AM. We're trying to work out if we can sneak it in before we have to come to the show on Sunday.
Yeah. I'm just excited because I just want to open those packs, and I want to pull up. I just want to find my champion. I want to play Shen. Even though he sucks.
Okay.
I didn't want to get my hands on him.
Interesting. I've seen a lot of Kennen players coming out. Kennen with Ruination is the big hotness right now.
So, see, Kennen is my favorite champion of all time in League of Legends. But since the fact that everyone wants to play him because he's the new meta champion, I have to go away from him. Even though I would have loved to play him, I cannot be just a meta follower.
That's why I play Pyke. Because like no one really wants to play Pyke. So you're just like,
that's why people
discard,
don't. That's why people quit.
Discard.
Exactly. That's why people quit Riftbound, because of you. And people like you, Medic.
And it's their fault. If they can't handle the heat, they need to get out of the Riftbound kitchen. You know, I'm a chef. I'm like Ramsey with it.
Yeah, the way you discard those cards.
This is what Ramsey does, right? This is what you need to do to be a good chef. We are about 5 seconds away from getting into the show match, so we're going to send it down to the stage to meet the players. In a second. I've been told to hold. We're holding. Here we go. Player introduction. Let's send it down to meet those players here in the Adidas Arena.
Mesdames et messieurs, il y a une semaine à peine, Caliste touchait les sommets de la scène internationale. Pourtant, il n'y a pas si longtemps, lui aussi était à leur place, à rêver de la LEC, à rêver de la grande scène, à rêver qu'un jour son nom résonnerait aux quatre coins de l'Europe. Mais parce que les belles histoires ne commencent jamais au sommet, elles commencent ici. Aujourd'hui, c'est au tour des académies d'écrire les premières lignes de leur destin. Deux équipes, une même ambition. Grandir, se dépasser, gagner. Car chez Carmine, les étoiles d'aujourd'hui deviennent les légendes de demain. Peut-être qu'eux aussi fouleront à leur tour un jour cette grande scène du LEC. Peut-être qu'ils seront les auteurs principaux des plus belles pages du club. Mais peut-être surtout que nous sommes là, aujourd'hui, au tout premier chapitre. Parce qu'avant d'écrire l'histoire, il faut avoir le courage de la commencer. Noah, qu'en penses-tu?
Oui, Célie, le courage de monter sur cette scène, le courage de jouer devant vous, vous qui faites battre le cœur de l'e-sport européen. Alors, pour vous remercier, avant que la compétition officielle ne commence, un show match fratricide entre vos deux équipes. S'il vous plaît, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour la Carmine Corp Blue et Blue Star! Le privilège du grand frère, les premiers à entrer dans l'arène devant vous, la Carmine Corp Blue, avec sur la top lane, Tao! Dans la jungle, Yukino! Sur la mid lane, Camilou! ADC, Luki et Prime! Mesdames et messieurs, les Blue Stars, bien sûr, avec, bien sûr, tout le reste de l'équipe, tandis que nous avons Koala, Gwen, Alaric. Mesdames et messieurs, la Carmine Corp Blue sur la top lane, Tao! Dans la jungle, Yukino! Au mid, Camilou! À la DC, Luki! Et enfin, Prime! Mesdames et messieurs, pour les Blues et pour les Blue Stars, une fois de plus, un tonnerre d'applaudissements. Aujourd'hui, une seule famille qui s'affronte. Et malheureusement, il n'y aura aussi qu'un seul gagnant. Alors, pour ces joueurs qui ont décidé de tout donner, s'il vous plaît, faites du bruit!
A little bit one-sided of a show match, you have to feel, with 5v3. 5v3. So a little unfair. Obviously, a couple of the KCBS players unable to make it to Paris for today, so I believe they are playing online, and they'll be teleported into the match.
But also for the players who are here, I'm remembering some of my first moments in esports, because I was in the Challenger Series, which is pretty much equivalent of, I guess, EU Masters nowadays. And I was 19 at the time, and one of my first experiences playing a LAN event, I guess, because this qualifies as a LAN event, was in an arena of this magnitude, I guess, because I played on Wembley Arena, which I think hosted even World's Final, or like MSI Finals at some point. And having such a moment for, I guess, someone who's so young now, it is such a huge motivating factor, I feel like. It propels you forward.
It gives you just that experience of playing in front of such a crowd, as you say, in a large arena. Obviously not quite full up yet, but still loud voice here from the KC fans. The blue wall just below us have the drums out and have the flags out and everything. So I'm sure the players will get to have a fun experience in this show match. But there's a little bragging rights on the line. You're playing against a team that is either one below you or one above you in the pecking order.
Yeah, because I would think that everyone's a winner now because the fan base loves everyone, because since you're the home team. But It's a huge opportunity, as you said. If you're KCBS and you manage to take a team off of your, I guess, big brother in that sense, it is a lot of bragging rights. It feels like it's one of those moments where you really won't let go of it. You're going to spam it on social media for the next couple of months.
Yeah, it's not like we haven't seen swaps between the teams as well,
That's
right?
right.
Like Hazel went down to KCBS with Lukey, not sure how Lukey going up, and now we'll see if Lukey can hold that spot against Gwen, whose name is Gwen, but actually is a one-trick, Zeri one-trick. So that's just slightly confusing.
I mean, they are similar champions. They're both, you know, very, I guess, colorful hair. They dash around.
They dash,
They're very toxic for the gameplay.
Yeah, Echo and Zeri very similar as well. Is that colorful hair? They dash around.
But that's the beauty of these sorts of teams. When you have sister teams, it's just all performance-based. The moment you perform consistently well, that's a pipeline to quickly go in the above leagues to finally make your way to, I guess, the LFL or the LEC.
And for KCBS, they do have just come off of winning the Nexus League, which is that LFL Division 2. The KCB squad placed third, as far as I can remember, in the LFL, and made only to the quarterfinals of EMEA Masters. Have had some changes since then, as we are about to get into draft. We're on 26.14, everything is enabled. Lock is obviously one that we have to look towards.
Faster than ban just like that, it makes me feel like we're in the classic era, but...
Yeah, I mean, you are telling the future as well, because we can see the draft, but the audience can't quite see it.
See, you can see, that's why I'm a noob.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you were to predict, say, the first 3 bans of this draft...
Okay, let me see. I think it's going to be Kassadin, Renekton, and Camille.
Yeah, it was already up on the screen by the time you said that.
I lost all my credibility.
Man, you've got to be faster on these. Camille getting taken away from the support role. We're also seeing a bit more Shen support as an answer to that Camille. Evelyn and Renekton removed by KCBS. And now, it's weird that Okay, I'm going to talk about logos for a second, Odo, because this is a show match. KCB have the KC logo and then blue underneath it, right?
Okay.
Because they are KC blue.
Okay.
Right? But then KCBS don't have the blue, even though they are blue. And maybe they need a star there as well?
Yeah, ooh. I don't really care about what you said. I'm excited to see Lock.
Look, I was just trying to fill the gap until we saw if Lock was locked in. And Lock has been locked in by KCB with the blue underneath their logo. Wonder if it'll be jungle or mid. We do usually see it mid, but I've seen a little bit of jungle going around. And there's the Lee Sin answer from Oleg.
That Kali locked in already. So this is where Lock hates his life pretty much, because he's not great in the mid lane in this matchup. It's one of the bigger counters. He's not great in the jungle against Lee Sin. So now, is he going to take the bad matchup, go in the mid lane, or is it going to be one of those wonky situations where we see him get flexed all the way to the support role? The Vi comes in.
Lock support?
Sorry, ADC.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. I can kind of see a Vi on support. I don't think it's good, but you have your W to roam around very quickly.
Yeah, it's a similar vibe to Pyke, I guess, where it's one of those solo queue champions where if you get ahead, no matter the role you're playing on, if you get a little bit of influx of gold, you're taking over that whole game.
You're just grabbing a Lich Bane and running wherever you can. Vi and Ezreal, the locks for KCB. So they've rounded out what is likely to be their mid jungle and their AD carry. KCBS looking for a little bit more skirmish heavy here, with the Lee Sin, with the Akali already locked in. Now hovering over the Yasuo, but much more likely to be a Zeri if you are looking towards that AD carry. It's Gwen's one trick, no surprises.
Nothing surprising there. I am really curious to see where they go with these bans, because if you look on the side of KCB, they already banned KC and O. So I'm really curious to see in what direction they're going. KC-O-R.
Okay, KC or, is it a B to round it out? KC or B?
Ooh.
Also, how much French do you speak? Because maybe it's a French word afterwards.
I speak a...
Your French is much better than mine.
Yeah, but let me see on the side of KCBS.
R-E-H-A...
No, because you have to go from the right to left because of the graphic being opposed.
So it's R-E-H-A-X.
Reha. That's the name of the coach.
Oh, that's cool. And there's the poppy. KC
Orp. Wait.
KC or P?
Because if you read it from the other side, it's pork.
Yes, yes, sure.
I don't know where they're going, but I appreciate the intention.
KCB with a porcine persuasion, it seems, as KCBS will lock in the Rel to round out their bot lane. They're just missing a top laner, leaving last pick for Koala, who is playing. You have to be scared of drop bears in that top lane. KCB going towards the Shen. Possibly support. Although
I hate this draft. I hate the draft because the guys on the left are just try-harding so much. The guys on the right are having so much fun because KCBS is all about that one-trick power. I really like that they're giving last pick to Koala. the Yasuo blind pick top lane.
Yasuo Aurelia, come on, do it.
Come on, team of the one-tricks. Because we have Irelia. If Irelia goes in, we have Koala, who's an Irelia call.
Yeah.
I think I've seen so many of his highlights going to the top of Reddit, pretty much everywhere buzzing on social media, and it is locked in. The only thing I'm really sad about, we didn't see Zach on the side of Alara.
Yeah, Zach support.
I haven't played League in a little bit now, but I do remember 1 year ago when I was playing, there was this guy who was just really pissing me off with his Zach support because he was just so good at it and so annoying and everyone on the map. And it was Alaric, but now he's going for the rel. He does need a bit of setup for the skirmish heavy team comp that KCBS is having.
And on the other side, KCB, it's a bit of poke. You've got some good all-in as well with the Vi Shen combo alongside a Yasuo, but you have some poke from the Ezreal. There is a lot of go-in. I haven't seen enough Lock professionally to really understand his play style, because he is an assassin, but you can also dance around the edge of a team fight quite a lot, then chuck your Purgatory in for the initial reset on your dash, right?
It's an insanely or like ridiculously high execution champion, because this champion, I like to compare him to the likes of Echo or the likes of Akali, where you have this high utility spell that lets you maneuver when the team fights start, because realistically, is as you said, you're still an assassin, you're still incredibly squishy. All he has is just that gray health on his W that he gets to regen a little bit, but still missed positions will get very, very punished. And it's on him to find those resets, to find those executions so that he can keep ramping up in this game.
Locke also one of the first editions of outside media into League of Legends. Because, well, he is Satoru Gojo, right? So
I'm not enough of an anime
Jujutsu Kaisen reference. But like, yeah, he has this whole, he's the best.
I mean, true, because he does have this
Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer in the world, and he can assassinate people, and then he has domain expansion, and you can never touch him because he has an infinity between himself and you.
That's cool. Yeah. I really like the fact that they go outside and they get inspiration from outside, because I feel like most League champions nowadays...
It's a joke, by the way. They haven't just taken it from a different IP.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, just before I get, you know, sued by Riot and by whoever makes Jujutsu Kaisen. But yes, I like the idea of inspiration from other places. Sorry, Odo, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, guys, I mean, the kids of the champions right now and the team of the champions is just so, like, related, or like it feels like it's kind of like a bit of the same. And the fact that he has this sort of cool ultimate with the Purgatory and stuff, I think it's really, really cool. I just want to see him pop off, because it is a show match. If there's one time where an assassin is going to go completely ballistic, is this one.
I think the biggest problem with Locke, and this is from having played him myself as well, it's remembering to pick up your Purgatory, whatever it is. It's like a soul.
I call it a bottle.
A what?
I call it a bottle.
A bottle? Yeah, cool. A soul bottle.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, it's difficult to pick up. Players adjusting their settings on stage, which is what's happened, but they are going to get into game. See Oleg and Panda walking out through the mid lane. Luki with a little bit of damage from the Mystic shots, and
he broke the fun. They were about to have a dance off.
There's going to be some more fun top lane, because Alavik is here and Tao just walks straight into him. Technically gets the bone plating. First damage went over to KCB, but KCBS get a little bit more in response.
Yeah, so he's not that upset. He still had the passive shield to mitigate a lot of that chunk. Let's see what this jungle pattern is going. We see Lee Sin starting on the Raptors. He wants to pat towards this bot lane. Meanwhile, Vi, a little bit of a slower clear. He's not looking to be so active in the early game.
Taunt onto Gwen here. He's just getting forced away on this semi. The Ignite won't be enough to take him out. And Alavik was late to the bot lane because he spent some time up top. Pause! Pause! This scrim needs to be restarted.
There's no way that Shen could have done that without it being a bug.
Yeah, 100%. Prime abusing the fact that the enemy support was top lane.
I do feel like they were merciful. They just let him live.
Yeah, you think so? I guess Luki could have flashed. But then if you flash auto and Alavik heals in time...
That is to see. That's why you're play-by-play. You think of all of these things. Yeah. You know, I just sit there and I just comment on whatever I think was the best play.
And as the ex-pro, you're not really used to thinking through these situations. Also, I mean, part of Fnatic's coaching staff.
Hey, you know, sometimes I'm all about just have a lot of faith. You know?
Sure. I could get an AI up for you to give you some advice if you'd like to.
Okay, let's not comment on that too much.
Yeah, Shawbreaker's settings get adjusted again. We're getting ready to get into the game. Do you want to hear my favorite French joke that I outsourced from the internet?
I do, but I do want to know. I do want to
hit
know.
me.
Back in the EULCS days, did we have Kit Kat?
Ooh, 2018. I think we had Kit Kat as a sponsor, but I do not think they were sponsoring Break specifically.
Because I'm looking at the graphic and I'm like, it's something looks good, and I think it's just the Kit Kat.
Yeah, I think it's the font as well. The Kit Kat font is
a little bit more modern.
It's more modern. Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. I did always, looking back at the EULCS branding, it is a bit dated when you look at it, right? You know, we've moved over to more simplistic overlay designs as we see a bit of trading in the mid lane. Alaric going to eat a Mystic Shot as well, as Gwen on the Zeri, which is going to confuse us all, is walking back towards this bot lane after getting chunked down. Good taunt again onto Alaric, but he can just crash down with his Pheromancy to get out of there.
There we go. The trades on the bot lane. You know, it's funny when you have these dated champions, you have the Ezreal and you have the Shen, and they're still like completely OP.
I mean, they have been buffed since that point. Actually, has Shen, who was the champion that was never touched? It was Zillion, right? Well,
Zillion was not touched.
Meanwhile, this Yasuo is going to be touched with some pretty aggressive fists. Good knockup with the Mortal Tempest, but in the end, a flash forward is enough for Koala to secure first blood.
They're just so lame. Because you have this matchup in the top lane. You have Yasuo versus Irelia, and it's the typical 1v1 skill expression. Yeah. And then jungler just goes there, skips camps, he's getting his both side invaded just like that. He surely needs to get punished here, but he does find this cross-map invade in the top side, and Tao has the opportunity here to, if he walks in here and stops this invade, it will put Yukino slightly ahead.
I don't know if Tao can stay around though. Like, you're going to lose that whole minion wave that's stacked up to the tower if you do.
Yeah,
so
the wave was cooked for a little while, but at least he got the information there. And it makes it easier for Yukino now to adapt his future pathing. You can see the W from a low balanced tier, 150 at level 4. Don't mind if I do.
He heals up entirely. And it will be an entire exchange of jungles. Ola getting the last order on that blue buff before the patience reset. Yukino looking towards the mid lane. And this show match between KCB and KCBS before we get into the real meat of the LEC 2026 Summer Split, or the EULCS 2026 Summer Split, as we are calling it this weekend with League Classic coming out. Panda needs to get away from the ritual nails, but can't escape Camilla's grasp. A good Ashen pursuit turns his opponent into ash.
You know what's the wild thing? I would have never thought that Akali was a dated champion.
Sure.
But now when I see what just happened, I'm like, how does it feel now, Akali? You used to bully everyone. You used to be the toxic champion in the game, but now there's Lock.
That is true. If they give Akali Twilight Shroud back the ability to dodge tower shots, I think perhaps she'll be a little bit less.
I remember I was playing, and because I was a bit of an unk, you know, I was quite slow to pick up new champions. I was always like, oh, I'm gonna play my comfort champions and yada yada yada. And then I play Akali, and I think there were guys like Wonder and stuff back in the day where they would just be extremely quick at picking up these new champions. And I remember I was just laning there, I was level 5 or so, and he just dove me from full HP, just like that, with W, Twilight Shroud, dodging all the tower shots. Completely unbalanced.
I am glad they haven't re-added that ability onto an ability on any champ, right? Having someone on top of you when you're meant to be in a safe space underneath your tower was not an enjoyable experience at all. It's the reason I don't like getting dived by Elise as well, because you know she's just going to repel up at some point and drop the aggro entirely.
Elise next and the joys.
Panda tries to go in, dash forward. Flawless duet, not stunning there from Koala as Prime comes across. Oleg with a good Sonic Wave, doesn't follow up with a Resonating Strike as Prime doesn't take too much damage as he's sitting in that Spirit Refuge.
The wave is not that bad for Tower here, even though there's heavy emphasis on this 2v2 top lane, which makes sense because when you have Yasuo and Irelia, everything is extremely volatile, and even one gank is going to set up a massive snowball. And the fact that KCB is stopping the snowball on top lane is actually already quite impressive.
Odo, every now and again, I hope that the meta will shift. You know
what?
Well, just away from whatever it's been. I'm not saying it's not that I dislike the previous meta. It's that I would like to see a shift up in the way teams have to play.
Don't you feel like you see it right now?
No, MSI has been. It was this. Like, obviously the champions here are a little bit more explosive than some of the champions we saw at MSI, but the supports at level 3 are sitting in the mid lane, and the junglers are looking to find those early ganks.
You haven't seen this in a while.
Well, we saw supports at level 3 in mid every game at MSI, and this is often what happened as Alaric went in but gets taken out. The perfect execution from Panda, not enough to kill off Prime.
But you see it, but before you haven't seen it, there's always just the laning.
Oh, sure, but I just want to switch again. Like, yes, we've seen it for like 4 months.
You're
Give me
such, a
something new.
you're such a zoomer medic. You already got bored of it after a month or two.
It's been 4 months. Spring Split onwards, it was this.
Okay, medic,
Yeah.
back in the day.
Oh, Panda going in. He takes out Prime, but goes extinct. Pretty
Thank
sure
you.
you can't do that.
Thank you. Finally done your job, so now I can go back to my
Yeah, go
ranting.
ahead. Back in the day.
Okay, so back in the day, well, you can go on now.
Okay, sure. Flawless duet coming out from Koala, lands the stun. Yukino with a good knock up into the last breath as Koala tries to dash away, but he's taken out as well. KCB, a killing endangered species all across the rim. Camilo has to try and escape as Alarmic's on the chase. Oleg flashes forward and takes a 1 in response. 4-4 now between these two teams.
This Lee Sin is everywhere. Okay, you need to lock in again
No,
because
you
when-
can do the next one. I'm going to have a sip of my
Man,
my
so
drink.
bad at play-by-play, but thank God the play is over. But Lee Sin, Oleg, you know, contrary to his solo queue name, he didn't do too many full clears because that's just what he's famous for in solo queue. He's already taking over this game. He's about to, he's about to be the earliest Lee Sin I've seen to finish his first item. Because I feel like he might have it after this base. He's probably gonna do a couple more camps and then he gets his item. But back to my.
Oh yeah, back in the good old days.
Back in the good old days, I had to endure Maokai versus Ornn for 4 years, medic.
Yeah, and did you enjoy that?
I mean, I got a tattoo of Maokai,
That
so
is true.
I guess I did, but no, I did not enjoy it.
Exactly, so to give us another change up, I don't mind if supports can roam, it just feels mandatory for supports to roam at the moment, you know? Sometimes I want to put on Netflix and I want to not concentrate on my laning phase, and that you can't do that if you have to be in mid.
Oh, so you're telling me that you want Yuumi to come back in the meta?
Look, everyone hates Yuumi, but every now and again as a support player, I want to watch an episode of Demon Slayer, chuck a quick Yuumi game in there, you know? It's fun. It's fast. It's Dominion. We should bring that back as well for Classic. Dominion and Twisted Tree Line. Ooh. Where are they? Exactly.
I just need one game of Dominion. Just one to get the nostalgia hit.
Onto Alaric. KCBS trying to save their support right now, but the cease and desist goes there for the follow-up, and the rest of his team cannot get close enough. Blue buff secured for KCB.
Damn. But yeah, Twisted Tree Line.
Yeah.
Dominion.
There's a whole generation of League of Legends players that do not know what Vilemore does or what Vilemore's dance is.
Vilemore, does he dance?
He did the Carlton.
I don't even know what that is, but it sounds cool. But anyway, Vilemore was such a cool boss, I feel like. I didn't really play a lot of Twisted Tree Line, but every time I did, I just wanted to fight Vilemore because he had cool mechanics and stuff. Oh, the ultimate.
Purgatory down. Ritual Nails coming out as well. Panda trying to dodge to the side of them, but Camilo just gobbles up his spirit. Has that Soul Lantern on the floor as well as Yukino tries to come across to escort Camilo forward. They'll go for Alaric to start things off. Prime looking for the taunt. Doesn't have the flash right now. So Alaric uses the Scryer's move to dodge away. Good Vanguard away from Oleg as well.
But that's the crazy part about LEC, because I feel like so many guys are caught off guard. Hold up, Rel is going in.
Good Shadowing Strike for the Sun. True Shot Barrage comes out, and Rel is, yeah, she went in, then she went out.
I'm just looking at the fact that he's just full HP after every one of these skirmishes.
Yes.
It's just so ridiculous. But the misleading part about LEC is the fact that it feels like his abilities really shouldn't do that much damage. It feels like every time he throws a couple of Qs, you're like, oh, okay, I took the blunt of it. Surely the next thing that's gonna come at me is not gonna hurt. But no, he gets the marks stacking additively or like multiplicatively more and more and more percentage damage based on how many stacks you have on yourself. And that next auto attack that comes out, it's a complete nuke.
Yeah, if he has 3 Ritual Nails in you, you are just going to get half health. Especially now that he's got the Lich Bane. Camilo 5-1 and 2, 1,000 gold ahead. Like you said, Oleg was taking over the game. I think this LEC might be having a bit more of a fun time.
Yeah, I think for the next 10 minutes, if you're a fan of KCBS, you need to cover your eyes because the LEC is going to be completely unleashed, because I feel like he's just such a stat checker at this point. Only Oleg on the side of KCBS has a full item completed. He's the only one who can match this LEC when it comes to skirmishing power, but I do expect the LEC to get Cryo and roam up with Prime and Yukino and find plays all across the map.
Yeah, first play might just be this Dragon as they are setting up around it. 3 grubs went over to KCBS. They're able to get the push Prio, but they haven't really had a lane that has enough Prio to push with. Koala the only one on his one-trick Aurelia, or on his most famous champion Aurelia, as Panda tries to go in, but a good taunt and Purgatory's down, and Panda, there's no escape! The flash in from Prime and Camilo's damage enough. He'll pick up, I looked it up by the way.
He picked it up, I
totem.
love it.
It's called a totem.
A totem?
Yeah,
okay.
According to the LoL wiki. that increases the execute threshold. So I think he's picked up 2 of them, which means the execute threshold is now 1% higher than it usually would be, as Oleg goes in with a kick as they try to lock down Camilo, and Koala's here to pick up the kill. True Shot Barrage going down. Oleg will fall second. Koala exhausted, but in the middle of a flawless duet makes it hard to actually get the damage down. He's defiantly dancing all over KCB. A great fight for KCBS as Gwen on this Zeri flashes over the wall and blast cones Luki away.
Such a great play from Koala, finding this reset time on top lane. He didn't even TP to this fight. He found a good reset, walks on over, provides a number advantage, because I was ready to say that KCB should be winning this skirmish because Locke got the reset, he got the numbers advantage, but no one sees Koala roaming over from the top lane.
Great kick as well from Oleg to start things off. Means that Koala is immediately there, followed up from Alaric. And then here, the Defiant dance through the exhaust really wastes the entirety of that Summoner Spell timer.
Exactly. Becoming upper Drake, equalizing the... Well, now they're ahead. They have 3 guards, they have 1 Drake. I think I need to see how the gold looks like right now. It is
pretty even.
Bang on even, but still the threat of Locke still looms on the rest. Oh,
Camilo just jumps onto Koala, dashes forward into him as well, and the Purgatory. There are 7 circles of hell, and Koala just made a new one. He's in the 8th, as this lock is absolutely popping off.
Usually you're scared of fighting the Aurelia with Blade of the Ruin King. It's the full build Aurelia meme. You don't want to take that fight against her, but Locke is just on a different level.
Yeah, as well, he's got Steel Caps. Steel Caps does nothing against the extra magic damage coming out from the Ritual Nails as Panda tries to trade back. You can see 3 Ritual Nails into a stand. United flashes to try and get out of vision into a perfect taunt.
Now that's just frustrating. Because Panda played it so damn well. I feel like he hit every single one of the spells. Camilo's W just healed so damn much. I think it was around 400 heal over here. And with the Shen ult coming on top of it, oof, these are the kind of plays that you really want to make work. Because once you get that shutdown one time on Camilo, you're just going to keep finding avenues to get back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, are you? I think even if you get the shutdown onto Camilo, I think they're going to be too far ahead as Koala tries to dash away from Yukino and Tao.
Aurelia moment.
No. There's no Aurelia moment happening here.
Are you sure? I see it.
I mean, okay, yeah, an Aurelia escape. It's a SOAS moment more than an Aurelia moment. Never mind, here's the follow-up.
What? You're the one who won. Don't groan like that.
I mean, I was just saying it wasn't an Aurelia moment, and then you said, oh, it's definitely an Aurelia moment. I can see it happening, and then he died.
Hating.
You know? That's what show matches are for, no?
To hate?
Memes entirely. Locke, I had a quick look on Games of Legends. He has played 30 games in mid lane with a 66% win rate so far, which is pretty impressive, as Alaric's going to die to the Purgatory, and Oleg might follow suit pretty quickly afterwards. A double for Camilo, picks up the totem, increases that execute threshold.
I think he already picked up 5 of them. This Locke, I really do want to see if he keeps on popping off this game, to what threshold does he get, because it's 14 minutes in, and he's starting to get a little bit further.
A little bit bad.
I mean, I'm just saying he has 10 kills in 14 minutes.
Yeah, and Shadowflame's coming up next. No true tank either on KCBS, so it's going to be pretty difficult for them to deal with it. Good vision from KCB means they spot Alaric as he comes around. Camilo was waiting for him, and like at some point you just can't do anything. There's too much damage. Camilo, you see the grey health as well. He pops that, heals to full immediately, and then Oleg gets executed. 2 totems are drawn in to the middle. I would love to know exactly how much execute threshold he's on, but I think our overlay might cover it. As Luki here trying to escape from Oleg. As you say, he did land the Q, but there's the exhaust. KCB are running 2 of them. True Shot Barrage will come out. Camilo's going to try and get some damage on the bot lane tower. Alaric and Panda are here to try and trade back as Camilo rushes in. Twilight Tribe doing a lot of work here for Panda, but the dash forward from Camilo trying to make this 1v2. That was like 20% of his health, dude. No. I know he's got 12 kills, but that is not balanced.
He needs to pick up the totem, and he's going to pick it. But one might ask, Medic, how many more times are you going to try to kill the Locke before you realize that you just cannot kill the Locke?
I mean, it's a good question. I think as many times as... It's just like one of those tongue twisters. How much Locke could a Locke kill Locke if a Locke could kill Locke? Or how many Locks could a Locke kill Locke? Like the woodchuck? Is that what you're going for? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck... How much how much gold would a lock give gold? Lock.
I was thinking you would go more for like a how many locks could lock unlock.
Yeah, nice. I like it. I like it. 6% bonus execute on his ultimate right now. By the way, it's currently
At 19,
at second rank.
17.
Yeah, 17% execute threshold. 17%. And yes, he does have 12 kills, but every time you give him another one, he gets an extra 0.5%. When he hits 16, it goes to 12%.
And he also gets a reset on his E every time he gets a kill. So.
And he skipped the Shadow Flame, upgraded his Medjais. He is now going for a Shadow Flame.
Hey, that's efficient building. That's
Yep.
efficient building, because when the game goes out of control just like that, it does make the most sense. Ooh.
It's pretty one-sided. KCB versus KCBS in this show match. Obviously, the
As expected.
LFL team versus the LFL Division 2 team. So, as you say, as expected. But we've seen some good signs from KCBS. Oleg having a good performance. Koala on his Aurelia as well. In the 1v1 was getting ahead, although he did have that first gank from Oleg.
Yeah.
But Kamilu, I mean, they had first pick. And the lock wasn't banned.
Yeah.
And this is what can happen in those cases. Expect to see it banned a lot as the last breath used by Tao to look for a little bit of a trade. Good wind wall to dodge the forwards duet. There's a Rift Herald. Okay, it wasn't summoned. Its patience just ran out and she ran back into the Rift Herald pit. I think Oleg might be dead again. Oh, is he? Camilo's just going to chuck a nail or a
Now
purgatory out.
he's stuck over the wall.
Oh, what a shame.
What a shame. He has only 12 out of 17 kills. I'm sure he could do a lot better in this game.
His kill participation is waning now. 14 of 17.
What a poor performance.
Here he is top lane. Good look for 1v3. I think he's
I
just
don't think
trying
he's
to
going
guide.
bot lane anymore. I think he's at the point where I'm just going to farm champions.
Yeah, because there's no one else bot lane. So it's like, well, why would I ever be down there?
Oh, it's like the Teemo Global taunt, where you just where you have someone on the enemy team who's just taunting you and you need to follow him, and if no one's bot, nah, I'm not going to go for some lousy minions.
I like the way, by the way, Prime, for some reason on this patch, if you kill a ward, you get at value 0
Yeah,
gold.
yeah. I've seen it a bunch of times. It just clutters the screen.
It's just, like, yeah.
But that's one of the things where I'm like, what happened? Well, it just out of nowhere, you know, it's just a little Easter egg.
It's one of those
Woodley
things.
classic.
Oh, Panda jumping onto tower. Exhaust is down. Camilo on the backline, dives onto Koala.
Might die.
Purgatory. He might go down here. He manages to get a 1-for-1, but a huge shutdown going over to Oleg.
And that's exactly what I said in Champ Select. This is the sort of champion that even if you get ridiculously ahead, all it takes is one misstep, one misposition where you get caught under a CC or you don't have your mobility spells up, and that's just like that 1,000 gold flying over.
I mean, it's massive. I will say Lee Sin, probably one of the champions you want it on less.
Yeah.
If it could have gone in the Akali, it would have been huge. And also, Camilo kind of, he goes into a 1v3. Like,
That's what so much is up
he
for.
just jumps in by himself, dude. Yes, you could say, oh, sometimes if an assassin dives in by themselves, they die, and that is true. That is factual.
That's the
he
thing.
could have not dived in by himself.
He got ahead of himself, but that's what confidence does to you. Confidence is a silent killer, because once you have a little bit too much, all it takes is one misstep, and maybe now. That's the comeback, because if it's Oleg already found a couple of kicks this game. I feel like he's been the one guy coupled up with Gwen who. Because here's the thing, look at the side of KCB. Why are you laughing?
You are reaching so hard, dude. Keep reaching. Keep going.
I'm going.
Your fingertips aren't close enough to get it as the cease and desist comes out. True shot barrage as well. Okay, keep telling me how KCBS are going to win this. Oleg with a good kick onto Kamilu, but he gets Stand United. He's healthy enough.
I didn't say they're going to win.
How are they going to win? Because Panda's on the back line, goes in.
Gets on kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was perfect execution to get that one kill. However, the rest of the team are in purgatory. And they're going to be there for a few thousand years as the Larvic has to try and dash away. Does land the sun on Camilo, but he's not tanking tower. And so KCB will clean it up. So,
But now my point doesn't make sense anymore.
Tell me how they're going to win, Odo. Tell me.
I was gonna say, if you pay close attention to the gold leads, there was only Camilo who was ahead. Everyone else was within 200, 300 gold from their counterpart. But now after this fight, Medic, you're just so damn good.
I know. What can I say? I predicted the team that had a 12-kill mid laner to win the game, dude. What a surprise. Yeah. In the end, it's a solid dash away from Gwen on the Zeri, but then KCBS are like, maybe we can win this skirmish. They do manage to pick up one, but they're too far behind in terms of wallet size.
The skirmish is all you have. You have to take those fights. Even though they're disadvantageous fights, the fact that you maybe get a 3-for-5 or even a 2-for-4, anything that's even like gold down, is still good when you think about it percentage-wise.
Jump back into the fight. And there's the last breath, and Delavic breathes his last.
You know, the game is a little bit out of control when Locke is your tank and he's the one who's starting fights for you.
Dude, man, this soul ignition where you're just Wing in, it's like, oh, I'm Tom Kench, basically. I'll just run in, have half my health. You get movement speed through it as well. There's a Warlock skill where you put yourself on fire and run quicker, and wow, it might not be Warlocks.
I think it's
Warlocks, yeah.
Yeah.
As a healer, I always hated them because they'd keep it on during a pull. I'd be like, hey guys, please, you don't need to run fast right now. Kimilu's going to kill off the enemy jungler, and the Baron will go down.
Yeah, Oleg is not carrying this game anymore. He's not my hero
but
anymore.
But he got 1,000 gold, dude. He got a black cleaver.
He has to deal with a lot of threats. He cannot build a margin. Like, he's a bruiser medic.
No, I'm not saying it's anyone on KCB's fault. KCBS's fault, sorry. I said...
Blame the balance team for making Locke.
Locke is a thing right now. He's very strong, and KCB have played it really well.
I want to play Locke as well now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I have this thing whenever I go to an international, I watch really good people play computer games. I'm like, oh, I really want to play that computer game more. And then I go home and play one game and realize that, oh, man, perhaps my skill level does not portray.
I have the same thing with League nowadays. Yeah. I watch international, I see Worlds. Hold on, let's see.
Oh, Panda Flash is out of the purgatory. He's still dead. So you have the season that says locked on. You're like, nah, man, I'm gonna flash.
I need to make it flashy.
Gwen going in with the crash down, burst fire across them here. The Gob actually standing in the way a bit too much, but Tao will fall. Prime's gonna flash. Gwen on the chase. The comeback, Odo. The comeback. Prime down, shut down for Gwen. It's
only
huge.
200 gold behind. When it's 2 items, soon 3 items. We have seen Zeri moments in the past, and this might shape up to be one of them. But let's be real, it's not going to be.
No, it's not going to be. It's which is more imbalanced? Zeri having a Zeri moment, or Locke having a Locke moment?
Let me check the date. Yeah, Locke has been released more recently, so for sure, no matter what happens, Locke has to be the more OP one.
That's too true. Too true.
We went through the dark times of Zeri. I feel like we've been playing by it for a while.
Zeri meta, man. Those were the days. Just press ultimate with Infernum up and you get a Penta.
Did you hate the Zeri or the Aphelios meta because of Yumi or because of the champions themselves?
I think they kind of just printed pentakills, and it got less exciting to cast a Zeri in a late game team fight.
What about Cassante on release when everyone in the LEC on top lane would just die at level 6 on repeat?
That bothered me less because you don't often see top lane solo kills.
That's true.
Right, and so I thought everyone was misplaying into Cassante, and I thought he was very strong, but it's less annoying when it's like, oh, at level 6 you die, as opposed to, here is a team fight, one team has Zeri, one team doesn't. The team with Zeri 80% of the time wins the fight, you know?
Yeah, that is true.
But that's, you know, balance is hard. I think League is a very well-balanced game generally. And
look at the meta.
Yeah.
There's just so much happening right now. There's like, what, 150, 160 champions?
170, I think.
Whoa, I lost track of time.
Yeah,
I'm getting old over there.
Man, it's EULCS, okay? There's 7 champions, and Kassadin is one of them. Where's Expeke? As we now see KCB walking down the Nexus. KCBS going to try and defend. Almost an Infinity Edge on Gwen, if he can get there. Perhaps it's defensible, as Yukino stunned up with a Shadowing Strike. Whoa, okay, Kamilu just one-shot Oleg. A last bet for Koala. As Kamilu...
Does he win this?
No. Big gold for Panda. 725 is a large injection of Moolah.
Okay, well, he's still 3.3k gold down.
Yes, but at some point, Kamilu can't get any stronger, okay?
But that's what happens. That's the EULCS classic moment where you try to end the game, and that's when you throw. Sure, it doesn't matter that Camilo didn't try to end, but...
Alaric's now trying to do the opposite side, where you over-chase. After you manage to win a little bit of a fight, Yukino going back in, the dash across the wall as well with a good taunt. Luki having a moment of his own, though, as he dashes in. That's also a Zeri moment!
I mean, it's hard, because all eyes are on you, and you need to make the miracle play, and there's just 5 guys on an enemy team that are ready to want-tap you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're not serving you delicious burgers. Nope. These 5 guys just want to kill you.
Yeah.
It's still a 5,000 gold lead for KCB. However, spots of red at the bottom of the scoreboard with Koala and Gwen getting small leads for themselves.
How fast do you think he gets one shot?
I think 3 daggers, dash dead. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Production, can we have an execution threshold check again for us on Purgatory? I know we were at plus 6%, so it will be 18% now that he is level. Oh, he's only level 15. So when he levels up, it will be.
He's more kills than
18%.
levels. That's just wild, man.
These are the sort of games when you're
Why
playing
is
an
he bot
assassin in
lane?
solo
Why
queue.
is he farming
Well,
bot
because there's
lane?
other people here now.
Ooh,
dude.
he has.
Yeah.
You know, his spider senses are tingling. There's a rel in the brush, and he's about to get one more stack. Oh.
Come here.
Now, how
Look at the
fast?
rest of the KCB team. Look at them. They're all coming down. It's like, please, I'd like an assist. Please.
They're trying to catch up to the 17 kills demon.
Man, KCBS, they made a zoo in this game, right? You have Koala, Panda, and you've got a horse in the bot lane.
That's true.
And then KCB were like, no, free the animals. By killing them, yes, perhaps not the best way to free them,
Okay,
but
man.
still. Oh, okay. Odo,
Yes.
how do they come back? Yeah. You can be honest.
I mean, to be honest, at KC events, electricity used to go down.
Oh,
so
true.
If you cut down the
Oh,
electricity...
huge! Huge! Oh my god! They've just hinted it so hard! They've hinted it so damn hard!
And they didn't even need the electricity to go down.
Oh, like all credit to Alaric. It's a massive magnet storm that pulls them all in into a shadowing strike. But look at how hard this int is, dude.
I just want to see how it all happened because, okay, well, the Yasuo bait, this feels like it's the Lee Sin syndrome, but...
Watch this crash down magnet storm. Ooh, oh, it's so nice.
Just a real moment. I'm so happy that Real cannot do this with Flash anymore because we used to get these so much more often, but that also makes this moment so much more impactful because you just don't get to see these more often. And now, all of a sudden, Zeri is 3k gold up, Medic. What would you rather have? Would you rather have a 3k gold up Lock or a 3k gold up Zeri?
Oh, Zeri every day of the week.
Yeah.
Assuming you can play teamfight. If you're playing picks on sides, it's a lot harder, right? But front to back, this Zeri is absolutely going to melt you. The problem is you're 2 inhibs down. The good thing is KCB haven't been stacking objectives at all.
And also the bad thing is that enemy team has Vi, Yasuo, Lok, Shen ready to just all jump on you. What do you build Medic in this situation?
Seekers.
Zeri?
Seekers.
Just like that?
Yeah, I mean, why would you not just build something defensive? Like, you can see the cloth. I'm 100% sure that's a Seeker's arm guard on its way.
Okay.
Because
I would agree.
Yeah, Vi cease and desists you, or you get hit with a... You're almost going to get hit with a last breath. You just...
Yeah.
Zonya's out of it, you know?
And all of a sudden, this game is becoming spicy because even the Irelia is going Seekers as well. Now, that one I understand a little bit less, but she does have some bit of AP skills.
Faust has taught us that AP earlier is the way to go. As Stand United comes in, Purgatory down as well. Panda! If that Stand United doesn't come in, Panda just gets the solo, kills him anyway. And now, the question is, will KCBS be able to take a follow-up fight? In the end, they'll just trade mid laners, but Panda in a 1v2, essentially. He takes a 1-for-1.
She does have 3 items right now. All those, because it doesn't matter. It's just when you have these 2 assassins fighting each other, just whoever lands their skills on one another because they just have no access to no defensive stats whatsoever. And even though you're 1 item up, if you just miss all of your skills, it's still an assassin.
Kamilu is doubting himself. Where's the book?
There's the book.
He's given up university. There's no book anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise that to many people, to be honest. But
I mean, Kamilu has got a good career in esports, so...
Seeker's Vanguard on the side of Gwen.
Yeah.
You were right, Medic.
Man, what can I say? It's as if I've been casting
You're
this
growing
game
on me,
for 9
Medic.
years.
You're quite clever.
Thanks, man. Most of the time, I just say random stuff. I'll be honest, but it becomes easier when you
bring out the best in you, yeah?
You do, you do. You, Finn, Jack Spectra, Dagda.
Keep going.
I can't think of any other color casters in
you can add Shocks and Lore, because I'm
Shocks
sure...
and Lore, yeah, obviously. Dracos, in terms of like improving his play-by-plays, Hysterics.
You left someone out. You know who you left out?
I know. Oh no, the joke is that I deliberately left him out. Guy was best man at my wedding. You think I should can't remember his name?
I mean, maybe.
No, that's true.
I forget about Vegas all the time.
Same. He's
like
on
him.
sabbatical. He no longer exists to us.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
I hope he never comes back.
Yeah, same. He's just off there doing rift-bound stuff with Alan's EQ. See him in the wee hours of the morning. I practiced 55 Diana versus Ezreal matchups
and
today.
He still loses.
Anyway, the matchup we're watching at the moment is KCB versus KCBS in this show match before we get the EULCS Summer Split started. I call it the EULCS because it's a classic weekend here. We have a classic show match happening tomorrow with some players that you perhaps have never heard of as Koala dives in. Flawless Duet goes out and Koala uses the Seekers. Gwen going to try and stack up on this Zeri. Koala dancing out with the Defiant Dance. There's a good Magnet Storm on the back line as well as Panda is getting caught out by Camilo, but KCBS are going front to back and it's working.
And it was a Zeri moment.
Yep.
But
Oleg looking for an Oleg moment. Never mind. Close but no cigar as Camilo tries to dash around here. Oh my god!
Oh my. I was about to say, that's what happens when you miss your skills and get caught, but...
Apparently all you have to do is Ashen Pursuit towards your enemy and they die.
yeah, yeah.
Didn't even have a chance to use the Seekers as Panda is catching the wave on the bot side. And
I wouldn't have used it either. I didn't expect that at all.
God, no.
One spell with an E, just like that.
Oh, Stand United here as they chase down Oleg. He does have Flash and will use it to flash Vanguard to the nearest minion.
Medic, it's an old EULCS classic. It's the ARAM.
Yes.
There's nothing up on the map for 2-3 minutes, but why not fight on the mid lane?
Yeah, it's another thing we've stolen from NA, because it was originally the NA RAM.
And ARAM,
We've stolen Yukino, we've stolen Jojo, and now it looks like KCBS are going to try and steal some kills. Flawless Duet doesn't land the stun, but Luki is down. Prime able to dash away for now. No flash on him, but gets across the wall and chased down with a Sonic Wave from Oleg. Cease and desist onto the backline as well as Tao is here, and now it's a 3-for-3 scrap. They try and get to the blast cone, will escape for now. Alaric does have flash and go across the wall. Panda trying to get away from the Vault Breaker and will manage to do so.
Finally ends. That was the longest skirmish I have seen in a long time, but that's the beauty of League of Legends. You just go mid versus champions that you hate. You just fight.
Purgatory on Koala gets the slow. Ritual nails two. Oh my god, dude!
She even has a Mar.
Yeah, that is has a full Zhonya's as well. Maybe just finished it now.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
yeah, you just don't expect to die from that.
okay, I mean, you're not gonna play Zhonya when you're 70% HP. That's just ridiculous. I'm curious, how much AP does this lock have? Because I'm estimating around 700 or so.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, well, let's both do guesses. Give me an exact.
Well, it just showed on the screen. But
I'm gonna say 753.
I'm gonna say 784.
Oh, are you correct? I can't see it on the screen. We don't know.
Well, yeah, I just
way
said
of
it on
knowing.
the screen.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
So you cheated?
Pretty much, yeah.
Hey, I definitely didn't cheat.
Hey, you know, you need to get your wins wherever you can. Life's rough out there.
Look, man, your career wasn't that bad, okay, dude?
Yeah.
You're an EULCS champion. LEC champion, I guess.
Yeah.
But
I've tried in EULCS.
I'm trying
to... Sucked many times.
I was only there for a year and a little bit. I only did one full year of the old Brick Studio.
When did it start?
2019 was.
So we went to 2019 when we franchised.
That was LEC. I don't know. I can never really remember franchising dates specifically.
18, I think maybe.
Was it 18?
I think it was 2018. But yeah, I got
actually.
I got 3 years of EULCS. Times were good.
Yeah,
Game was slower.
It was much slower. It has definitely sped up in recent years, but 33 minutes in, it's a very close game. 2K between the two teams. Alaric is very much away from where he should be. He was looking for a flank setup around the Baron play, but picked out by KCB, and it's an easy enough kill on the red.
Now the question is, can they get Baron from this pick? Because it is a 5v4, but you did have to expense 2 ultimates on the side of KCB. I guess they're looking always...
Oh, Camilo. Panda. Ooh, flash away. Camilo
Plus
realized
1,238.
dash away. Wasn't even a flash.
Doesn't that feel good? You just press W and you HP.
Oh, now they're going to start at the Baron. Okay. Camilo.
Okay, now the city moment should be coming.
Panda exhausted as he
There's
dashes
no
in.
heavy lockdown on the side of KCB.
I mean, Baron's dead before Oleg can get there. There we go. Baron secured. KCB. They're just going to walk away. Okay, cool. I was expecting more.
It's about to be a 70-minute game, just like in the EULCS
Oh, we have
Classic.
pause. Let's go.
And there's no Fnatic.
Azir. Maybe you've infected them with pauses.
That's true. I called the Zeri moment. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
We need a tactical break over here.
Yeah. What do we talk about during our tactical break? Oh, play's going to resume. Thank goodness. Straight back into it. Don't need too much of us just yapping away.
Every time I pause the game, what was the reason I would pause the game and then unpause?
Well, this time it was because there was a disconnect for one of the players. I saw Oleg disconnecting and reconnecting into the game. So that would explain.
He's not on the chair, so he's definitely disconnected.
So true. I hadn't even I knew they were playing with only 3 players in house, but that was a very good moment there, Odo. Thank you. That tickled me.
I always love when there's like the Poro stand-ins on stage.
We just need to get full body cardboard cutouts, you know? Or
we had that on of Biggie, but he was quite.
Yeah, I mean, look,
he was.
It was life size. You know?
Maybe life size. He was like half a meter.
Prime jumped on Oleg with a Dragon's Rage kick. There's a Shadowing Strike for the follow-up as they all dive onto Yukino. Camilo has a good flank position though. Yukino still dies to the Gwen. Stand United coming out dies before he can even land, and now it's all on Camilo. And even though that Ashen health will help you, it will not be enough. A 3-for-1 exchange as Panda was caught out in mid.
7,000 gold up? I haven't seen that one in a long time.
What, 7K?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a large lead. Full build, Guardian Angel and the Zhonya's Hourglass on this Zeri. 30
seconds dead timer. They might try to go for the end here.
Into Baron, I think it's going to be tricky, no?
Nah, just let them try. Just let them try.
I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't try. I'm saying it might be hard to do so.
Nah, that never stopped anyone.
Sure, again, I'm not saying they shouldn't. Okay, look, they decided not to try. Pushing into Baron empowered minions is tricky. Alaric.
I think they did.
Tempo cheats, tempo cheats.
Tempo trap.
Have they spent their tempo tokens appropriately? Tau goes forward. Jumps onto Oleg, kick back with a Dragon's Rage, crash down there for the follow-up. A good win wall though means that Tau will get away, and now KCB are on the chase. Luki trying to put the damage down with the Mystic shots, but in the end will be dissuaded from any further action.
Now, we had all of this action, but I think it's KCB's turn to try and end the game.
90 seconds away from an Ocean Soul for KCB.
Nah, it's fine.
Just go for the win.
I mean, Medic, we have, what is that? What is that math? 66 kills in 36 minutes?
That is the maths, yes.
That's not a lot. That's nothing about macro here.
No, who needs macro? Prime trying to taunt away. Puts down the Spirit's Refuge. Flashes away at the last moment. Panda chases him down. Meanwhile, a cease and desist onto Panda. Camilo trying to get him from the side as well. Gwen dashes in. The Zhonya's the bait. Beautiful. Magnifique.
That's the moment he needed with that Zhonya. He bought it 5 minutes ago, didn't get the single use out of it, but now gets the use at a critical moment. Block went in, used all of his abilities, and then he was just caught in the middle of the fight without any sort of mobility. And even though he is full build, that's just how quickly Alok dies once he jumps in.
This is beautiful to watch as well. Yasuo versus Aurelia in the middle of a minion wave. As Koala will use his Zhonyas. Meanwhile, on the top side, Gwen and the rest of KCBS are pushing in, trying to take down their sister team, their academy team, who are
20 seconds.
One step up. TPs come out from Tau. 20 seconds on the respawns of Camilo. Prime back up now, and KCBS will not be able to close it out. They want to reset in time to set up around this Drake, but they might be a little bit late. 8 seconds for them to get back to base, and then they only have about 8 to get back towards the Dragon.
With the dead timer on Vi, it still gives them just enough time to arrive there first, to set up the objective and position now for the Zeri, because the Zeri in this next fight, crucially, she won't have Zhonya, and even though they got this big team fight and this big kill on Lock, it's all about this next Dragon fight, because if KCB gets the Ocean Soul with the Naxx spawning in about 2 minutes as well, it might just be enough to sway the game.
It definitely could be. At the moment, very much in KCBS's favor when we get to team fights. In the picture-in-picture, you can see they're setting up around this Ocean Drake. It's KCBS that have first control of the river in this show match.
They will be forced to walk through this bot side. It's so difficult to enter through the mid.
I mean, Yukino has a control ward. He's in the back of the pit. They don't know. He was so close. 1.2k on it. The smite comes down. KCBS secure it as Tau tries to dive onto the backline. Shadowing Strike coming out as well as Tau uses his stopwatch. Panda keeping the rest of KCB at bay. The dive onto the backline, but Gwen begins to open up on this Zeri. Oleg on Camilo, who flashes away. Gwen should be able to clean this up. He does go into his GA. Camilo's down though, and it's all on Luki and Prime, but they just don't have the damage to work their way through this KCBS lineup. The Mystic shots are connecting. Luki has to dodge away from his enemy AD carry, but he can't dodge a Shadowing Strike. The Zeri moment that the Prophet Odo predicted comes true at last.
There we go. That's why I played for such a quadra kill for the Zeri. It's just so damn hard for KCB to go through this front line when you have the Rel and you have the Lee Sin just blocking for the Zeri. You saw Camilo there. He was trying everywhere on the outskirts of the fight to find just a little bit more space, but if he doesn't find access to the Zeri, there's no way they win that team fight.
What a performance from KCBS, coming back from a 12 kill, 5,000
promote them all.
That's it, swap him around. Camilo demoted after going 21-10 and 7 a lot. Great performance all around. Fun show match in the end. Started off a little slower than perhaps you'd expect and also felt a little bit more one-sided. But the comeback from KCBS was great as they managed to take the win. And now we'll take about the three of them that are here in front of the blue wall and the KC fans.
The 3v5 successful, everyone's dream comeback story. Every time you're down in solo queue and you're playing with men down, you have to keep on going because you're gonna get wins like these.
Never surrender. Never surrender. It's the ASAP mentality. It worked for G2 versus T1. Now it's worked for KCBS versus KCB. KCB will take a bow as well. All fun and games, obviously, on the stage for all of these teams as they get to play in front of a very home audience. That does it from us for here, for now, at the Carmine Corp show match. We'll be back to kick off the summer split with G2 versus MKOI when the EULCS returns after a break.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Let it pretty. Let it
motion, the soul will reflect a chain reaction, the cause and effect. Out of sight, out of mind, invitation decline, situation can turn around to turn around. When conditions are right, then a spark will ignite, pressurizing, building up, up, up. Here in the moment, two hearts will connect. A chain reaction, the cause and effect. Movement in motion, the soul will reflect. A chain reaction, the cause and effect. In the beat of a heart, interaction will start, leading to anomalous exploration. More momentum to gain on this foreign terrain, racing onto the finish line, record time. Here in the moment, two hearts will connect. A chain reaction, the cause and effect. Movement in motion, the soul will reflect. A chain reaction, the cause and effect.
Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Or would you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? Or would you walk away this time? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Will you rise above the days to come? Will it be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, there by your side. 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Feel that rush through time. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again. Feel the rush, feel the tide. 'Cause here begins a newfound strength. Find yourselves out here. We won't be the same again. If you had it all, but you looked the fall in the eye, could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush through time. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
Hello and welcome to the European League Championship Series live in HD. We are about to kick off week 1 of the LEC Summer Split.
And now it gets even more intense as they battle it out for a shot at fame, fortune, and esports immortality.
So many good teams participating. The skill floor is going to be rising up so high, it's going to be amazing.
our teams are ready for some serious battle, but it took blood, sweat, and tears to secure their spot in the LCS.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
With innovating Locket in the shop, we can't lose.
Our Heart of God will scale us all the way to the first place.
This is what peak League of Legends looks like, and it comes from the EULCS.
To compete here, you have to be the best.
Gangplank denies minions, I deny my enemies victories.
Winning is in our reach.
The Spring Split champions and the Summer Split champions, Fnatic, the reigning champions of Europe. Fnatic are the new kings!
Fnatic are the kings of the EULCS.
They call Fnatic the team to beat. We call that a Tuesday.
Kassadin has to be nerfed. The EULCS is where names are made, time to make ours.
Welcome everybody to the Adidas Arena Paris live and in HD, yes again, for the EULCS road trip hosted by Carmine Core. My name is Shox and I'm joined here by Jack Spectra and by Odewamne. If you're wondering what is up with all these shenanigans, well, it's the EULCS themed road trip because we do have the League Classic show match tomorrow, but we also have our normal teams for summer. I'm super excited. How are y'all feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's a throwback blast from the past. I feel like I wanted to see at least one player from those times in 2015, 2016 who are still playing, but sadly there's none of them. I'm on the desk.
Could have been you.
Could have been me, but I'm a bit washed.
I feel a ton of nostalgia because I used to watch. I mean, when I was a kid growing up, watching these players, and being now here in Paris, super exciting. First road trip for both of us, I think, right? Here in Paris.
France? Yes,
yeah. So that's super exciting to see that.
You had to say when you were a kid. Just call me old, bro.
No, I mean, sorry. When I was a younger person.
You were a younger person. Funny. But thank you for calling up Paris. Yeah, it is the first time that we're at this road trip. You have been, of course, at the KC road trip before. But we got to call out what we think is going to happen this weekend. Because usually, these are some of the most energetic events we have had across the LoL Esports.
Okay, listen. Last time I was here, I got booed very, very hard.
You got booed? Oh, yeah, because you were on...
Yeah, I was with Fnatic, right? And we just lost, and they were just all up in our faces, kind of taunting us that we lost and stuff, but that's what it's all about. These LAN events is kind of the old school energy of League of Legends, where the fans are supporting their team. You can see so much passion going on over there, and that's where League all started. It came with the energy of these fans, and even though it was like, you know, it was all up against me, it was still a great experience to have.
Yeah. By the way, this is the Adidas Arena where we had Worlds 2024, where this famous moment originated. Just to say that it's going to be special when we take a look at the schedule, of course. We can't forget that this is the kickoff of summer, Jack. Worlds is on the horizon, and all these matchups are incredibly valuable in terms of the season starts.
We have our top teams in the league competing here across, like, with all these fans watching, and it's super exciting, especially G2 coming off pretty cool MSI and KC coming off a great EWC. I feel like it'll be a real telling to see how they come into this split and if they can continue the dominance that they've had throughout this year.
Absolutely so. Now, earlier, Lord did a temperature check with some of the fans outside the arena. Let's take a look.
Bonjour tout le monde! We're back here at Adidas Arena for the weekend for the KC road trip. First one for the weekend, and you can see the fans are vibing behind me, the chants are ready, and yeah, I think we're in for an amazing weekend, and actually I found some lovely people. Hi girls! And guys, how are you doing?
Je vais bien, moi ça va.
Ça va? Okay, can you show me what you have here? Because you made some stickers, t'as fait des stickers?
J'ai fait quelques stickers en fait pour la casser pour les fans. C'est des stickers.
Can you show it? Look at this.
Voilà, je les ai dessinés moi-même du coup.
She drew them herself. Looks actually amazing. Can I grab one? Thank you so much. There's going to be the fan alley up there as well that I will show you guys later. But for now, yeah, a bit of the atmosphere and the fans gearing up and getting ready. What are you the most excited about this weekend? Qu'est-ce que tu as le plus hâte de voir ce week-end?
En vrai, personnellement, moi c'est la game KCG2 forcément.
KCG2, of course.
Énormément de KCG2 et KCKoi.
Pour quel match-up? Which match-up?
Je sais pas trop.
Tu sais pas trop? Casey Koi, of course.
Casey Koi, je pense.
Okay, and you guys, what are you excited about?
Oh, moi je sais qu'on va 3-0 dans tous les cas, donc
3-0 dans tous les cas, ok. They think they're gonna 3-0 at home, always.
Moi ce que j'attends c'est l'ambiance du Blue Wall comme d'hab, qui est toujours électrique. C'est ce que j'attends le plus.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, they're really excited about the atmosphere from the Blue Wall, as always. They always come up with new chants and new ways to celebrate the players. And yeah, usually it goes well on the road whenever KC is involved. So let's see how it goes this weekend. Au revoir.
Au revoir, hello. Yes, the KC fans are the most excited about KCG2 and KCM Koi. That makes sense.
Yeah,
that
and KC
tracks.
Vitality as well, maybe. I mean, they came here. There's so many fans here that came here for KCB and KCBS. You know, like these teams are hardcore supporters of KC and they're do or die.
That's true, but you know what I'm excited about?
Okay.
What?
EU at internationals.
Are you?
Transition.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Why? Why in the context of this weekend?
In the context of this weekend, because we had, as Jack said, we had G2 and KC pull up very good international runs, right? In compared to the previous years where we had this drought, where it felt like EU is just showing up to internationals and nothing is going good. We have Skewmon being extremely happy, and that's just. It's great because as an EU fan, I haven't had this feeling in a long time where I have faith. Sure, finals was not made at MSI, KC made finals at EWC, but still, in the context of everything, with how it used to look back then, it's a lot better.
Yeah, I think it's been a real roller coaster.
Yeah.
It's been really up and down. But in previous years, we haven't had the ups.
No.
We have only had the downs. Like if we look at the numbers of wins and compare this year to the last, you can see in 2026, we are 13-15. That's nearly 50%. Compared to 2025, 2024, 2023, we were not even in the competition. So the fact that we are able to actually beat LCK, beat LPL in best of fives. Top Esports helping out a little bit, of course, our brothers. But still, the fact that we are even in the conversation is a huge step up from last few years.
And also the stats is the whole region, right? We had G2 always carrying the region. But I want to bring context to the stats and why they're so important, especially this 2026 versus 2019 stat line. Because what used to happen is all of these international events, EU would rock up to them. They would be extremely innovative. We had the Pike in 2019. We had the range supports a couple of years back. And leading up into Worlds, everyone does really well. But what happens is that as the tournament goes on, the East adapts. They perfect this meta and they overcome us. But these tournaments, especially with this patch and this meta with all about volatility, we saw how much prep matters. We saw how much having this sorts of innovation can carry EU.
It's true. It does scare me a little bit that we saw those hopeful things and now like the LCK has truly woken up. And then come Worlds, we're completely in trouble. We can talk about it a little.
A lot can change. A lot can change until then.
I mean, for sure, it can be hard. I think the fact that, for example, KC lost with their home crowd in EWC in finals is like sad because that feels like such a good moment to potentially do it. And I do think, as you said, Odo, the biggest thing is that Korean and Asian teams in general are so good at adapting in the tournament. And we've never really seen an EU team do that. So that's the #1 question if we are to have a good World.
Well, we used to see it. I guess that's his point, right? We used to be a little bit of the innovators, but that's what we're looking at Summer with as well. I just want to see how are these teams going to evolve? How are they going to be equipped to represent us at the World Championship? Well, they've said, you want drama? You get drama at the start of the Summer Split. Where do you want to start?
Okay, so historically in EU, summer is a split of civil wars. That's where teams are imploding. Yeah, because every team throughout their cycle of a year of competitive play, they go through one civil war, and in EU, it always used to be in the summer. And we already saw it. We saw it with Vitality, right? We saw Humanoid come in. He was touted as the savior of Vitality. He was the one who pretty much padded, and everyone on the team said, hey, this guy in mid-game, he's doing so much good stuff for us. He's leading the team forward. We have such a great identity now. Everything makes sense. But now, all of a sudden, he's gone.
And from the outside looking in, Jack, this is suspect, right? What's going on?
I mean, you have to assume that it's not due to in-game issues because Humanoid, he had consistently very good games, and as you said, Odo, he was touted as the person that brought the macro to this team, that really helped them out, and I think you could see the evolution from Shayak into Humanoid, how the team played much better around him. But then we also have Knock coming out and just being like, yeah, no, when scrims go bad, I just protest, I run it down.
It's
and
like the Zeka
that's
quote.
not what you want your MVP to be saying. You want your MVP to be the stabilizer, to be the one that can carry through the tough moments.
Exactly, because we had this feeling from Vitality. We saw it in spring. It was always like, oh, they're doing this chaos. They're thriving in this. And, you know, in hindsight, if you look at this, you would say, oh, it's typical Vitality fashion. When things go bad, he runs it down. He punishes his teammates for doing all of these things. And it made sense. But now, with the fact that they make such a drastic change after what was arguably their best regular season performance in years, that's where it makes me lean more into the Civil War
what do we
conversation.
think about Fiesta? Who is he? Where's he come from? How's he gonna do?
I mean, he's kind of a random Korean. I'd say he played in Turkish league for like 2 years. I played against him a lot in solo queue. For me, my most vivid memory is looking at his OP.GG, and the only player I have seen in solo queue have more deaths than Fiesta is the Baus. Fiesta averages 8 to 9 deaths on every champion.
Hey, that's
he just fights to the death, and that's what I'm expecting on Vitality.
But isn't that the Vitality spirit? Just chaos? They need to temper it, right? But still, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Maybe he is the guy, because that's what Vitality is all about.
Yes, and he apparently flamed Fleshy
in solo queue
before he joins.
Hey, I flamed a lot of my teammates before I
Did you?
joined team with him. Yeah,
So is it usually then better synergy or worse?
Well,
usually people let bygones be bygones.
Yeah, it's a bit of an
forget.
icebreaker, because you do it, you flame,
Okay,
and
I
then
don't
it's
know
like...
about icebreaker. That's a good one.
No, because it's like, you meet your teammate and it's like, hey, you remember 2 years ago when I said despicable things to you? It's like, we were kids back then, it's fine.
We only have 3 more minutes before we get into kind of the opening, so I want to talk about G2 as well, because they went to MSI, as said. Really good performances versus TES, versus T1. Lost the Lion. 3 seconds later, I open X, bam! Dylan Falco's kicked. I'm sure it was going on longer than that, but the timing was suspect AF.
That's just so puzzling, because Dylan is the most accomplished coach of, I don't know if all time, but I would personally say all time, especially in the EU. I feel like his pedigree
Grabs one MSI.
That's true. But he's up there in like the Mount Rushmore of coaches in EU. And just to bring a little bit of perspective, Perks joined in spring.
Yeah.
It's not like this was this ongoing project where, hey, we're gonna have Perks from the beginning of the year, we're gonna be like building him up. It really feels like it's one of those moments when you have a coach for a long time, because most of the time these coaches, these old school coaches, they bring a lot of structure, they bring a lot of planning to you, they bring a lot of good drafts and all of that stuff. But as a player, what really gets your gears going is when a player comes in, a fellow player comes in, and he brings all of these in-game plans and all of these alternate ways to see the game.
I do have to say, though, I mean, G2 has made a lot of controversial decisions. They replaced Jankos, Yike Mickey, like Roman said, and it always kind of worked out. You know, everybody doubted them in the beginning, and then they saw after, okay, you got a good point, and I could see that going the same way with Perks. He was the man that led the G2 roster when he played ADC to the World's Finals, and he clearly has a lot of good ideas about the game.
It's true. It feels like kind of a coin flip, but I feel like you have to give them the benefit of the doubt because of their pedigree and their track record, right, in terms of G2.
I think it was really needed, because we saw a lot from this G2, and when you get to this stage where you feel like you have all the best players in your role and there's just no one to change, maybe this shift in mentality is good, where you bring someone like Perks, who was a legendary player. He was one of the brightest minds that EU had when it comes to gameplay. Him giving you all of these ideas, kind of suggesting you different plans, different ways of playing, how to approach situations that you as a fellow player know because you've been there. Maybe this is what G2 needed.
It's true. Only time will tell, and I feel like their first opponents that they'll have here at the road trip and in summer are Movistar Koi. Also a little bit of drama there from the outside looking in. We know that the contracts are on notice. We don't know if it's going to get renewed from Mirwin, and now they've added someone in that position. What does that tell you?
I mean, I think Mirwin has had a really rough year, and it feels bad because when he joined the league, he was such an exciting prospect. He played champions that nobody else was willing to play, and he just brought so much energy and just vibrance to the team. But now this year, like, what does he bring? He doesn't really play the spicy champions anymore. He's consistently losing lane. Feels like a liability in team fights, constantly getting caught. I love the guy, but he's not had a good year.
It's usually the people, you know, if you really like someone, you want them to do well, so I really believe you, but you seem extremely disappointed. Do you share that?
Not as much as him, but I do see it because it felt like they took a lot of measures, especially the coaching staff, because they put them on notice. They did this public thing where they're trying to put pressure on them, but now this was the nuclear option.
He's going to absolutely have to show up this weekend. That said, such an important weekend overall, and it's Broken Blade versus Mirwin in the very first matchup of our KC road trip, MKOI versus G2.
What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Let's go! Like, what's up, danger? Can't stop me now!
Au MSI, on n'a pas fait une bonne performance et on sentait qu'on pouvait faire mieux. On peut vraiment être une très très bonne équipe. Je pense qu'on a réussi à le montrer chez WSC.
Calif, oh, le pressing, tu te passes, Calif!
The support of the fans is huge for us. You know, it makes winning feel way more special.
I get always so hyped. I feel like the boost in me, you know, when I play in front of the crowds. I love it so much.
Le propriétaire des lieux est désormais en votre compagnie. Kameto, forcément, aujourd'hui, vous avez vu les choses en plus grand, en plus beau, à l'Adidas Arena pour cette nouvelle édition du LEC Roadtrips. Quels sont tes mots quand tu vois ici et encore que le public répond, toujours présent à l'appel?
Déjà, bonjour Paris, merci encore une fois d'être présent. C'est incroyable, comme d'habitude. Je ne sais pas quoi dire à chaque fois. La semaine dernière, vous étiez là. On a battu T1, on a vécu un moment de fou. On est allé en finale. Les joueurs, ils sont fatigués. Donc, ils vont avoir besoin de votre force, de toute votre énergie. C'est la dernière ligne droite pour aller au World, pour aller accomplir notre rêve. Donc déjà, merci. Et je compte sur vous pour tout le week-end.
Tu les sens présents, Kameto, ils sont là. Et ils sont présents pour toi et pour les joueurs. Est-ce que tu aurais un mot pour l'équipe du LEC qui pourra concourir dans un match à peine contre Vitality?
Les gars, gagnez, hein, c'est tout. Rien d'autre, hein. Il faut leur offrir la victoire, c'est tout.
Il faut leur offrir la victoire, effectivement. Vous le voyez ici, vous êtes nombreux et justement, les choses sans plus attendre vont pouvoir commencer. On sait que tu as un planning plutôt chargé, on te laisse retourner du côté du desk. Merci encore à Kameto.
Merci.
Et désormais, que les choses sérieuses commencent. G2 contre Koi, et vous le savez, l'ordre établi contre ceux qui veulent le renverser. Une rivalité qui dure au gré des saisons, mais surtout un duel qui ne perd jamais de sa saveur. Alors une seule question à vous poser ici dans l'arena, laquelle de ces deux équipes imposera son salut? Et ça, vous le découvrirez avec Noah.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous y sommes. Ça y est, après 2 longs mois d'attente, à compter les jours, à retenir votre souffle. Vous êtes récompensés, car aujourd'hui, le LEC, le championnat européen, réouvre ses portes. Alors, sans plus attendre, veuillez accueillir vos équipes. Les premiers à entrer dans l'arène, ils sont en territoire hostile. Mais peut-être c'est la forme dans laquelle ils sont le plus dangereux. Mesdames et messieurs, Movistar! Et sur la top play, l'énergie brute, l'homme qui ne recule jamais. Mais oui! Dans la jungle, il incarne le visage de l'équipe, le capitaine El-Yo-Ya! Sur la mid lane, une pépite venue de loin, il est là pour laisser sa marque. Champion! À la décarie, il n'a peur de rien et de personne. Soupa! Et à ses côtés, le métronome de l'équipe, Alvaro! Mesdames et messieurs, pour Koi, s'il vous plaît, du bruit! Face à eux, mesdames et messieurs, ils sortent d'un très long tunnel de compétition où ils ont affronté les meilleures équipes du monde. Et cette année, l'année G2, le plus titré d'Europe, ils vont pouvoir entrer sur scène sur la top plane, le top phaser, dans la jungle, une véritable bête, il n'a plus rien à prouver. Au mid, la légende vivante, Caps, à la décarie, le plus grand de nos vétérans français, Summer. Et à ses côtés, l'homme qui donne du rythme au parti, s'il vous plaît, la brave. Pour G2, du bruit, s'il vous plaît. Alors, il nous reste un dernier sprint, une dernière ligne droite. Chaque erreur est fatale, chaque match compte pour aller chercher à la fin la couronne mondiale pour vos deux équipes et pour la reprise du Summer Split du LEC. Paris, faites du bruit!
France for the first week of LEC Summer. Shout out to KC. Those player walkouts were hard, bro. That was super dope. I love all 5 players coming out at the same time. Also the booze. Finn, I was in Daejeon. It was a library sometime when the local favorites weren't winning. And the KC fans, they're never quiet. I mean,
when the camera turned to BB's back and he's turning around and just starts walking, that was pure aura. I mean, I'm super excited for today. I mean, this first series, we are eating good today, Dracos.
100% we are. Of course, rematch. We saw this playoff series deep in the spring playoffs. We can talk so much about revenge and the importance of this match. Look, it's week 1, but the big thing about this week 1 is all the top teams playing each other means this front-loaded schedule, these are really important games when it comes to if you're thinking you want to secure the top of the table, getting a win over an opposite number that you expect to be there, very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, the win today might be the difference maker between being in that second seed or the first seed, being able to decide who you want to play going into playoffs. So it's super, super crucial that you pick up a win today if you want to really secure that good seeding going into playoffs. But now, yes,
bro. Yo,
when I get to the lights are bright.
Luka Perkovic coming in, little Tom Cruise, little Top Gun showing up on stage today. What's bro spitting? He's out there. Who's Iceman? You know, these are the questions we're going to be asking ourselves. Of course, more importantly, I think there's a lot of pressure on Perks' shoulders. You heard it from the desk. Dylan Falco, huge track record. This change really feels like it came from nowhere. Of course, we know the team has more context, but there's big expectations, not necessarily in this game, but over the course of this split for G2 Esports to see what this man can do in the head coach position. As we get into picks and bans, there's a new patch, 26-14, seeing the Poppy, the Syndra, the Shen banned away, so some of those bot side support options already taken off the board.
I mean, it's already looking like MKOI really wants that Camille support. You already banned the Poppy, you banned the Shen, you want to first pick the Camille. And now G2 does have the choice. Do you actually want to ban the Camille? Do you want to take that champion away from Alvaro? Or do you want to say, hey, show us what you got with the Camille? Leona is banned, so really thinking we're going to see an early Camille pick here, just by so many support bans already out of the gates.
Bit of a debate here. Hover over, lock in on the Camille is going to be good. Look, I love to see it, quite frankly. I think that this pick is still super oppressive. Will it be paired with a Mel is my question. Of course, no nerfs, really nerfs to Mel, but nerfs to Rocket Belt in terms of the build path for AP champions. Might take her down a tiny bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question now coming back into Europe after watching all the international tournaments is, well, first of all, LEC is up and available. We didn't even comment on that. LEC went through the draft. MKOI chose to not ban LEC, and we get to see a Game 1 LEC for Caps already. We are eating so good.
Are we gonna have? Is this JJK? Are we about to have a Paris incident? Who's getting put in the box, Finn? Who's getting put in the prison, bro?
Well, we'll see if Jojo has gonna be a.
Oh, he's not good. He's not Jojo. Holy Satoro, Jojo, bro. It's coming together. It's coming together. All right, we got the Rel as well. So a proactive engage support on the bottom side. We're assuming it's matching the Camille here. MKOI, look, we've heard from coaches, we've heard from anyone who's played against the champion. LEC can be super oppressive. There are answers in theory, but as we saw in our show match earlier, look, if LEC gets ahead, there's a lot of fake answers.
I mean, you said the word, there's answers. There's no counters to LEC as of yet that we have found. Only answers that can deal with him in lane. Some that we have seen is the Galio, is the Akali, seems to be in the main two. And already we see a Camille Galio combo with a Lee Sin on a Yoya. MKOI is not playing any enchanters anymore. They're not playing the weird stuff. They are just playing skirmish, heavy team comps, and we know they do it so well.
And one thing I will say, Galio historically such an excellent option into these assassin dive threats. Just the fact that you can even potentially use the taunt stops so much of LEC's ability to get into the back line. We also have the classic combo of the Camille Galio that you highlighted. Yo-Yo on the Lee Sin, I am curious about, right? This is a champion that I think has super high highs, super low lows. But on the opposite side, now we have a Victor locked in.
This Victor's going bot lane. This is Hansama's Victor. I am 100% sure Hansama's going to pilot this Victor. He has been spamming it in solo queue. I remember Ruler played a really good Victor game recently, and I think Hansama got inspired. You know, you have the Rel support, you really want a self-sufficient mid laner, and when you have the Victor that can just put down the field, clear the entire wave with an E, what better champion to give Labrov all that room he needs to go move around the map.
The problem is G2 also got inspired at MSI, so I'm really glad to see, you know, them a different kind of inspiration today instead of just getting beaten down by a potential opposing jungler. And mages in the bot lane, always a big question for Hansama. Historically, not really a good look for him. So the fact that he's picking these new things up, the pairing with the Mel also seems fantastic, is definitely a good look. And the Kai'Sa now being taken away. This, to me, Finn, feels like a little bit of a call out on Supa's champion pool. Because again, Mel is what you would often expect. Not always the strongest matchup to the Victor, but that's the classic pairing. Instead, they're banning the comfort option for the side of Supa.
Yeah, I mean, the Kai'Sa ban makes sense. When you look at what MKOI wants to do, they want to dive. Now, I will say, I do think with the Galio in mid, you have a lot of space to pick a mage in the bot lane. You're not that heavily inclined into the magic damage just yet. So in theory, Supa could just pick a mage here to match the wave clear of Victor, to really give Alvaro all that space he needs to move around the map. I have seen a little bit of Vladimir from his solo queue. I do want to see what he has.
Mages,
and the big question with these mages, and will always be when AD carries picks them, is sure, you can pick the champion, but can you play it? It's a very different thing. A lot of players go on this stage, they pick a champion that they're not super comfortable with, and they don't get the results that they want to.
Triple flex? No, he's not going to lock this in.
Flex? I mean, I will...
Top lane?
Top dog, it's okay, but blindable, I don't know, that's very bold. That's very bold.
We'll see. G2 certainly taking their time here. Feels like they would just go for a jungler at this point. We have... Jungle lock seems unlikely, but there's the Trundle locked in. You see Galio on the opposite side, you know there's going to at least be some tanky stats being built up.
I mean, especially because what does Trundle struggle against? It's long range, being kited. You know that MKOI is going to go right into you. You're not going to have to worry about all that stuff. When you get to that team fight, you know you're going to get a good subjugate, you're going to be able to get some good pillars, and you will enjoy it.
Now the debate. Okay, Akali locked in, and we're still in a situation where we could see some flexibility in these matchups.
That's a Camille Galio bot lane! Oh my god! Oh my god, that's a Camille Galio bot lane into the Victor Rel.
Wait a second. No, are you confident in this?
I am so confident.
You have been spitting like a mad prophet in our story meetings. You're like, guys, you don't understand. Tanks in some form will come to the bot lane to counter mages. And I said, Finn, that is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Please stop talking.
Okay, I want to believe. Dracos, I thought that because mages are so prevalent in the bot lane, why don't you just go with tank down there? Go with Sion, go with Gisante, go a Galio into
this. Wait, do they put the Jace bot lane to get away from the Yorick?
No, because Yorick is into the...
Hold on.
Okay, let's figure this out.
Camille Galio bot lane.
It's Camille Galio bot lane. Oh my god! Guys, this is LEC and you're eating good today.
Well, we don't know if it's going to taste good, but there's a lot of effort going into the cooking
beautiful.
Today. They're advanced, they have sous vide, they have blanched, they have braised, they have done, I don't know, I don't have enough words. I haven't watched a cooking show recently.
in gravy, bro.
There's a lot of cooking associated words here. Finn, as hype as this is, let's talk about MKOI. It feels pretty straightforward. Dive. But what does the early game look like?
So I think when you have a Camille Galio bot lane, suddenly you have two melee champions. And I know 2 melee champions in lane is not very conventional, but they're still measured to the madness. So what is your play when you're playing 2 melee champions into an AD carry, into mage? You need to fight on the bounce.
Okay, change in pace here. It's a Kali. It's a Kali, Camille. Okay, but... All right, whew. Deep breath, everyone. We weren't ready for this. It's our first game back. We were kind of thinking, you know, we're going to ease into it. We didn't think we were going to get, you know, like a cook-off here. This is a little too Shokugeki no Soma for my taste for game one, but it's a spicy. We have immediately paused as we've gotten into the game here. Not sure what that's about, so we'll keep you updated as we get more information. Hopefully it'll be resolved quickly. Mayhaps there was too much cooking and they're overwhelmed.
Mayhaps the kitchen is on fire. I will say, sure, we didn't get the Camille Gallia bot lane, but we got the Akali Camille bot lane. And I think I want to talk a little bit about how you play a lane like this, because I don't think a lot of people have. But the way you play these double meter lanes is that you really play safe on the first waves, really conserve all the HP you can, so when the wave is bouncing, when the wave suddenly is even, you're level 2, you're level 3, then you can all in. You need to play for this timer or your lane is going to be miserable, because there's a reason we don't see a lot of meter champions in the bot lane as the main carry.
Definitely can be really tricky. Victor, as well as far as mages go, isn't the most vulnerable mage, right? You have a Q shield, you have the W gravity field, so if you don't pick a good engage timing, it's going to be really, really tough to actually see these kills through. And it feels somewhat similar to when we talk about like Lux Caitlyn bot lanes and how fragile they can be. It's like the importance of early flashes in this lane is
immeasurable.
Really cannot be immeasurable.
Yeah, it's infinitely important. Just want to give a quick shout out again to the teams. You know, League Classic is coming out. We're now going back into the League Classic meta.
Oh my God! Yeah, what is this? This is before we realized when we first realized we could put an 80 carry mid lane, and suddenly it was like Morgana, Sion, bot lane, or whatever.
Absolutely. So I still think at the end of the day, the junglers will dictate the pace of this game.
Yeah.
It's Skewmon versus Elyoy. These are two of the best junglers we have in our region, and I think this is kind of where you get tested as a jungler, because you know how to play a normal game of League of Legends. These games will not be normal. They don't test your instincts, they test your creativity and ability to adapt to however the game just deteriorates. Deteriorates? Is that a word, Dracos?
Deteriorates?
Deteriorates.
Gets crazier, gets weird?
Absolutely, so, that's the word.
As an update, it was an audio issue on stage. And this is one of those things that's always hard to test, right? Because you go into the practice, you go into the rehearsals. There's not a gajillion people in the audience, so it makes sense that they might need to adjust some levels. Hopefully it'll be set now for the rest of the best of threes. We get into our first game, first matchup here in LEC Summer. After that show match to kick off the day, MKOI versus G2. And yeah, so one more pause.
We gotta take our time for this, you know.
And we're really.
You know, Drake, is when you go to fancy restaurants, you don't assume to get the food when you order it.
This is actually...
You have to sit down and wait and do some conversation before the food comes to you.
Okay, I'm going to just pop off now, because this is why I hate fine dining. I don't want to be at a restaurant for 4 hours. Now, I respect that as the chefs here, MKOI have decided that that is what we're doing. We're doing a couple hours at the restaurant. We're doing a half an hour between each course. But G2, you know, still also cooking. That's the best part. We got Locke showing up. We have the Victor in the bot lane for Hansama, which we have seen internationally, right? It is one of the mages that is getting more popular in the bottom lane. We've seen it in LPL, I believe. But first time for Hansama. Really curious how this is going to look for him. And this is definitely, as you highlighted, not your normal practice. Like, he is not going into solo queue playing against Akali Camille lanes. No. I doubt he's going into scrims playing against Akali Camille lanes. So we talk about him as someone who's not always the best at picking up new champions, or at the very least mages. Well, now he's going to have to pick up a new champion as well as figure out how to play against another one on the fly. He's a mid laner now. This is, get used to it, buddy. This is bot lane in 2026.
I mean, he will definitely be under the magnifying glass for a big part of this game. I think there will be a lot of eyes on him to see how he kind of pulls these mages off, because it's not really his style, as you know. I don't want to see Hansama that's just clearing waves under tower and then hitting some spells in team fights. I want to see how he can really put himself out there, because Hansama in-game has a very strong personality. He's the kind of player that wants to push leads forward. Yeah. And if that is going to held back by him playing a mage, might as well not pick the mage, in my opinion, for Hansama. So I really want to see how he puts himself there on the Rift today.
Yeah, and as long as mages remain relevant, excuse me, I think it's important to be able to add that to your repertoire. Now, there's still some audio issues on stage, so we're still waiting. We're seeing. We're keeping you up to date as we get more information.
We're prowling right now, just waiting for the action to happen.
Just so lingering. Standing 2 inches away from the screen, just staring. There's an electrocute, or it's a little Deathfire touch.
I just want to say, like, if you pick Locke and you play against a team that's just 5 squishies, you think did Riot bless me with this matchmaking right now? Because Caps is going into this game. Sure, Galio's not really a squishy, but he's not going to buy full tank.
No, he's putting him in the pot, bro.
Yeah.
He's cooking him up. He's putting him in the little pot, picking up the pot, getting more execution damage.
If there's ever a game to make a lock montage, I think this is the game for Caps. So really want to see what he does with the champion, because the moment the champion got released, I was like, I want to see what Caps does on it.
Certainly, as do I. But in the meantime, we'll wait for the audio issues to be resolved. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk, presumably to talk more about what the heck is going on in this draft phase.
Well, apparently we've gone all the way back to IPL 5. So this is our 4th pause of the day. Some audio issues on stage, unfortunately, but we'll be back into the action as soon as those are solved.
Welcome, Medic!
Yeah, hello! Woo. Bubble, 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 pop. Bubble, bubble, pop, pop.
I don't get the reference.
Did you not watch IPL 5?
Was that the one with the 8-hour pause?
It was the one with the 8-hour pause where Silver Scrapes became popular, but also Bubble Pop became popular.
Wait. The 8-hour pause was Worlds.
That was no, but there was one at IPL as well.
Really?
Yeah, because they kept playing Bubble Pop.
Oh yes.
It was bubble bubble pop pop bubble bubble pop pop.
It was like a K-pop song. It was a K-pop song.
It was a classic.
Yeah, it was good. It was
Yeah,
good. I was hungover most of that event, so I don't.
It's the one bit of K-pop I know, and it's the only one I'm ever going to learn.
Speaking of K-pop, Lock.
Lock Demon Hunter.
Yes,
Sure.
yes.
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much Dracos and Finn said, the beautiful analyst is, but it was a pretty crazy draft here. MKOI going for the Akali bot lane, the first Akali bot lane in Tier 1 pro play, which is crazy. Yeah, that's what the producers
Do you
told.
think they're taking it really seriously or not seriously at all?
I think they're taking it pretty seriously. I was surprised they didn't put the Galio bot. Same. Because I thought like the anti-mage into the Victor would make a lot of sense. But there's a lot of cool things that is happening here. So G2 are picking this Victor, I think a lot due to they played against DK at EWC, and Smash had a really, really good Victor and was just kind of stomping all the mage matchups with it. So MKOI are like, okay, if we pick an ADC into Victor, it's pretty unplayable. Yeah. Even if we pick a mage, it's a tough matchup. So we're just going to go out of the books, you know, here. Yeah. And lock in this Akali with the Camille. We're going to run a full kill lane. We're going to get level 6. And I think level 6, I mean, Camille and Akali ultimate, Hansama, if he survives that, he's better than me, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, he's incredibly
well,
good.
He's a lot better than me. Okay, let's move on. He's a lot. Okay.
Bad comparison. Anyways.
It's an interesting development, though, because when we saw so many mages in the bot lane, there was a big discussion as to why don't you just play tanks into them? And we've seen the Mundo and the Scion, and they work as neutralizers, right? And I really like that as an idea, which is why I thought Galio was kind of that next evolution. Victor is the anti-mage, and then Galio is the anti-anti-mage in that situation, and he's tanky enough that he can survive. Akali has a lot more kill threat, but only at level 6. You're going to get pushed in before that point unless the Camille plays really well in that lane, dodging away from the Rel. And so I actually worry for MKOI's bot lane in this iteration with the Akali Camille bot, unless they can manage to stabilize through the first 6 levels, which is kind of what Jack was saying.
Yeah, for sure level 6, very dangerous from Sama.
Yep.
Up until level 6, should be really easy to bully out Akali. But at the same time, if you're on the second wind on the Akali, you have the potions, maybe he goes Doran's Shield as well to have even more sustain. I feel like Super should be able to manage, but also when you're playing bot lane, it takes a lot longer to get level 6 because you're sharing that XP, unless Alvaro
you're not.
Yeah, Alvaro's just going to be like
supports leave at level 3, dude. Like level 2 they leave and they get a couple of mid lane minions. I am surprised though, because I thought, if I remember correctly, I feel like Akali is a good matchup into Lock. Because he plays with effective HP, right? It's like, I can heal myself, but if you burst him, he's just dead. So why are we then moving Galio into the mid lane? Yes, he's got a taunt for Lock when he jumps in, but otherwise you don't have a huge amount of kill threat there. And then moving the Akali into a harder bot lane, at least for the first 6 levels.
Are you an analyst?
I know, it's, you know.
He's making some good points
multi-role talent.
I do completely agree with you, to be honest. The Galio bot would make...
You didn't think about it, but you do.
No, we have chats, we have conversations. I'm picking from all my parts.
Anyway, Medic knows everything. We're going to get back to the casters.
Oh, it's me. Hi, I'm casting now. No, wait, Dracos, take it away.
Finally, enough of that yapping from those analysts over there.
What did they know? What did they know?
Even know. Even though we said the same thing and thought it was the same thing.
I definitely thought the Galio was going bot lane.
Here we are, soon to be getting into game. And I'll tell you right now that we're trying to hold back a little bit, audience, because we're really, really excited about Akali. We're really just genuinely excited about this game. Look, there's a lot of stuff happening, but we're holding that in. Holding it in until we know the game is resumed.
Yes.
And then we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. But you mentioned it as well. We're going to talk a lot about specifically the bot lane as well as the mid lane match, because we're seeing Lock for the first time in LEC. But jungle, still the center of attention. If the 2v2 goes nuclear, yeah, the 2v2 is going to be really important. But assuming that MKOI are practiced and can play this lane relatively chill. We still expect the junglers to be the biggest point of influence on this early game.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Skumon right now has a lot of options. I mean, he's playing Trundle into so many media champions. You know how strong Trundle can be in these really extended early game skirmishes. So it's all about setting your mid laner up for success. Because right now, it's like a dam. Mid lane is like a dam. And LEC is like a crashing wave of water. And the Galio is like a big dam.
The people at home are not seeing you pantomime this entire thing. And I have to say, it really adds to the sales pitch.
So the Galio is a big dam. And if the dam is going to burst, that means LEC is going to get pushed every single mid wave. He's going to roam around the map and the whole town is going to get flooded. But if the dam stands firm and strong, if the Galio manages to hold down the LEC in lane, I actually think the answer could be quite good, because if LEC can't join these fights, I think about 2 items into the game, LEC, I can't speak to it, because if LEC is not ahead, then he will not actually find a lot of damage.
It's fair. I mean, we've heard it a lot, right? A lot of the scaling threat comes from, of course, getting a gold lead, getting ahead early, but also just the additional execution threshold on his ultimate, on the Purgatory, really does just add up. But you can see how the Galio can do it. And the one thing we can say about Lee Sin for sure, right, is when you have that CC setup, the Galio taunt, the Justice Punch, it's pretty easy for Elyoyo to bring in that extra damage early and punish Caps if he ever burns the E, if he ever burns the Ashen Pursuit. But we're just going to have to wait and see. We are still waiting for ready checks. So currently
players... There's a lot that can happen in this game. It's very hard to predict. I will say one thing that kind of surprised me from the draft of G2 is this Yorick lock-in. Because when you think about Yorick, what does he want to do? He wants to go to the side lane and split push.
Sure.
Now, when you look at MKOI's team comp, they don't really want the team fight. They want to play skirmishing.
They want to go to the side lane and kill that Yorick.
They want to go to the side lane and kill the Yorick. Exactly. I think Broken Blade is going to have to play this game really cleverly, because there's a Camille Galio that can just join any time if you go on that side lane and start pushing out. So a lot of pressure on BB's shoulders. I mean, Yorick is not a bad team fighter per se. I think that mindset is a little bit obsolete, that Yorick can only split push, because he can do a lot of things these days.
I agree, but oftentimes it feels like Yorick is best against compositions where not only do you have a favorable matchup like the Jace, but you're playing against immobile champions where when you put them in the ghoul cage, they're stuck in the ghoul cage. Every single champion on the opposing team, except for Galio, can get outside of the ghoul cage instantaneously.
Yeah.
And I don't think you care about putting the Galio in the ghoul cage. So we're going to have to see if he snowballs. We know what Yorick can be as a side lane threat, the amount of work he can do in a team fight, but it is a riskier endeavor. On paper, the lane and counter pick, you can see why it would be there. It can be really strong. But as you get later in the game, like what's your side lane plan there, big dog? What are we cooking up in the maybe potential 3v1 as the Camille and Galio come flying into your face?
He's going to try to get those plates, but they might be empty. Might not be any food on them. So
the Carpus have appeared on screen. They are being booed. I like it.
Did you see the Showmaker quote about him loving being booed? I think that's so cool. I think when you go on these stages, you kind of expect it. And I think that kind of defines what kind of player you are. If you're the kind of player that shuts down from it or really energizes yourself from it, gonna want to show up and shut them up. So,
I mean, I think from a mental standpoint, it's good to find just joy in it regardless. Because, if you get gassed up when people are cheering for you but can't handle the opposite side when it's silent or people are booing you, that's a dangerous game to be playing, because there's not a... if you're not T1 or KC, it's hard to find a consistently, really actually just T1. If you're not T1, T1 are the only everywhere crowd favorites.
Absolutely.
Every other team, you're going to be playing places where there's going to be people who aren't your biggest fans. Oh. Make JVIC canon.
That's a beautiful drawing.
Done. That's on authority. That's a Dracos and Finn shield.
Yeah.
I've heard they kissed. Just saying it. I heard it happen.
Sparks are flying.
Well, if you're just joining us, we're getting reports from players on the stage of audio issues. Now, these were different audio issues that were not caught during ready checks. So League officials are now replacing the audio units entirely on the stage. Hopefully that will resolve it. And in the meantime, let's send it back over to the desk. Maybe they have some opinions on JVIC.
Thank you. I also think it's canon, and it should be canon. Also, I love that you said these issues weren't present, because they do they do checks. And sometimes stuff appears and then people are in chat and they're like, flaming LEC. But sometimes new issues arise.
It happens, especially when you get a crowd in, right? And you don't have bubble pop going through the audience. How are they meant to know that they're ready for the games if you're not bubble popping all over the place?
You gotta keep referencing, and nobody knows.
It's not even been 8 hours yet.
Yeah,
why are we complaining?
Yeah, why are we complaining?
Other fanfics. Leona Diana.
Yes.
I mean, it's true. It's
Is it?
Well, there's a Riftbound. The new Riftbound cards.
Yeah.
You have Diana attacking Leona,
Ooh,
but she's
in a,
holding
like-
her sword back.
Oh.
Like it's like, oh, she doesn't actually want to attack her.
Attacking in like a saucy way?
Yeah, well, everything can be saucy if you want it to. I'm not here to kink shame.
That's true. Wow, is this where we're at already? I don't know.
This is medic analyst.
I mean, listen,
right
it's
now.
the beginning. It's the beginning of summer. We had our draft. You guys already absolutely expertly broke down the draft. So the only thing to do is to talk about random stuff.
Yeah, it's an exciting weekend. I will say, and this is a patting Riot on the back, right? Because we're not involved in scheduling decisions at all. The schedule for this split, I'm much more of a fan of than I was for Spring Split. We do not have. Oh, we're in game. We don't have any teams that are playing 7 games in the first 4 weeks. Let's go.
Medic is a fan. He's sucking up to Riot.
Woo!
Medic is a big fan of a lot of things.
I mean,
I really appreciate it as a point on. Never mind. We're gonna let that go. We're gonna let go of whatever Medic
He
is
said
talking
his
about.
truth, and we agree. Let's just leave it at
He
that.
was spitting up there.
Absolutely.
He was
Some
not,
things
he
need
was
to be
not
said.
talking shit. He was spitting facts. And now we're seeing it again on the top side. Alvaro goes in for a quick hook shot wall dive. That's right, folks. 2v2 in the top lane. You'd think it was lane swaps. It's not.
This is the Australian lane setup we're seeing here right now.
They're going to go back to lane, though. Riot banned this. They put out a stop order
fun
on
police
this.
came in,
They've changed the game in such a way that this is no longer completely viable. But we might get the around the world Camille kickoff here as Caps has gone too far. The E flash in from Alvaro is too clean. The Ignite is ticking. Caps can flash, but where is he going to go? I think he's just dead.
I think he has no option here.
Sidestep. El Yo-Yo. If El Yo-Yo gets his kills, even worse.
Sonic Wave.
He's waiting.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's the worst possible start. Yo, shout out to Alvaro. His bot lane is going to be dire, but Supa wasn't going to do anything level 1 anyway. Well, now he might die level 1 because LeBron's on the way in.
You don't have Shroud, my guy. I mean, if you can dodge this W,
yeah, with
or just tank it.
Yeah.
With
tanking good, though. I think tanking was the right choice.
Yeah, didn't use his flash. I mean, nice play by Alvaro, swiftly going for his Eros tour around the map, and now he's going to end up back bot lane. As Caps is going in there, but you see it's quite difficult to trade into the Galio unless you hit all those free little spikes. You're not going to do that much damage now. He would also get the magic damage shield when he hits level 3. And this is kind of what we expect. We expect the Galio to hold back this lock and not let him out of the cage, because if he leaves the cage, if he leaves that mid lane, he is a menace.
The dam, the metaphor that you used earlier, as we see level 2 capitalized on here by LeBron. Alvaro missing out on some XP after that, the Eras tour, as you called it. Supa, again, the expectation here, first 3 levels, maybe even up to level 6.
Yeah.
It's going to be MCoy on the back foot. As long as Lebrov is here, I imagine Alvaro will also feel the pressure to stick around, but we'll have to find out.
And we're going to see how much farm Supa gets, because right now it's at 7 CS to 19, and you really don't want to miss too many of them when you play Akali, because gold is important in this video game that they are playing. You really want gold so you can get your Hextech Alternator on your first base or so, and really start doing some damage. No, you're stuck in the ghoul cage.
Stuck in the ghoul cage. It's nice. Obviously, you can queue out, but queuing into the Yorick is not necessarily ideal.
Lebrov is here, the engineer on the dam, trying to make it burst. We'll give Caps a push out now so you can get maybe a recall and get a better lane state.
And keep our eyes on what the itemization choice is going to be. Lichbane, Protobelt, the 2 that
Pillar?
we've seen. As
No
Pillar's
flash?
there on Alvaro. No flash
He's
from
dead.
earlier, and down he goes. Another kill. This time, once again, donated to the opposing numbers jungler.
I mean, I think Alvaro learned a very important mechanic there. You cannot E out of the rel W, because it's like constant knockups.
Oh,
now
LeBron in
danger.
trouble. Oh, you're walking in. The heal is there. Crashed on over the wall.
Can hit it. Yeah, that's flash.
If he hits the Q, Lebrov is done. Extra movement speed, nice. Flash away. Good to get that extra flash out of Lebrov. Going to make him a lot more vulnerable for that impending Akali all-in the bottom lane. Still ignition there from Caps to heal up, but for now at least, MCoy have prio around the mid lane, and El Yo-Yo using it very obviously to go for Raptors here.
Yeah, I think they might know he's on the Raptors right now.
Hard to say.
Yeah. See, this is the game of League of Legends these days. The supports, they are not bot lane. They are glorified middle/junglers. They will just be here, push out waves, and try to fight for whichever jungle camp that is available.
Which I will say, way better version of League of Legends.
Absolutely,
in my eyes.
peak.
I do not need supports. More 1v1s in respective lanes with random people showing up.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like the random additions. Alvaro, though, is still just level 2. And again, for Camille, once you have hookshot, it's not the end of the world not to have more points, but getting a few more levels, a little bit more gold.
And I think you really want the level 6 eventually, so you can use the Galio Camille combo. It's a legendary combination. Really good trades by Super here. And a big chunk on the Hansama. Now the threat of Alvaro is big, but you see he's actually just not even walking bot lane preparing for the dive. He's just going to go back mid because he assumes Victor will just recall.
On Jojo. Attempting to break the dam, but MKoi are here to support Jojo. And that initial damage really turning against Human. Nice flash out. Immediate crash down to try to keep him standing. Alvaro already here. Still only level 2, but he's got the damage. He's got what it takes. It's going to be the turtle down. Lebrov next on the list as Elio's going to finish this one off. Gives the kill over to Mirwin. It's a double for MKoi.
That's a damn good play. I mean, Mirwin picking up 2 kills already. Now already has the Dirk. Will soon go for that Yumus, I assume. Really helping out because this Jace will eventually lose side lane to the Yorick. But the more gold he gets and the further he can stay ahead, he can delay that moment, giving MKoi the chance to make these explosive fights. Because you see MKoi in these skirmishes are just unmatched.
That they are.
In this game.
Although you see also in the isolated 1v1, now that Supa has ticked over to level 5, has a few points in that 5-point strike. Hard for Hansama to really match those short trades, which means it's going to be even more difficult to survive once level 6 arrives. But here's the play once again. Skewmon thought he had the angle, but MKoi good to collapse.
I mean, you see, really good confidence by Jojo, I think, to walk up and just check this play by Skewmon. Mirwin goes for the flash in, really good. Forcing out the flash from Skewmon, and it's just so easy when Alvaro is here. Camille can just cover so much distance with that hook shot. It's so difficult to go in deep because she will eventually show up and reach you when you're trying to run away. So
it's also just so much harder to sidestep than a rel crash down. Like, yes, the AoE is smaller. Yes, you're only hitting a single person, but in the early stages of the game, just makes it much more impactful. As now level 6 is there for Supa. Shuriken flip in. W ulti traded there for Hansama. He's dead. Yeah, just completely outplayed there. Hansama used his ult, but there's nothing he can do in that 1v1.
Supa on the camera even waved him goodbye. He just stood up and waved.
As he should. That was the freest kill I have ever seen. Well played to Supa.
I mean, that's funny though, because Hansama probably has learned the AD carry and mage match of bot lane, but he has not played Victor into Akali a single time. He doesn't know how dangerous this champion can be when you're playing an immobile mage. He's probably seen his mid laners play this matchup and they're surviving, so he thinks, oh, it's fine. But if you walk up against level 6 Akali with double amplifying Tom, you will just get shredded.
Now an alternator there as well, so the next time that ulti's off cooldown, Hansama's going to be in trouble. Now he didn't burn the flash, so it's not the end of the world. And Victor is still excellent against dive as we get later into the game, even if it's just one combo into death. But it does mean Mountain Drake, 2,000 gold lead. MKoi, the cooking is paying off. All the braising, the sous videing is working out. And T2 on the opposite side. Look, Locke, we know, can be powerful, but it feels like mission accomplished, and at least in these first few levels, on shutting down Caps and making sure that this Locke can't get out of control.
I mean, the damage is working, and one thing about Locke that he lacks that a lot of other assassins have is some kind of untargetability or invisibility, meaning that he's one of the assassins that's the most vulnerable to a Camille Galio combo. When he's hit by that Camille ult into the Galio ult, he can't get out of it. He doesn't have an Fear W, a Zed ult, an Echo ult, a Shroud he can go into. He's just stuck in there, and he will eventually go down. So I really like this answer that MKoi has thought about into this Locke champion.
Look, the cooking is so good. And I'm going to be honest, on top of that, Alvaro in those 2 plays doing a ton of work. And now Broken Blade is going to be matched up against Supa. This is looking a little bit better. G2 have set up topside, but MKoi here quick to collapse. Luckily, Sonic Wave doesn't connect. However, the level advantage in their favor for junglers. The control of the area also in their favor. Mirwin can start to poke down, and it looks like they're hoping to get all 3 grubs. Skewmon no flash means it's unlikely for him to try and contest, and Caps in the meantime is just forced to be locked in this 1v1. So while G2, I like the lane assignments, I like shifting that Yorick down to the bottom lane, losing all 3 grubs when you already have this kind of gold deficit and you already missed the first Drake is pretty devastating.
I mean, it's tough because how do you realistically fight that as G2? You know there's a Galio hovering with that ult the moment you go in. Now Supa going in for the all-in here on bot lane. Broken Blade does not have a single MR item.
The wife trying to find him. Super running out of energy, though. Shuriken Flip does connect. We'll have the passive plus the E2. He's just going to opt out. There's still the healing on the last rights. Can't really afford to risk anything else. And actually pretty ideal for Broken Blade that Super does go for that all-in, because now he gets a little bit of time all alone with that tower to start breaking down some plates.
Yeah, I mean, Broken Blade is holding his ground there. Unbent, unbowed, unbroken. Just keep pushing in those waves. I mean, Super has the teleport available, but he has chosen not to use it quite yet. I think he's really waiting for maybe getting a little bit better item. We will see if he's going to go for the Proto Belt or if it's going to be the Gunblade. We've seen a little bit of all of those items across the world. I do think the Proto Belt is a little bit better. It's cheaper, gives HP, and just the dash is invaluable in so many moments. We'll see what he opts for. So you see Alvaro constantly just hovering around mid, pushing out waves for Jojo. Like, this is where he gets his XP. He's not getting XP in the side lane, so he needs to go mid to these waves to get a crumb of XP.
Supports are getting a very little XP anywhere at this point, but Alvaro is at least has a bit of a lead here, and I don't even think LeBron made it bot lane to push any of that wave, so he's still locked at the start of level 4. And for MKOI, again, name of the game is dive. As we get more into the mid game, if they hold onto this lead, it's only going to make the side lanes that much more difficult for G2.
With a 1k lead now, has picked up the U-moves. It's very dangerous, nice dodge by Caps. Dashes out of the Galio Justice Punch, but here is Elyoya.
Yeah, good sidestep. Using the Soul Ignition just to get that extra move speed, dodge out of the way. And I will say credit to Mirwin, right, in the counter matchup. Obviously did get a lot of support from his team, but this is a guy who is coming under a lot of scrutiny. And a player that you definitely want to see step up on this MKOI lineup. And so in the debut matchup, to play the Jace into the Yorick and be 1,000 gold ahead,
yeah,
definitely a damn good start.
And it's important to his head, because when you look at it, he's kind of the AD carry in this comp. When you look at all these MKOI's champions,
yes.
the carry, the real carry late game with all their damage will be this Jace with his big auto attacks and big shock blasts. It's Jojipyun.
Isolated up the side, Jojipyun doing a lot of work here. Soul Ignition is hookshot wall dive. Ash and Pursuit out from Caps. We'll just be able to make it out, but surviving to that tower is going to be tough. MKOI happy to just force that mid wave in. No TP for Caps either, so now he has to stick around, but you can see MKOI lurking in the darkness, ready to punish him. Caps, though, kind of anticipates it again. Soul Ignition to heal back up.
Once again, Alvaro is back mid here. It's a hard game to play for G2, but I will say Caps hovering like that, making them go on him, kind of denied a play from MKOI into the bot lane. So right now, G2 is stabilizing. They're holding on slowly.
Although Lebrov, luckily the back end of the crash down does catch Alvaro to stop that from connecting. Level 4, Lebrov pretty vulnerable to these all-ins. And I think this is one of the struggles if you're the engaged support on the team that's falling behind. There's a lot of high-leveled assassins, Akali, well, at least not really an assassin, but a lot of champions with burst. They can just one-tap you if you overcommit, especially as your support item is still pretty far away from being able to upgrade.
And we've seen this interaction a few times now when you play Camille into Galio. You crucially cannot E her when she's in her W animation. You can only really E her when she's starting up the W animation.
Another sidestep from Caps is good. Skimon waiting behind. But you're right. Good call out. Okay, Shattering Strike there. Alvaro locked up. Chain CC is good. Alvaro's got nowhere to go. The Galio trying to make his way in. They flash back under their tower. But the lockup is there. The taunt is there as well. Super trying to finish it. Jojo, boom! Otto's one, wins the other. It's a double kill.
And that was a swag win by Jojipyun, getting the victor with the edge of the first Q and then aiming for Labro. That was beautiful. And I think a big smile on the faces of MKOI right now after that play.
Caps tries to get something back, but now Super immediately walks into mid lane, hits the shuriken flip. Caps is dead. Oh my god! Oh! I don't know if it's Caps or Crabs play today, but he certainly got clapped. No doubt in my mind, MKOI 7-2, double dragons, 4K lead with the Akali bot lane option. They are nasty with it.
I mean, Super is executing this Akali champion perfectly right now. I don't know if he, in the break here, was just sitting at home spamming Akali mid in solo queue, but his mechanics are clean in all these fights, setting up all this space, knowing exactly when to go onto the victor. And now we saw it again, the beautiful win there by Jojipyun. And here Caps has came in here with the Purgatory.
Trying to catch Alvaro, who dashes out. Caps with a good body block, but all of MKOI are here. There's nowhere to go. He can't put him in the little box. Oh my my gosh, he wants to send MKoi to purgatory, but my man is in hell right now. That is an 0-3 lock.
Yeah, someone called Dante and didn't know what layer that is.
Yeah, we gotta know. Where Virgil at, bro? We need the information, because we're certainly not playing on Summoner's Rift anymore, I could tell you that much.
I mean, we are in the desecration land right now, as you see Supa once more just pushing in mid lane, getting plates from that move of Caps. He left the mid lane now, and Supa is completely left untouched.
And look, we saw G2 at MSI, these teams at EWC. It's been rough. Are they allowed to have a rough week one? Yes. Does anyone expect it to look like this? Absolutely not. So this isn't taking away from G2's status as a potential top team, a contender, but it is taken away from the ego and the pride, most certainly.
I mean, absolutely. G2 was at, without a holdout thought. Maybe there's a fight? No. Just the wipe being called out. Wipe aggro pulled by Mirwin. But I would say MKoi, or G2 has been at MSI playing against all the best teams in the world. But none of those teams have drafted like this. They have not seen this in their life, I'm sure of it. MKoi has been brewing here home in Europe, preparing something for the start of summer, and I'm liking it so far.
Just so important when you talk about teams taking off. You want to see what they have been cooking in that offseason. Jojapin with the protobelt trying to sidestep here, but there's just nothing he can do. Shut down there as Skumon grabs the kill. Shredding through the resistances, now looking to get a bit of money back. Supa on the way in, Caps only level 10. Ooh. And if there wasn't a pillar there, I feel like Supa would have immediately gone all in. You can see it. There's some bloodlust happening.
I mean, Supa needs to calm down a little bit. Labrov is right there. Caps is a master of baiting. He definitely knows how to act out like he's passive. Supa, ooh, smells it out.
But who is baiting who is the question there.
Yeah, I mean, Supa just reads the situation well. Face checks with the shuriken.
So good kill back onto Jojo. Heads up play. Skumon's still strong, even in gold with Elyoya. But in the meantime, while that bot play is happening, Elyoya is able to grab the Herald, crash it in mid lane. And MKoi, again, weathered the early storm of the lock, made the most of this Akali counter pick in that bot lane 2v2, and Mirwin in top lane also winning out on the 1v1. It feels like they got every single thing they could have wanted, but again, really giving a lot of credit to Alvaro here for that first gank in the mid lane, committing a lot of resources, making an already tough early bot lane 2v2 even worse by spending that time in mid lane. Really paid off.
And it feels like G2 was a little bit off guard there, because Labrov was there top fighting against Alvaro, and Labrov decided to base and go back bottom. I feel like it wasn't really communicated, that they didn't know if Alvaro based or not, so because they had just seen him topside. It wasn't a very random level 1 mid gank, so dying to it, not optimal, but once again, kudos to MKoi for snowballing this game masterfully. We said only 8 minutes ago that Mirwin was at 1k onto the Yorick. It's 2k now, and it's brewing. It's absolutely getting stronger. It's really that free item mark, or first of all, when your mana immune is stacked, but also when you get that armor pen from Cerulda, that's when you Shock Blast, you start hurting so much more.
Definitely will. And a lot of people on the opposing side going to be vulnerable to that poke. Caps and Ensemble going to need to play very carefully. Of course, has the upgraded Mercs to mitigate the magic damage, but the physical damage a little bit tougher to deal with. Alvaro also with the Blood Song, as well as Thunder Sky, still not seeing Labrov get enough money to complete that support quest, which means him pretty squishy. Protoplasm Harness also hit pretty hard in terms of the early stages, so that is going to be a very vulnerable rel.
Yeah, I just want to take a step out right now. If you just tune into the stream and you see this Akali bot lane,
this is a real game of League of Legends. in the LEC right now. This is not a show match. I know the first match was a show match. This is not a show match.
This is real right now. This is not like some weird swap mistake in Champion Select by MKoi. They picked Akali bot into Victor, and it's working out fantastically so far.
And again, when you look at Hansama and Supa, I would never look at either of them as chefs. Seeing the Victor, a great look. Seeing a even more niche counter, an even better one. Now MKoi kicking this fight off. Mirwin running in hammer form, flash over, flags a little bit there, delays behind. It's a taunt on the other side of the fight. Skumon's gonna be in trouble. Nowhere for Broken Blade to go either. It's just gonna be 2 quick kills as all 5 members of MKoi descend on the top side of the map and make it look easy.
And this is MKoi. This is the MKoi that we love to see. MKoi that commits to every single fight with 5 members. Every single play is a 5-man play for this team and organization. And the fact that they're putting on the gas, even when they're playing a draft that's not very conventional, is super exciting to see. Double TP comes out, BB and Skumon is way too far up. You don't have a tier 1 tower to hide behind, so you will both just perish to the teleports of MKoi. And yeah, Really well done by MKOI.
Yeah, pretty cut and dry at the end of the day, right? Massive van advantage as well as gold advantages on so many of the individual members. You can see EULCS still strong in the 1v1, but just not strong enough to finish that kill, especially with so many people lingering around. But third Drake setting up for Hextech Soul. I don't... It's hard to imagine things getting worse for G2, but it is technically possible, and Hextech Soul is one of those things.
Yeah.
If we look at how G2 can come back, right, like you still have a Victor, you have a lot of champions who have to dive into the Victor. He is on 1.5 items. But if he gets to 4 items in 20 minutes or whatever that's going to take, then there's a chance. As Mirwin, good damage on the Caps. Caps tries to lock him in Purgatory. Now Skimon desperate to finish the kill, but they're not going to be able to get any more damage down. In the meantime, MKOI's side lane pick is a lot more effective. The Camille, once again, the thorn in the side of this G2 lineup.
I mean, we talked about it in draft. You see this Yorick pick, you assume he wants to play this side lane super heavily. But look at how easy it is for MKOI to just attack him on that side lane. This Yorick is pretty much forced to team fight. He can't really team fight. He can't really go to the side lane. He is in complete Zugzwang this game. He cannot do anything about it.
Absolute Zugzwang. Powerless. As MKOI kind of just dancing on him. I would love to tell you more, but look, they're getting completely Guma stomped, completely, absolutely styled on. And for G2, the methods for comeback are hard, right? You don't have a traditional AD carry. Your mid laner is an assassin. And while it's a really powerful, arguably overpowered assassin on this patch, it has the natural weaknesses of that class of champion, which is it doesn't do anything if it's behind.
We'll say Mirren just missed the Shock Blast on the Scuttle Crab, so might be a little bit of a mental damage there.
That's true.
Yeah.
Will he recover? That is the question. Let's see. We'll get his player cam, and it's going to cycle through in a second. We'll keep an eye out for the mental. See if he's shattered. I don't know if he knows that he has G2 and Zugzwang, so maybe that would bring it back if he thinks about that, but it's hard to say if he will.
The Zugzwang is tough.
That's difficult. Now, Broken Blade on a side lane, just surviving.
With his wife.
That's true. That's nice.
Alvaro,
nice to have company. Alvaro, stun.
Nice block.
As now the taunt is coming in. Caps waiting over the wall. He's looking for the setup. If he can grab a couple kills here, maybe able to turn it back. Hoping to finish off Alvaro. But now it's the Galio ulti coming in, and Caps has to get the hell out of there. Soul Ignition about to fade. Bob flashing out, but Mirwin is giving chase.
How good is the chase here though from MKOI? They have everything. They have the little shock blast.
Dash in.
They have the acceleration.
Sonic Wave connects. There's no kick for Elyoya though. We'll follow up there. Sonic Wave connects. Alvaro going a little bit wide. Cap still waiting off to the side. Skewmon down. Supa now unstoppable. Broken Blade next. Elyoya on a rampage. And MKOI just keep winning. Fight after fight after fight.
MKOI can't do no wrong. Every single fight that G2 tries to take, MKOI is just either more people there or just play better, to be fair. We'll now move over to the Baron, and I think this game is for the taking in favor of MKOI.
Oh, we missed this. Oh, he follows him? No! Oh, he doesn't follow him! One shot! Oh my god, he doesn't even need to follow him! He's already dead! Oh! Oh, that's disgusting! There's more of this replay, but we're lost the mind. There's a replay, there's a Baron happening.
You see Cap trying to kill Alvaro in the end there, but you see the power of the Galio into the lock, just gives him that extra magic damage shield, makes it hard to really find the execute, and we don't get the execute on lock, we don't get the reset on the E. It's so difficult to keep fighting here, but you see Lee Sin is pretty good at chasing people. He has a lot of dashes.
Whoa. Yeah. I mean, we can keep talking about this play, but it's... Guys, they pushed their buttons and they killed them. That's kind of it. There's now a Baron buff as well.
So eloquently put.
Sometimes, like, the thing about League as a game with gold and snowballing is, like, sometimes you're the GOAT and sometimes you're, like, the 10-0 Zed who pushed 2 buttons. Yeah. And even no matter, like, the other guy is, like, sweating 50, you know, keyboard strokes in half a second, does not matter. They're dead. And this is kind of the position this game is in now.
This is kind of the former, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, good on Supa. I get it. I respect it. He wants to be the Hokage. It's looking good for him.
But you know, when you know you've gone really long time as super, you haven't eaten for hours, you're super hungry.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you get a fine meal in front of you, a delicious meal in front of you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And you take one bite, and do you feel sated?
Yeah.
No, you just feel hungrier.
You're hungry.
You get hungry every single bite you take. And that's how I feel when I look at Supa playing this Akali, because now he's shown me he can play Akali. I want to know what more can he do.
I see. You're not satisfied with the Akali. You want more.
I want to see what more he can do. He has opened Pandora's box, and I want to see what comes out of it.
Yeah. You should talk to Medic about that if you wanted to keep getting weird. He seems to have that one dialed in.
Yeah, I mean, that's a statement. Yeah.
That's fair. As G2 Well, they're on the ropes, but they've been on the ropes for like 8 minutes.
The ropes are like those really chewed ropes at the gym where you do triceps pushdowns.
If this was a final, we'd get like really quiet and serious, like G2, stress. We talk about their story. It's week 1. It's a banger arena. It is an incredible venue. But I think G2 just, you know, figuring out what went wrong, maybe not ready enough for the Akali, and trying to hold on to their composure. As much as we love it when MKOI are grouped as 5 and making plays together, they are no strangers to throwing a very one game.
They're quite familiar with the concept, I would say, even. We'll now get the Hextech Soul, though, so it makes it a little bit harder. Jace with the Hextech Soul is very comfortable shooting out those shot
I lied. They're not on the ropes. They're on the ground. The ref is not paying attention, and they're just getting punched over and over. They're already unconscious, but there's just not...
There's no fouls going out here.
No. They tried to throw in the white flag, like... Ebi like came out of nowhere and knocked that thing out of the ring. He's like, fight's still going, you know? But now we get to talk about
that could have been
the unspeakable violence that we're just going to witness for the next 5 minutes. Because the other awkward thing that we really have to talk about, this comp is sick. It is awful at sieging. Like, thank God for Mirwin, or folks, this would be a 50-minute game.
We would not be leaving the venue.
Like, G2 might still win this just because every enemy champion cannot hit a tower to save their life.
I mean, if you're fighting the enemy champion in the jungle, you are the god. But when you're looking in the base by a tower, you are like, okay, fight me, fight me, fight me.
Yeah, and
like,
MKOI, you know, when the glass is closed, the dog's like, like just praying. You're just like, dude, we're not coming out there. Like, chill. Like, if G2 go out there, they're done. They're doomed. But if they just stay in the house, MKOI, they're going to get a tier 2 here off this Baron, but they're not breaking open inhibitors.
I mean, there's Baron spawning in 2.5 minutes. That's probably where we're going to see them put on the gas.
I mean, Elder Flip is something that we could just be looking at.
Yeah.
So it's not over. It kind of like we should be when Shockbox is hitting that hard.
It's not even going Cyril. They so ahead. He's used straight for the voltaic for the big damage.
I mean, there's no real tanks on the enemy team. So
no, I mean, there's no tanks in this game pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I like this. I would like more of this for game 2.
Yes.
Assassin versus Assassin bot lane. Is it a possibility?
Compliments to the chef. Oh.
Yeah.
Justice Punch.
Justice Punch. Taunt on the Hansama. Elyoy on the Wan. Hansama gone. Okay, well, that is almost all of the wave clear.
Well, shame of you for leaving your towers,
for G2. You can't leave the house, my guy. They're out there, bro. They're lurking in the darkness, bro. It's a horror movie. Super trying to 1v2. He has been stuck in the cage, so we'll be forced to ult out. Broken Blade sprinting at this Akali. Flash for the wall. Broken Blade flashes, gets a shutdown. Nope, goes Golden Hides by another second. MKOI just wants to end the game. They're just sprinting past towers. What is happening? What's happening is Supa has died, given up a shutdown. Mirwin just got by a pillar, and now Caps is giving chase.
But what are they doing?
He only put JoJo in Purgatory.
That man is a 1k gold shutdown if he goes
Alvaro's
down.
about to try to take down LeBron. Elyoy is there, so they should be able to finish the kill. Cap still on the chase. JoJo looking to escape with Mirwin running ahead of him. An acceleration game might help. Tries to get him with the taunt. Little ghoul cage comes out, but...
The ghoul cage.
The ghoul cage gone. Okay, we're still 3 minutes away from Elder. If we were 30 seconds away from Elder, our G2 would be in a great position to punish. Unfortunately, this doesn't do much to change their circumstances in the game, but it is a reminder of what we brought up earlier, which is that if you ever have said to yourself, in an LEC game ever, this is unlosable.
For MKOI.
For any, honestly, for any team.
Honestly, for any
team, you haven't watched enough LEC.
You gotta get watching more, man.
Yeah. And
I think if Mirwin goes down there and gives that shutdown over, I'm like, okay, slow it down. Because let's be real, this MKOI comp went behind.
This is the duality of man is watching Supa start a 1v2 he absolutely doesn't need to, and watching that shock blast connect. And you're like, wait a second, how are these the same game? All right.
So that's Whisper picked up there.
Just Mirwin. Again, reminder, Akali, bot lane, counter pick, worked. Alvaro, early activity, really worked. Caps, shut down early. That is the summary of this game. If you're still watching, you're watching the Goomba Stomp highlight reel. We are in the 360 Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 montage. My man is out here with a bolt action rifle doing flips, back flips off building, headshotting people left and right.
Mirwin is using that item in Super Smash where you pick up the hammer, you just go bonking people with his hammer.
I want to sing the song, but I'm definitely afraid of singing anything Nintendo related for the lawsuit. All right. Oh, big damage! Oh, that poor metal horse.
Yeah.
Just getting blasted. Super.
Whoa.
Did he interrupt the E2? He did. He caught him on the E2. Super's in trouble now. Oh, that's devastating. Galio ult cap flashes out off the side. Broken Blade is still living. The wife is in the midst of the fray. Finally, but Skewmon is getting lower and lower. Jojo Pino looks like he's going to be able to finish the kill. Skewmon just a little bit too fast. Flash away from the Winds of War. Broken Blade's still alive. The wife is there. Broken Blade and his wife back to back, but it's not enough. The power of love doesn't beat the power of an immense amount of money and a dragon soul.
I mean, Mirren sniped so many people there. He's a Widowmaker in 2 ways right now because he is just so strong this game. He's gonna base and TP it back in, and I think they're gonna push for the base there. 3 rubs.
Surely the game ends here. Again, we're having fun with it, but credit to MKOI. Super dominant, some creative new picks. G2 fighting the best they can, but that's the nature of falling this far behind against this kind of composition. There aren't really great plays, just degrees of bad ones as Skewmon caught up. Burned down, almost clears the wave. Elder in 45. My throat senses are tingling, but I think this might just be it. Caps on the way in. Hex Tech Soul. They get one. The Nexus is open. Mirwin knows his job. Mirwin hit the Nexus. Okay, it's over. MKOI will not throw with an 11K gold lead, a soul, and every possible advantage. Well played to them, getting first blood here in Paris up against G2. You'll love to see it. And that man who just walked off your street, not this man, Supa, hell of a game from him. Let's send it over to analysts to talk more about the destruction that we just witnessed.
Thank you so much. Yes, not a single cheer was had for MKOI, even though they absolutely stomped the game. I've got to commend the KC crowd for the commitment to the bit. They really were hate watching, but I think we can also conclude Perkz is the problem.
Yep, having watched the World Cup, Perkz out. We need a new manager in charge of G2. Just like Thomas Tuchel should be kicked out of the England squad, even though we got 3rd place, which is the best that they've done in a long time. Anyone that didn't win the World Cup should be banned from coaching ever again, including Perkz.
Or we need Hansama out, Perkz in.
Oh!
Mage's bot lane. There's a Kali in the bot lane. I mean,
wait.
And Perkz played AD carry for that one split, right? So
it's like a psyop because he's like, yeah, Hansama, you should for sure play mages in the bot lane.
You need to play
I've got
Victor
these
here.
insane strats for you. Feeds his ass off, and then he's like, well, actually, management. Put me in, coach.
I do have an apology to make to MKOI.
Yes, me too.
When we were talking about draft, I talked about how I thought in the 2v2 lane, Akali would struggle into Victor and Rell. I forgot that bot lane is not a 2v2 lane anymore. It is a 1v1 lane, and Akali was fine just into the Victor, scaling up to 6, and then super popped off, right? So basically, what happened was supports are broken. You can roam from level 1 and not lose any experience or gold, and therefore, Akali into Victor bot lane is good.
Yeah,
it's pretty ridiculous. You just see the Camille starting top, makes her way down mid lane, and then it's like, yeah, 3 minutes. Maybe I can start going bot now. That's a fine time, right? And then, yeah?
Apologies need to be made
Okay,
across the board.
yeah, okay. So I threw a lot of flag towards Mirwin.
Yes.
But this game, he played the Jace into the Yorick, and he did just a really good job across the board. He was constantly pressuring, he was landing the shock blast. He had a really good fight at 5 minutes where he used his move from top lane to impact the fight and be first and create a numbers advantage for MKOI. And that made it so, like, really started this early game snowballing for MKOI. And overall, there was nothing I could fault him with this game. He wasn't getting caught, he was playing really well on the edge and just using this Jace pick to pressure down G2. He wasn't the star of the show, but this is the stability that I want to see from Mirwin in MKOI.
I think generally MKOI looked very coordinated in this game. You can see it here as well. The 5-minute fight around the topside river. They know that they have first move from top. They know their support is going to be there quicker because Camille traverses ground very quickly. And they always know they're going to have a numbers advantage. And this is what really started the snowball away from G2.
It started very well, I want to say, for MKOI. I think they surprised us all, took us a little bit off guard because it isn't the easiest composition to play. And this is where we got to give some credit to Supa as well. Man, he looked phenomenal on the Akali. I did not see it coming.
I love this evolution of the meta. The fact that we have Akali in bot lane now, and especially that players are so confident in picking it and playing so aggressive on it. Of course, when you get level 6 on Akali, that is the danger zone for this Victor. But the fact that Supa was not just able to get there, but then also punish Caps, punish Hansama, finding these solo kills that set him up to be so useful in the team fights, it was really cool to watch. This feels like, reminds me of kind of 2019, I'm not gonna lie, when a lot of teams were playing crazy stuff in the bot lane, and EU was on top. I'm not saying, like, if this is the world's meta, I have pretty high hopes.
You can have the highest hope you want, dude, but it's day one of the summer split, so let's temper those expectations a little bit. Like, credit to Super, he's obviously practiced the Akali, right? He's doing the combos well. I don't think he did any of, like, the super Chinese TikTok sort of Akali combos. They were all pretty standard, especially, like, the kill on Hans Summer. Hans is standing still. Yeah. It's pretty easy to kill someone who's standing still on Akali when you're that far ahead, but I do like the fact that we're seeing that experimentation from MKOI. Traditionally, it was Mirwin in the top lane who would bring us out some of these different picks. Look back to his Varus that he was playing before everyone else was. I'm liking the fact the rest of the team is doing it. I don't like the meta. I know you do.
You don't?
I like AD carries and supports to be in the bot lane.
For me personally,
but it's mages or this.
For me playing, I like ADCs in the bot lane. But watching
I
think
can
this
give
is
you.
very cool.
It's different, it's unique, I'll give you that.
Especially how the evolution goes. If it's just mages, I think that gets stale pretty fast.
Sure.
But if now people are going to be playing some tanks here and there, if they're also then going to still play ADCs when it's a good, like, game 2, game 3 of Fearless, and you have assassins, I mean, that's a pretty cool meta.
No, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. The further on we get through a series, the more I'm expecting to see those AD carries, because mages are so much more situational. You can't have magic damage through your entire comp, so you need some of that physical damage. We don't see a huge amount of physical damage coming out of mid lane at all at the moment. You're looking at Yone, sometimes Tristana, so where are you finding that? Top lane, it tends to be where you go, things like the Jace, and I expect to see a further evolution, hopefully, away from pure mages.
It's still Fearless. So,
it is still Fearless,
but best of threes. We're used to best of fives, but it's best of threes. Also, Locke, not that good.
Yeah, he's bad. Perks out, lockout. Those are the two things. Yeah, I don't really think Caps had an opportunity to do anything good this game.
But did he play
I mean, he had a lot of blunders.
He played poorly.
Yeah, he had a lot of blunders. He was really greedy, using his
Oh
mobility just like to farm, to hit towers, and then he would get caught right after. And I feel like in general, you could kind of see across the board that G2 looked a little bit like hungover, kind of like none of them were really in the right places at the right time, finding the good place. Hansama was really quiet on the Victor, Caps dying really early as well. Just didn't set them off to a great start. And we'll have to see if they can adapt in this series, or like G2 always has a slow start.
Yeah.
And right now they're playing against the best teams in this weekend. So this will be a really bad time for them to take that time.
Yeah, I think it's important that we don't excuse the fact that G2 played poorly, but we do recognize the fact they've just had MSI and then EWC and then a here, and they have a coaching staff change, right? If we didn't have the coaching staff change, it would be exactly the same. I wouldn't be surprised G2 looking like this in week 1. However, they do look bad.
Yeah. 5-head MKOI, lose the game, more time to prepare for the road trip in KC, and beating G2 possibly in their first match back, but this was only game 1. Game 2 coming up right after this.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Hello guys, how is my voice now?
Oh.
It's good. Hello, hello.
Oh, they were making like at the end, they were making doing like the
Chain CC is good. Alvaro's got nowhere to go. The Galio trying to make his way in. They flash back under their tower. But the lockup is there. The taunt is there as well. Super trying to finish it. Jojo boom! Otto's one wins the other.
I go, Thonians. Okay, heat. Wait. We can end this time.
Super. No!
Nice.
Heal.
And here we are, back for a game two. Look, game one.
It happened.
It happened. We all witnessed it. It was awesome. G2 have chosen first pick now, so maybe things change a little bit. Now we get to see how much cooking MKOI have done. Are they a one and done sort of team? Do we get like, you know, we get one interesting course in this meal that they're serving up for us, or is everything weird?
A one meal pony. Okay, that sounds weird.
That's a lot. Okay, you can get a lot of meals out of a pony. Yeah, anyway, focusing on the game,
yes,
as it were. G2 looked super dizzy and lost. I think you could call it a draft gap. I think that would be disingenuous to the level of execution that MKOI showed, but I do think that I expect a much more standard game two than what we saw compared to game one. And I don't think that the gap is, we're not going to see another gap that size, would be my expectation.
No, I mean, my excitement from game one wasn't, I mean, it was a draft, but it was also one other factor. And it was the fact that we finally see what we love about Alvaro. Because it feels like last split, he was playing a lot of these enchanters and we're like, where is Alvaro? This is not the player we recognize. It's not very good in that meta. But now Alvaro in a meta where you have the Camille, the Shen, the Leona, the whatever you want to play that goes in champions. I think he really thrives in this meta where he is not bound to a lane and he can just walk around and make fights happen together in tandem with Alioya. And that to me is what really, really makes it seem that this summer will be different for MKOI.
I think so. And it's just been proven across every single surge in performance we've seen from MKOI. It always comes back to jungle and support. And as good individually as Alvaro is on some of those enchanters, as strong as they can be in the meta, for this lineup, for these 5 players, it's just always felt better when those 2 players can work around, usually with JoJo in the early stages of the game, to just get super active on the map. We saw it in game 1, shutting down caps and trying to dislock. Could not play the game, really, whatsoever. We didn't take a look at the damage numbers at the end, but I would be surprised if Bro was not putting up numbers. There was not damage. There was nothing coming into that mid lane, which is devastating for a champion like Locke. But now we're getting ready to get into picks and bans for game 2. Again, G2 have chosen first pick. MKOI will be on blue side. So we'll see what unfolds.
I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen in draft anymore. In the past, I think draft has had a very clear rhythm to it, where you can read the rhythm, you can kind of see where the teams are going. That Akali pick on R4 last game, or B4, was a complete curveball. But G2 is also banning Poppy again on the first pick, which we saw MKOI do last game. Last time, MKOI was one banning the Poppy and the Shen to set up their Camille first pick. Now it looks like G2 might want to do a similar thing.
Poppy taken away, as now is the Nocturne, maybe just trying not to give G2 an angle to assemble any sort of Nocturne Orianna combo. Although with G2 having first pick, it's hard to get it in the 1-2. Now the debate though, and this is something that's interesting for us, right, is that it wasn't the largest patch, that is 2614, but what we've seen is that even without a ton of changes, people have just continued to follow the lines that you've talked about, experimenting with mage bots, etc. And we're in a situation now where the meta is incredibly diverse, and so knowing exactly what is going to come out here is tough, and it makes it hard to ban, hey, the perceived power picks for sure, but it's also part of the reason why we're seeing such an early Kai'Sa ban again here, is I think they're just like, I don't know what MKOI is going to play, but we know this is like, when all else fails,
they're probably going to go in.
This is the fallback for Supa, right? This is the thing that we see, and on the side for MKOI, what they're banning away is just like, the powerful junglers, the powerful diving assassin kind of junglers.
I mean, it definitely feels like the industrial revolution of the game right now. You know, there's tailoring machines, there's steam everywhere, and you don't really know
poor labor laws. The children are in the factories. I agree. It really feels that way, Finn. I
okay,
agree.
You took it that way, Drake, because I did not lead it that way. I was going to lead summer completely different. You jumped in.
Take me on a journey.
You jumped on my train.
You're right.
And
I'm
drove
projecting.
it into
No. Let that metaphor go. Talk to me about the Industrial Revolution, Finn.
No, I mean, it's like you don't really know what the future holds. You don't really know where this is going to settle. Maybe mage bots are going to be phased out because people realize how to deal with them. Maybe AD carries are going to come back. Maybe we're going to see tanks in the bot lane. We have no idea where the meta will develop, but we're watching it develop in real time. And to me, that's the most exciting part about every single draft in this league.
Yeah, and I think now...
And it's a buy first pick.
Buy first pick. But this is the other thing about it that's so interesting is, like, you can come out here with all your curveballs, but this man might just lock in, like, Vi Orianna, Vi Taliyah. I'm quite clearly aware of it, so they're going to take the Orianna away for themselves.
I mean, the important thing is in every meta, no matter what the meta is, you usually want Engage.
Yeah.
Engage is always invaluable in draft, so securing it early for G2 allows them to now pick a little bit more unconventional champions in other roles or just normal stuff.
Well, and MKOI, again, we're going to get to continue to see the depth of Supa's champion pool and what he wants to bring out here in terms of overall mages, because now we've snap locked in the Orianna and the Syndra 1-2. Usually teams like to play a little bit with the illusion of something maybe being a flex, but they're not too concerned. On the opposite side for G2, it feels like a return to stability.
Yeah.
There's no chefing here. These guys are like, you know what sounds good? Plain rice, a chicken breast, and some broccoli. They know their macros. They're trying to...
It would be so fun if someone is locked in Echo Bot right now when you were making that.
What? I'm sorry, is that a thing that you expect to see?
I have seen some Echo Bots by Korean pro players into Syndra. The Syndra bot was obviously taking over, and Echo is a good matchup, but it will be Delusion. I assume that's going to go to Hansama.
Okay.
Together with the Leona is a pretty good setup. I do want to say though, when I see these champions on the side of MKOI, Orianna and Syndra, you kind of need some kind of consistent AD damage. And there's one player in our league that loves playing AD carry top lanes. And that's Mirwin. He does it every single year. It's usually not good.
It's not,
but now is the time to do it.
It's not mere if or mere maybe. It's mere win. Mere win, will he bring out some weird stuff top lane? Right now, we're waiting to see that AD. Maybe we see some bans in that direction, right? Varus was hit a ton for MSI. He's still prevalent, not as a top laner, however. So what are the options going to be as we enter the second ban phase? Already taken away. Makes a lot of sense. 2 immobile mages means your backline is pretty vulnerable. You don't really want to give the enemy team any kind of champion who can follow up on the Vi and the Leona.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to secure some kind of bulky guy for Alvaro that can walk up and take space together with the Shincha, because right now Shincha is your only front line, and you need to secure some kind of assistance, some aid for Elyoya so you can walk up. And usually what I'm thinking about is something like a Shen that's banned away, is something like an Alistar, a Nautilus, a classic. A good old famous
good old,
straightforward, honest support champion. We'll see, you see already the Ahri and Cassio being banned here, just setting up for the Orianna most likely. I do think it's going to be Orianna mid Syndra bot.
Yeah.
Never know for sure, of course, but that is the expectation.
Now Mbessa taken away as well, recognizing the potential for AD damage and also the power of like a Syndra scatter into an instantaneous follow-up from an Mbessa can be quite devastating. What is the option here for MKOI? You would expect it's just support with Leona already locked in.
I mean, usually Braum is good into Leona, but you don't really want to go Braum when you have a mage bot. So the Thomas Kensington. Thomas Kensington. What? Long time no see.
Sir Thomas? They know we're not playing ARAM Mayhem, don't they? No one's told them that.
There's no hearts.
There's no tank engine. There's no hearts.
Senna. There's no Senna time. No.
Okay, and what I will say is, Tom Kenshall versus Vi. Like, that's it. That's when I see this, I'm like, okay, this is old school. It's not a Morgana, but it's a similar vibe. I don't feel great about Tom Kench. He is really good into melees. When Leona goes in, you just get to start autoing. You do a ton of damage because of the passive. You're pretty much guaranteed to get the stun. So, like, I see the vision. It's just been so long since I've seen a Tom Kench support that I'm kind of a little bit caught off guard here. As G2 are about to assemble Exodia. Yeah. Not new Exodia, like old Exodia. MKOI, you know, last game they got the Egyptian God cards, whatever. G2, this is classic Exodia. We got a Rumble, Yone, Vi topside. Just good old
It's a DRX classic from back in the days when they were winning Worlds. This was a similar type of comp that they were playing. The Vi Yone is super good together by setting up. And I will say Thomas is not great at walking up. His name is just Thomas now, by the way.
Yeah.
Thomas is not very good at walking up solo because it's really easy to go on to the Tom Kench. But now picking the Gnar will give MKOI a little bit more frontline and a little bit more AD damage. I think it's a fantastic pick. Gnar into Rumble is a tough matchup early, but he does scale fantastically.
And I will say, this MKOI comp does not hit the same as the first MKOI comp.
I don't think anything is going to hit like that first MKOI comp.
No,
bro.
It doesn't. And I will say G2's comp, as much as it might lack in some of the spicier options, the classics are a classic for a reason. This topside super oppressive. You've got a pretty vulnerable back line that can struggle. Again, though, I am looking at mid lane. I want to see what Caps can do. He was really shut down in that first game. Need to see if he can find that advantage, because we know how devastating Yone can be, especially when paired along so many of these engage options.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the game is Team Fight Execution. This game will be defined by the execution in those team fights. If G2 can find the Vi Yone Rumble combo, or if it will be nullified by the comp of MKOI, it's really what's gonna kind of decide what's gonna happen in this game. So really exciting to track. I do think that bot lane in the early levels, very important to track. As a Syndra, you want to push in early. You're playing a mage. You want to use that wave clear to secure push into the Lucian.
That you do. Gearing up now for game 2 in the first best of 3 of LEC Summer. MKOI versus G2. MKOI coming out swinging with a hot draft in game 1. Absolutely demolished G2 and the first lock of the season. Now in game 2, we're still cooking. We still got a mage mid, a mage bot. The rest of the map, though, a little bit more standard outside of Sir Thomas in his pajamas.
No.
That is our chonk pajama. God, I love you, observers. Those are chonk pajamas. Again, this is a serious game that is is a high-level competitive sport, and these players are paid, and this is a pajama character, and I love that. I think that is awesome. Just saying, if Messi played in his pajamas, World Cup would hit a lot harder. That's it. That's my only other point.
Going in, going out.
Alvaro, strong level 1. Again, Tahm Kench passive really can just do a lot of damage.
BB flanking here, though. Doesn't have the heat built up.
Not quite. Trying to get to the danger zone here, and Alvaro just going to walk at him. Flash over. Flashes traded for flashes on top of flashes. Everybody's flashing. Oh, God. First blood for G2.
Thomas loves these.
They're locked over.
Thomas
absolutely loves this. He's getting hungry. He's a hungry boy. Oh, they're feeding him at this sleepover, the pajama party. All in favor of MKOI. Nowhere for Labrov to go. Mirlin's just running him down. He's got some pajamas of his own. My God, G2. That was not the sleepover you were looking for.
I mean, G2 thought they found Elyoya too far in, but the moment he flashes out, they commit to the play. But Tahm Kench level 1 is absurdly strong. That's why MKOI is walking in like this into the jungle of G2. Maybe G2 hasn't played against Thomas in quite a while, but you gotta respect his sheer force and strength in these early scrappy fights.
He's a big boy. Broken Blade, though, in the 1v1, still get level 2 first. And, of course, in bot lane, we see Supa at 7 CS to Hansama's 14. Hansama also got level 2 there first, so some of the isolated lanes are still working out. But Jojo.
Yo.
Auto.
Thomas.
Alvaro. Okay, he's not that strong. That's a level 3 Lucian. He still had flash. That is a great animation.
Look at
oh
my God. Look at
why did you ever leave, Tahm Kench? Oh, that is put that tongue away, bro. That is too. This is a family show, bro. Put that tongue back in your mouth, man. We do not need to see that again. Okay. Well, gonna take a breath. Try not to laugh about Tahm Kench anymore. We'll hold it until next time he does something funny, which will be probably pretty soon. So, the good news. Gold lead from Mirren on the top side, was able to get boots early, which does make the matchup.
I mean, in this matchup, it's all about landing those harpoons for Rumble, because the moment you land the harpoon, you slow him down, shred his MR, and that's when you really go for the Flame Spitter. Without the harpoons landing, the Flame Spitter doesn't do that much damage, and Gnar can kind of face tank it. Gnar has opted into the lethal tempo. Historically, not a big rune on Gnar, but has really grown in the global metascape here, just because it makes his laning phase a little bit stronger in the all-in. When you're stacking a big wave.
Oh no!
Thomas
got no flash this time around. Run, Thomas!
He's level 1 still. He's 330 in game, and Thomas is level 1.
Well, this bot lane 2v2 is going a lot worse. And I will say, as we got distracted.
Yes.
Is the problem, Finn. We got distracted. What were we saying? We were saying, wow, MKOI are at their best when Alvaro has these engaged champions and agency. As sick as that level 1 was, Tahm Kench is not that champion.
No, he's always been kind of a peeler. He's been the peeling melee support together with Braum, kind of like a warden champion, but now Supa getting dashed on.
Yeah, speaking of peeling, now we're going to wander his way in.
Thomas.
Supa able to find this engage. He needs some levels, my guy.
He needs the thick skin.
That he does.
Oh,
they are bullying this catfish.
No, Thomas.
Oh, Thomas. Supa locked up. He's going to be dead. Oh, he's getting bullied.
He's level 1.
He's just a catfish. G2.
He's just getting bullied for it.
Okay, so Hansama fed. We found our win condition. We said a lot of stuff in picks and bans. Top side, important, all that stuff. Top side is important. Skewmon getting involved in a lot of these kills. More important is the fact that Hansama is 3-0 now and is set up to just dominate this entire game. It's going to be really hard for MKOI to do much here. That said, it's not going to stop them from continuing to send Alvaro fearlessly into the face of death.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Hansama is so strong. He can take any fight he wants to. His damage is just way too much. Here's the thing with the mages into the AD carries is that they usually push in the waves and make it that they need even more time to scale up before they can really hit those items and then do the damage. But when you don't win lane with a mage, and you're getting pushed in like this and just dying on repeat.
Alvaro finally hit level 2. It's a big moment. He will die again. That is the price for his hubris. Also, I don't speak any French, but I know that we're locked in with the French casters because I can hear them cheering for the TK level 2.
Yeah.
There's some things transcend language, and the goofy Tahm Kench pajama skin transcends language.
As it should, as it should. Scatter of the week goes wild. Wide, that's the word. As Hansama returns to bot. Now, Caps is kind of out the tough part of the lane. It is usually those first 6 levels for Yone that you're just getting pushed in. You're sitting there with your Doran's shield regeneration, just sustaining through the poke. But now when he's going to get the Berserker Greaves, he finally will be able to take some aggressive fights onto this Orianna. But Super great scatter the interrupt.
Yeah, good call out. Hansama 4-0 now is only getting scarier. Not going to be the boots too interesting from Caps. Going for the components for Blade of the Rune King. One of the things with the mid lane quest is the upgraded Merc Treads are so strong. Sometimes we do see Yones, and in this case against double AP, so it makes even more sense.
Yeah, I mean,
opt for that
right,
instead. Yeah. Knockback there, but it does cost him, because normally that boot spike, as strong as Albro, is getting cold.
And look at Scuman is already here for the dive. You see G2 taking an aggressive trade with the wave stacking into MKOI. And Super tries to clear it, gets level 6.
G2.
I don't think they can dive this. I think they are fine for now.
Just remember that pre-rework Tahm Kench could have just devoured Super anytime anything was about to happen. That was just a thing that we allowed for many, many years.
It was a little bit problematic, but it's also quite fun.
It was fun.
I like his old ult, where you could just take you down a journey.
Yeah, I like that too. Now G2 starting up the Drake. We've role reversed after game 1, as G2 are now the ones in really dominant control here. Mirwan's still doing fine on the top side 1v1, but a lot of that early gold advantage from the kill has disappeared.
Yep.
Brav moving in mid lane as well. And again, as Caps is closer to the way to the Rune King and more attack speed, I think it's just going to get harder and harder for JoJo to sit comfortably in that lane.
And I think what MKOI needs to do right now is just try to siphon off when, like, at this remaining time where JoJo is going to be stronger than Yone. Because Jojopyun is doing a good job in his lane. He's up 400 gold, and he is pushing in caps all the time. And you need to include JoJo in the plays. Whether that is JoJo just holding the wave like this, setting up for a potential gank, or just pushing with him mid and then just trying to defend bot lane. Because right now bot lane is just bleeding gold every single minute.
That they are.
And you need to help JoJo help you. So you see Alvaro already running mid here. Tries to kind of shift the focus for MKOI, because if Jojopyun doesn't really get anything done before Caps gets Blade, it's going to be a very hard game for the side of MKOI.
Definitely is. Look, not a lot for MKOI to do other than stem the bleeding, as you've highlighted. We'll see with Elyoya at level 6 now if he wants to get super involved. They can still look for plays as long as Hansama is not involved. But Skumond is the other member of the G2 lineup with a decent gold lead, and also has transitioned into a bit of an XP lead. So we're going to hold that thought. Skumond moving in.
Here.
3 stacks there. Alvaro, nice lockup from the Zenith Blade. Q Flash coming in. In the meantime, lockup on the Abyssal Journey does interrupt the play a bit as Jojopyun managed to live for far too long. But finally, Broken Blade is here. Caps committing to finish the kill. MKOI now backing away. Quick kill picked up there for G2, taking JoJo out. A scrappy fight, but MKOI only losing 1. Now thinking that they have to commit for a bit more, as Super doesn't quite connect the damage the way he was looking to, and Hansama not afraid to just keep pressing forward.
And I think MKOI really wanted to fight that more, but you saw Rumble hovering down with the equalizer in case that fight would break out into a super skirmish. So MKOI kind of had to fall back a little bit and just leave him to die. Now we'll pick up 1 grub. Maybe they will hover behind here. You see Broken Blade walking up. It's quite far. Dodges the harpoon. And I think Mega Timer is really the important one in this matchup. That's really where you can look to fight this Rumble.
Definitely an angle. You see Alvaro hovering in the blue buff just to give information to Elyoya, anticipating an invade on the top side from Skumond. Skumond resets and buys the Sundered Sky. So look, he is just so much stronger than Elyoya at this point in the game, and G2 incredibly favored in these skirmishes. It is the Berserker's Greaves in the end for Caps. So he's now sitting pretty comfortably in the lane. Has hit that critical threshold of enough attack speed to really spam out the Q and dance around some of the poke that can come out from an Orianna or a Syndra.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes for the Witsend maybe later. Has similar tendencies of the Mercury Threads with the Tenacity and the MR, so does really help. But you don't really buy Critten, so really the laser spike might be an angle. But also with how ahead G2 is, you don't really need to itemize into defensive, because you can just take every single fight you want.
Yeah.
Problem for MKOI right now is they really need to slow down the game. This game is just too many fights for them, and they don't really have the stats yet to contest. You see, you only lost Chapter on the Orianna and Syndra. You don't even have the levels. The reason why mages went mid in the first place is because they scale with levels. Super doesn't even have level 9, doesn't have 5 points in his Q yet, so you see just the raw difference in ability and damage from G2 right now. That's why they're looking so strong.
Yeah, and Hansama now finishing the Essence Reaver as well, so 2 first completed item spikes for the side of G2 for 0 on the side of MKOI. Supa sticking around. Now he does have 40 splinters of Wrath, so he has the extra charge on the Dark Sphere. That will help a lot, but again, until you complete that first item, you just don't really have much kill pressure on Hans, and they'll see, you know, sticks around and lane at 50% HP for some reason. Alvaro, at the very least, is getting some catch-up XP and has actually pulled slightly ahead of Lebrov. So despite being mercilessly slaughtered on repeat in the early game, has managed to come back at least a little bit. Wants to get to that level 6, though. The fact that Skumont is so fed and your Tahm Kench is so far behind in XP really mitigates the power of this as a, you know, a theoretical counter pick.
Yeah. And we saw even back in the days when Lucian was really common mid, the main answer into the Lucian blind pick was the Syndra. Just because Lucian needs to dash in to do damage, you can easily stun him and then the combo and then just walk away. So even more kudos to Hansama for making this champion work. You can see how much more comfortable he is on the Lucian compared to the Victor. And this is really the Hansama that we know in Europe, the Hansama that pushes forward, gets lane leads and snowballs incredibly fast. Thomas jumped in here.
He is here as well. Looking to find the lockdown. He has completed that first item spike, and now it's going to be Lebrov in trouble, locked up. Tongue Lash connects on the stun. Enough stacks of acquired taste to finish it. Flash in from Mirwin. Lock up on the support there. Good pick from the side of MKOI. G2, bit overconfident in the bot side jungle.
I mean, really important for MKOI to get that kill, especially Mirwin TPing down and getting that kill, and Broken then matching the TP so he can't even get a cross map in the top lane. Just makes it a net win for MKOI all in all. So very nice find there, and a little bit greedy as Drake is slapping his belly right next to me.
Mimicking the Tahm Kench recall animation. Thank you. It's an important part of casting. You got to do it too every time. It's
method casting.
Yeah, it's method casting.
Yeah.
This is the Daniel Day-Lewis strategy. You got to be the Tahm Kench if you want to see the Tahm Kench perform. As now, at the very least, it feels like MKOI got a little something back. Unfortunately, EULCS, again, the only member of their team with that first completed item, there's not really a lot for them to play through. G2 at 2 Drakes already. It's going to be Mountain Soul, which is going to make Syndra's life miserable in terms of trying to burst out these key targets.
We were slowly approaching the point where Gnar just starts winning side lane against Rumble straight up. It's usually that Mercs and Phage or Mercs and Trinity Force spike where that really makes a very strong flip. So now I think Mirwin is really just trying to get that base up. Doesn't have TP to come back, but obviously when Mirwin has that side lane push into the Rumble, then MKOI has somewhere they can go. They have one lane at least that they can rely on to get push, get vision, and then maybe stabilize the map, because right now it's been just so volatile for them.
Yeah, it certainly has. And G2 doing a good job moving Hansama into the mid lane, trying to start knocking down these towers, make it that much harder for MKOI to sit and farm safely. Only 13 minutes in, 2.5k lead means G2 very comfortable running the map. The kind of...
Yoya sitting behind bot here though. Look, might be a scrap happening. Keep your eyes on Yoya. He is on a ward.
Here. This is not going to work out the way they want it to. The point-and-click combo is pretty damn good. The shockwave by Jojo Pune an extra second, but the excessive force gets the job done. Alvaro on the way in, but he's only level 5. Oh, you're getting burned down. The ult's going to keep him standing. Crescent Guard doing a lot of work, but it's still G2 who find that pick.
Yeah, I mean, you see, MKOI maybe should not try to play around their weak laners this much, because he's sitting behind Jojo thinking a play is going to happen. But in the end, G2 was just there. They could have easily had a ward in that brush, and they did. Instead of playing around the Gnar, they're trying to just secure Jojo, but G2 is just, they have more members. Unless the fight happens super snappy, they will be there with more people, and they will just win that fight.
Yeah, they will. The deficit, the gap only continues to grow. I mean, 2,000 for Skumont on top of the head, and Caps is about to hit that Blade of the Rune King power spike. So we finally got a couple Blackfire torches, but it's all just a little bit late to the party. Good news is Alvaro level 6 with a locket shield, so we'll stop some of that big AoE combo. But again, Yone is like annoying pre-Blade of the Rune King. Post-Blade of the Rune King, this guy is a demon.
I mean, Cap is a very comfortable game out of him. He just has to push inside lane, and when a fight breaks out, he presses E, he presses R on whoever CC, then just goes in. So he's having a really good time. Jordan on the other side, he will most likely be the target of that engage.
Yeah.
So it really restricts you and constricts the amount of movement you can do as a mage. When you constantly have to respect the engage of G2. Just think about the vault. What is it called?
Vault breaker?
Vault breaking forward with that ult. Her range of engage is just so long with the equalizer. You're almost never safe unless you're behind your tower.
And again, that's what the Tahm Kench is hopefully trying to mitigate here, is some of that long-range engage, start to protect you from some of that burst damage. And Alvaro is level 6 now, so we'll see if it works, because it's a 4K advantage for G2, but they're late on the setup. 50-50 on the steal. Looking for a little bit more. Mirwin off the side, trying to lock up Skewmon. Already that we see Supa incredibly low. Equalizer across the top. Eyes on Mirwin and the Mega Gnar. So far, only able to find one target. Immediate lockup, and Hansama trying to finish the kill. All 5 members of MKOI still standing. The retreat coming out, it's only Labrov who went down.
And they got the Herald as well. This is a great play by MKOI. It's a 1-for-0 and the Herald picked up by MKOI. G2 has loved this fight.
Right there, but they were late to the play and weren't able to win the 50-50. MKOI definitely took a gamble to even try to force it, but the fact that they get the kill on Labrov and get the eye makes it so good for them.
I mean, they were just here way before. You see, there's a double TP on that ward, but for this moment, MKOI is in a 5v3. It took so long time for Caps and Broken Blade to arrive that MKOI's positional advantage was already so grand that they were able to take the objective and then walk out. And it's when G2 tries to chase them where they end up falling.
And it is. Now we're back to live. Still 3.5k gold lead, right? But
yeah,
still a more comfortable scenario where we did not get to see the full kind of wombo combo we expect from G2.
Well, that's the thing, right? You want your rumble and you want to be there when you engage. If they are not there by the time you want to engage, they will be too late on the follow-up. MKOI can turn, and that's exactly what happened there. And it really highlights how fake a teleport can be sometimes, because people are like, we can contest this objective because we have TP, but your TP takes 4 seconds, and those 4 seconds can be so crucial in deciding the outcome of the fight. And sometimes it's better off to just be there with your team and then TP to your side instead.
Yeah. The false sense of security really catching them off guard, punishing them. Objectively, on paper, you have that advantage, but if you don't utilize it in the right way, or if the enemy team can capitalize on that tiny window, then they're going to be able to make it out with more than you'd like them to have. Although now third Drake fight over the Scuttle Crab.
All eyes on Hansama this fight. He is the carry.
Caps off to the side. Q3 knockup is there. Hansama finally arriving to the fight, off on a different side. MKOI taking a lot of space here. Solar Flare traded for the Devour and the Crescent Guard. So G2 favored in terms of ultimate cooldowns overall. And MKOI, it looks like they're just going to give. Instead, going to set their sights on mid lane, recognizing they really do not want to fight G2 without that Devour, especially when there is still the cease and desist available for Skewmon.
G2 can still look for something. They still have Equalizer. Caps.
Abyssal Voyage in from Alvaro. Doesn't find the knockup. G2 content with the snapback and moving on to Soul Point. MKOI, nice look into the mid lane. Looks like they might have gotten a bit of plate gold, but not able to get anything else. And this time around, G2 much more diligent in their setup and contestion of that objective.
Now you see they're all there, ready to contest. They were a little bit later than MKOI, but they didn't try to walk in before all 5 players were there. We said it before, every play needs to be a 5-man play. And the fact that G2 is now kind of taking those steps is a good sign for them in this game, because they can't disrespect MKOI and walk in a little bit split. Your Rumble needs to be there, ready to lay down the Equalizer should a fight break out.
And he does. Mirwin, the one member of this MKOI lineup with an individual gold lead. And now it's once again going to be JoJoPune in trouble on this side lane. Broken Blade laying down the Equalizer, not offering a way out. JoJoPune out of mana and running out of time here. Labrov moves in, Zenith Blade connects, and down goes JoJoPune. Another side lane death, a little bit devastating. There's no big objective on the map, but maybe Supa can turn it in mid. That's double Dark Sphere, that's every single ability connecting thus far, but it's just going to be traded for the calling out of Hansama. The red buff also going to heal him back up pretty quickly.
I like the Proto Blood Dilution to kind of Proto Blood out of the calling there, denying him that big chunk that he usually gets on the mid wave. So Supa has been scaling quietly. He has 2 items right now. Hansama is also at 2, but approaching his third quite rapidly as now Supa.
Nowhere for him to go. Perfect layering of the ultimate's knockback, but it just doesn't even matter. Already he's down. Skewmon about to give his life, but he's still living for an extra second. Flash in from Elia, now committing on to Hansama. Turn back onto Labrov as Mirwin starts to chase out Hans in the meantime. Not quite able to get the hyper proc. All of G2 pulling back, pushing MKOI away. Hansama and Labrov living, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Skewmon for Supa.
I mean, it's all about the summoners, Dracos. Hansama used Flash Soul Point is going to be in 3 minutes, and Hansama is not going to have flash for that fight. This might be the small inch that MKOI needed.
Could make the difference. Supa also loses flash, but not as important. He is not the turbo-fed member of the team. It's the 0-2-3 Syndra. If he gets one combo, pushes all of his buttons, gets a decent stun, feels like the team can maybe carry it from there, especially if the member he hits is the Lucian. The chase now from Mirwin.
With that tongue connects, I think he might end up having to flash as well. So you see MKOI, they are behind, but they are still aggressive. They're still trying to make plays happen into this G2. And G2 hasn't been very diligent with their lead. They're making mistakes in the setup. Their teamfight execution is not always there, but now they're going on Mirwin.
Not being diligent. Mirwin taking some risks here, but the tower ticking down. Oof, one grub, not quite enough for that dot to finish it. Mirwin hovering, lurking around, but I mean, credit to Labrov and Skumon. They have just been constantly supporting these side laners. Not always together at the same time, but sometimes it's Labrov wandering and sometimes it's Skumon, and it has really led to a decent number of kills on both Supa and Jojopyun. But for Mirwin, still has not fallen yet, although...
Look at Caps' opening behind there. Look at Leona and Vi. Everyone is coming for this play right now.
Mirwin, good awareness. Don't know if he knew that there was Rumble in the brush, but is able to survive thus far. Needs to be careful not to step too far forward with the wall. Oh, the burn just barely takes him out. The backstep good to get away from Labrov, but he'll still lose his life in the 1v1 to Broken Blade.
Big pick up there from BB, getting the single dingle onto Mirwin here, setting up for the next dragon. It's in 120, and Mirwin will not have his TP for it. Now, why will this matter? He will not be there to set up the objective, but I'm holding that thought. Baron is being started by G2.
We're going to talk about single dingle later, but for now, we'll focus on the Baron. 11K, getting lower. Labrov waiting over the wall.
Labrov.
Hex flash in. G2 ready to turn back. Flash away from Alvaro. 4.5K, getting lower. Scatter across the team. 2.6, looks like they're just going to turn away, except that the Baron is going to fall. MKOI just retreating.
I think they're fine with it. They really don't need to secure position for this dragon fight, because now G2 has to make a choice. Are we giving this dragon, and will we just push out all the waves, or do we really want this soul point right now? I think the correct play is to give MKOI one dragon and just push all those waves, because if G2 over-index into this soul point, they might just walk into the trap of MKOI.
Thought they might. MKOI with the setup. Caps still pressuring on the side lane. Does not opt to recall. Still has access to the TP if he needs it. Trying to make sure that G2 come out on top in this trade as Labrov waiting until he sees some of those waves move up to drop down that vision.
Skumon is not here with you right now, Labrov. You need to be very cautious with this banana bush.
G2 6,000 gold up, but it doesn't matter if they don't have their 5th man. Caps poised to knock down that tier 2 tower. Pressure mounting as G2 are in a good position to at least contest or try to go for 50. Skumon wrapping around in the meantime, but it looks like G2 are following your play, Finn. Just willing to concede this Drake to keep that pressure up right now in top lane as Caps threatening to break open the inhibitor line.
The impressive part is not that they chose that play. The impressive part is how early they committed to it. You saw the moment they took that Baron, Caps made the call to just go out and just push top. It was very clear at all points that G2 was not contesting that dragon. You see Labrov, he was looking around, almost baiting MKOI to thinking, oh, they might come here, they might contest here, making sure they commit all 5 members to really get that dragon, while Caps just having the time of his life, blasting payphone on the side lane and just pushing down those towers.
Really good look from G2, calling their shot, committing to their play. MKOI delaying the end of the game, but still going to be in trouble here as the pressure is now going in. Ulti, the crossing guard from Elioya, buying a bit more space, pulling decent damage. Shockwave from Jojopyun's good. He's running out of mana, but it looks like he's enough to finish off Hansama. Supa, the unleashed power, Caps finally there in the fight. Caps on the side, though, trying to commit the kill on a Supa. He's going to get an immediate snap back on the Soul Unbound. Healing coming in from Elioya, but he's still starting to tick and starting to burn. MKOI happy with the fight thus far. 2 for 1, taking down Hansama, losing Supa and Alvaro, but at least slowing down the Baron push.
I mean, that's a big shutdown onto Hansama, and once again his flash was used. You saw Supa get a big gold influx there, already picked up a full Void Staff from that kill. And a little bit too risky from G2 maybe with this Baron push. Sure, they got the tower, but going for this play, after we got the Crescent Guard, I think they could have waited just a little bit.
Zenith Blade might have committed him into it, though, as Supa stepping very far forward. Shockwave catching out Hansama is what finishes it. Supa a little bit excessive with the ulti, but you really just have to be certain you are going to finish that kill.
And I think it's also super cool by Alioya. While he's being went on, he's so aware of what's happening. When Jojo connects the shockwave onto Hansama, he's stacking up his Q on the people that are pursuing him. Insta flashes, audacious charge, gets the knock up onto Hansama to lock him down. I think that's just a good display of fantastic team fighting.
Yeah, another situation where Hansama is flashless, and this time around Supa does have access to his 3 items now for that opposing Syndra. Of course, 3 items that Lucian has are a lot scarier, I would say, than the 3 items that Syndra has, but you can connect that burst damage. It should be enough to get the job done. No real defensive items for Hansama, and Labrov isn't bringing any either. It's just the vamp on those boots to try to turn it. As Caps really fearless in that side lane. Also now 100% crit chance for the Yone. MKoi on the ropes. It's not quite as dominant as game 1, but it's pretty damn close from G2. Really flipping it around in this game 2. Not with crazy creative cooking, but with some old fallbacks, some old standards here. Lucian, Leona on the bottom side alongside this incredibly powerful Rumble by Yone top side.
The old faithful works, good ult by Broken Blade, gets the flash from Supa now. Super vulnerable in the upcoming fight. Most likely this is going to do 1 combo and ult before he dies. So good trade there by Broken Blade, and it's as you say, G2 is now slowing down the pace of the game, pushing out their side lanes. Caps is playing very confident on the side lane because he's Yone.
Oh, Alvaro on the chase.
Doesn't connect the tongue lash.
That's ideal. I mean, we talk so little about the actual mechanics of Tahm Kench, but you know, you hit the tongue lash, you kind of hit confirm to the Abyssal Voyage. In that case, he doesn't have it, right, because he used it to get in, but now he is just a little devour bot, hoping to save somebody's life.
It's 1 minute until soul point, and you see Hansama has made a good choice. He doesn't have the flash for the soul point, and he knows that, so he has opted into buying that Hex Drinker. Might be the difference maker in this coming fight. You never know, but these items are a safety net you can fall back on if you would get caught out of position. And I think MKoi definitely needs to contest this Mountain Soul, because you can't really allow them to get sold. Then you're just going to get slowly choked out, they're going to get Baron, you're just going to get the entire game.
That they are. You can see MKoi forced to group in their jungle. They can't really contest waves right now without better information, so staying grouped, respecting the potential that G2 could be waiting in the darkness and hoping that a man advantage allows him to reclaim at least some of this vision and keep Mirwin safe as he farms his bot lane wave.
You know, Night Caps is using his E as a human ward. He knows that they can't go on him, so he just walks up into enemy jungle, and now they know that they're going 5 through bot side, or 4, because Oriana's not there.
Full commit onto Caps, so he's been locked up, a lot of damage now coming in. Supa unleashing the power one more time as Alvaro bringing out the tongue, putting Skeum on his mouth, but I think he might have wanted to save the defensive cooldown to protect his team. Skeumon healing up a ton. Supa though the damage off to the side. GA proc. Here comes Hansama. Colin coming out, the Zenith Blade to follow. Knockup not going to connect from Alvaro as he tries desperately to hold on. Mirwin ready to go mega, but it has to connect if he wants this to work. Mirwin flash in, the knockback there from Supa. The combo is there. MKoi turning the fight. 2 members left to the 3 on the side of G2. If they can take down Supa, G2 can take the fight. G2 sticking around, Wallop connecting, Scatter connecting, the Dark Sphere's coming in, LeBron living for far too long, the Protoplasm Harness keeping him alive, Skeumon there to finish the job, an ace for G2.
It's a fantastic team fight in favor of G2, it looked so dire. Your main mid laner, Caps, just dies before the fight even breaks out, and Hansama was not even there, he was running through the river to get to this fight. But you see just how much or how further ahead G2 is against MKoi, because even with a start like this, Caps goes down, doesn't really get anything before he falls. He only gets the Syndra ult. But now it's all turning. You see Hansama running through the river, BB here buying space with the equalizer. And for one moment it looks like MKoi is gonna win this fight. It looks really good there, but the moment Hansama shows up, it's just all she wrote.
So true. Final moments, Hansama, nice backstep, good awareness.
And look at this. Here you think that the Gnar ult actually saves Hansama, or the Syndra saves Hansama because she dashes. At the same time, Mirwin ults him and then Supa scatters him out, but he ends up going down. Still could be really dangerous here, but here we see the ultimate of the fight. I thought G2 should just go the dragon here. Just make sure you get that soul before you contest them, but I mean in the end they are G2, they will take the fight and they are just stronger.
And I think that those final moments really come down to the smallest margins, the tightest calculations. It is the difference of the Protoplasm Harness that ultimately keeps Labrov alive. And now that they've seen that, all those cooldowns come out from Syndra, it's over and done. There's no way for them to come back in that fight. Supa, though, fully stacked now on the Splinter's Rat. He's got the execution threshold. He's got all that additional AP. And the death cap on the way. Jojopyun also with a death cap on the way. No defensive items here for either of these mages, really. Know that they need to have the damage to finish these fights cleanly, and it's only getting harder as the Mountain Soul has come through for the side of G2.
MKOI is just lacking engage. Like, who's really engaging for MKOI right now? Is it a Syndra stun? Is it a Shimshao jumping in? Is it a Gnar on a flank? It's quite hard for them to actually start a fight, even if they wanted to. Obviously here you just want to stall, you just want to make sure you can hold the base, but I think that's going to be the problem all game for MKOI is now Caps.
Alvaro on the way in, has to devour if he needs it. Caps not going to connect though. Sidestep the good there. Jojopyun still standing. Colin connecting on the tanky targets. They're not too concerned. Labrov finds the lockup. Jojopyun is still alive, however, and that's a kill onto Labrov. G2 a bit over-eager. Miss-execute in that fight. They do get the flash out of Jojopyun at the very least.
You see G2, you see the jitters. It's quite difficult for G2 to end this game cleanly. They've had the upper hand all game long, but they keep making these plays. They keep going a little bit too deep there. You see Caps, the moment he misses the fate sealed, Labrov just goes in anyway, and it's not the best look right now, but you really need to get some confidence because this series might go long. And you need to make sure you cleanly end this game so you can then move on into the next game.
Yeah, we've essentially had two pretty one-sided stomps. I think the difference between game 1 and game 2, however, is that MKOI's composition allows them a lot more room to come back into the game if you make those slip-ups, and G2 have been making those slip-ups. This does not feel like a game with a 10k gold lead.
No.
You tell me 5, you tell me 4, Baron Soul, I believe you. But it's 10,000 gold advantage, and still MKOI are often trading only slightly down in these fights, and now Jojo's finished a death cap.
I mean, it's partly because it's hard to siege against the double mage comp. They have a lot of wave clear. It's really hard to find them overextended on the side lane because they're just catching waves. But it's also just due to mis-executions by G2. You remember just Caps just there, getting caught before bot lane, just dying before the fight starts, now going in a little bit deep. It has to be a little bit cleaned up, I think.
G2 though now, just trying to keep the siege going. Syndra, as you highlighted, a control mage, but also just has access to the force of will to just pick up those minions, drag them out. Mirwin, though, going to go in the rage, debuff cooldown. He's a little sleepy guy, can't get angry again for another 15 seconds. His lockup is there on EULCS, but good patience not to immediately use the Crescent Guard this time around. Solar Flare connects, fall up on the Jojo is there. Devour from Alvaro there as well, but it means he can't protect Supa. Jojopyun in the back line has to make all the difference. It's 2 members down in the blink of an eye. G2 stop messing around, pick up quick 2 kills, and now they're poised to end the game. Flash in from LeBron. Once again, the lockup is there. Jojopyun taking his sweet time. He does not have access to the shockwave, and they do a lot of damage. Down goes the mid laner of MKOI. G2 going for the throat in the final moments. It took them a bit of time, but they close out that final fight cleanly and are going to take us to the game 3.
And Hansama says, you can have a mage, you can have 2. As long as I am AD carry, I will destroy you. Fantastic game by him on the Lucian. Super dominant from minute 1 till the end of the game. And this is why G2 in the end is still G2.
That they are. I like the bars, Finn. I like the rhymes. Now we get a game 3, which is sick. Because look, I want a closer game. The fights have been good. The drafts have been entertaining. The Tom Kench in the pajamas was awesome.
It was great.
But look, we're just going to have to find out because ultimately it's enough from us. Let's see what Hans has to say, who's standing by with Lore.
On est prêt? On est là? Ouais. Nickel. Hansama and G2 coming back here in the second game of the series. And I want to ask him, as an AD carry, how painful it is having to play against this type of champions. T'as déjà vu ça un petit peu pendant le MSI, on sait que c'était pas forcément dingue pour certains ADC, mais c'est pas seulement les match bots en fait. C'est n'importe quel champion que tu peux jouer mid lane, à quel point c'est pénible pour toi de faire face à ce genre de champion.
Ouais, vraiment des strats à faire autour de ça, c'est la nouvelle méta, c'est AP carry bot, comme ça. Des fois il y a des Lucian, Ezreal, des fois, mais pas tout le temps quoi.
On aime bien, on n'aime pas? Sois honnête.
Ouais, j'aime bien. Non, j'aime bien, c'est fun d'apprendre de nouvelles choses.
On verra si t'en sors pour la prochaine fois. Je vais te laisser rejoindre ton équipe. Talking about AP mages, bot lane and the meta, there's a lot of things to improvise and a lot of things to learn from him. I asked him if he likes it. He says yes, but we are yet to see an AP carry for Hansama here. Kamel, je te rends la parole. And Desk, back to you guys.
Well, he likes it. He takes it as a learning opportunity, spoken like a true pro player. It does give us the perfect layup to talk about the bot lane a little bit more, which is what we wanted to do. Perkz, he's back on the good list.
Yeah, hire him again.
We like him again.
Rehire him, bring him back in. All it took was Alvaro being level 1 until minute 5 for Perkz to get back in our good graces. It was a bit of a struggle for Alvaro, but Hans Sommer really utilized the fact that there wasn't a support on the other side to get massively ahead in the early game.
And it was so random because usually in these sorts of games when the supports are just roaming so damn much, it's not really the ADCs who are the main benefactors. I would have thought that Skewmont or Caps would have had bigger impact, but the fact that he was playing this high agency ADC, he gets to benefit to a great amount from this solo XP, from this gold. He has great all-in opportunities all the time. So I feel like he found a very good answer into this mate shenanigans that is happening in the bot lane.
I mean, especially into something like Syndra, where the scat of the week is really what separates you from an AD carry in terms of being able to develop space for you when an AD tries to jump on you. Lucian's really good at navigating around these line skill shots, right? So Hans Sommer can just hold on to his Relentless Pursuit for a long time. As soon as he sees the scat of the week used on a wave, dash forward, culling, and what can the Syndra do? At that point, Hans got so massively ahead in the early game that there really wasn't an easy way for MKOI to come back, even though we saw some close fights in mid-game.
Yes, and he did get very far ahead and he played it out to perfection, but talk to me about what happened to Alvaro. What happened?
Well, he got very far behind. So because it's a trade-off. When someone gets a hit, he gets so far behind. And it just started with the level 1, which was very bizarre because I expected that MKOI would be the main benefactors of this level 1 because MKOI did a 2-for-1 trade, and even though Labrov dies and then he ends up going bot lane faster, Alvaro has an easy pathing to just walk through mid lane, but at some point, now after this recall, he decides to just walk the greedy way in the river, and this will lead up to the infamous, well, it was very obvious to everyone that Alvaro was level 2 at 5 minutes, which is completely ridiculous. What happens there in this support meta when they roam? He missed 2 waves and a half of XP, and Labrov gets to catch it back, and now he tries multiple times to sacrifice his own tempo to gain benefit for Supa. And even now, Skewmont is level 4. The time catch is level 1. He's just a little snack. And after this, it's just now impossible to come back in the game. Gets level 2, still gets one shot.
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't have Thick Skin, his E. He doesn't have the Abyssal Dive when he's level 1 as well. He took Tongue Lash level 1 for the slow, which makes a lot of sense. But it really feels that like MKOI just got catfished by this pick, right? Like, you're stuck at level 1, the wave's pushing out from you, you're trying to step forward into a Leona who has great point-and-click CC and has the Zenith Blade to close the gap. If that's a different support, like a Thresh or something, you have a little bit more agency as the Tahm Kench, because you can just walk away a little bit easier, but because it's a Leona who so quickly closes the gap, and a Lucian who's passive, the Light Slinger, benefits off the fact you're CC'd, it becomes really difficult to survive as the Tahm Kench.
And that's just the volatility of this support meta, because I don't really feel like he made a lot of mistakes.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Like, let's not hold, like, as a support, when you kill the enemy support level 1, you cannot walk down through river.
Yes, but that's the main...
He's a catfish.
Exactly, he catfished everyone. But that's the main mistake that he did. They just set the whole chain of ends that happened after. Sure, maybe there was one time when he already sacrificed his tempo to stop that base and he dies. It was his first death. But even if he doesn't do that, the fact that he loses 3 waves of XP just like that, he will be completely useless for the whole game.
Yeah, so it's draft diff anyways, what you're saying, or not?
No, it's a reaction to level 1 diff. Yeah. Because I think drafts are relatively equal between the two teams. I like having 2 mages for wave clear and such. Having an AD carry obviously gives you the ability to get through targets a lot stronger. Whereas when we saw those mid-game fights, it was actually still very even though G2 had a large lead. Like, MKOI had enough they could do and enough burst potential that they didn't have to worry too much in terms of individual drafting inaccuracies, prowess, I guess, right? So I don't think it was a draft diff. I think it was a gameplay diff, and I think Alvaro really scuppered the early game for his team by walking down through river instead of either resetting and going straight to bot or taking a longer route round through his jungle. And part of the reason we see that is because as a support, you're not really punished for being out of your lane early doors, right? You lose 25% golden XP up to level 3 if you last hit a minion outside of bot lane. If you hit an enemy champion, you get the full gold and the full gold from it. So it doesn't really matter that much, which is why we're seeing so much roaming. But here, it really costs you when your enemy AD carry gets so far ahead.
That's also the dangerous part of the support game nowadays, where before it really felt like you just look on the map and see what lane is on fire, and more often than not, it was the ADC, because you had the squishy champion that could just be getting dove. But now with the mages, especially on the side of Syndra, because he had Syndra on his team, Syndra was just pressing Q on the wave. It was just like one-shotting wave. Every time there's a slow push, he gets to one-shot the wave in one spell rotation. It feels like you have a lot more freedom than you do, and that's the dangers of having way too many options on when it comes to playing the game, because beforehand it was just streamlined. Oh, I had this cycle of vision that I could put, and I had this cycle I need to catch my wave. But now when there's just nothing to do and you have absolute freedom, that's the freedom nibbing him.
I actually think it's why G2 did a really good job of punishing Alvaro in this game, because if Alvaro is level 2, he can basically go wherever he wants. He can gank top, he can gank mid, he can look for those abyssal dives into the fight. Whereas because he is stuck level 1, a Tahm Kench walking at you, trying to lick you is not too scary, okay? Maybe it's some people's night terrors, but in terms of on a Summoner's Rift, it's not too worrying.
It's true. So we've got another game, which is good. We're upping the anticipation for when KC does take to the Rift later versus Vitality. A couple of thoughts about Game 3. We've seen two very different looks. I would say we saw stomp for stomp, honestly, from either side.
It was pretty one-sided, either way. I think we're going to see skirmish heavy again. It seems like both teams are very heavily bought into that. In terms of supports, there's still a few roamers around that you could go for. You can even look for things like Rakan that Alvaro loves to bring out. So I don't think we have to be tied to full bot lane support meta.
I wonder what we're going to see. Maybe something crazy again from Supa in the bot lane. Subscribe. We'll see indeed. But we're going to kick it over to a break before we get to the last game of this series.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
On to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Guys, sorry guys, I got melted. Just mega drafted my first day on the job, you know. Just mega drafted. I did say I was gonna blame it on Cups, but I will not.
I mean, she's gonna flash on the tower, but maybe you can.
I think you can. You can.
They are ulting, guys.
I'm coming, but I'm far.
She's dead.
Nice, it's not to be. Okay, not to be. Out, yeah.
I mean, there's a big bounty.
Oh, one out. I can ult still.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Nice game, guys. Let's win this.
We heard from Perks, Diffie in the draft department.
Coach Gap.
Coach Gap, game 1. Game 2, mayhaps we'll hear, you know, a perchance from the game 3 comms when we get those, if game 2 was also draft gap. It definitely felt a little bit unplayable. I liked the Tom Kench for his funny pajamas.
that's
for the actual value and the level 1,
yeah,
that was the peak. It was entirely downhill from there. So I don't think we'll see it again, and luckily Fearless ensures that. But proactive picks for Alvaro. I think we Caster cursed him because what did we say? We said jungle, support. Both need to have these sick proactive picks. What did he play? Tom Kench. Is it proactive? No.
And I just want to say right now, Mage's bot lane has a 0% win rate.
That's right.
Kali,
that's right.
80
you
carry.
hear that? 80 carries, you giant crybabies. It's not that good, bro. Get good.
Yeah.
It's not that OP.
Skill is you.
Skill, yeah. Just be Hansama, bro. It's really hard, actually. It's
just lock in Lucian and get 15 kills.
Yeah.
What's so hard about it?
What the heck? Just do that.
Yoya is looking at his knuckles.
He has to contemplate the nails.
Yeah.
Perks very animated. The glasses left after game 1.
Glasses come out after game 1.
He had to give them. I heard he had to give them to Melzet after he got so thoroughly outdrafted in game 1.
Like a 2012 cool edit, you know, where the glasses fall down from the top of the screen onto his face. Melzet just got them from Perks. As we are now headed into draft for game 3, and if anything has showed anything, I don't know what to expect in this draft. I don't know if we're gonna see 2 AD carries, 2 mages, or who knows, 15 assassins in the bot lane. We do not know where they will be taking
15 assassins in the bot lane would be quite impressive.
It's gonna be a lot of Shakos then. But yeah, right now it's another pop ban on blue side. It's the 3rd poppy ban of the day.
So yeah, another Nocturne ban. J4 we've also seen ban. Cassio now going to follow. As we get deeper in, they're just trying to take away some of the, I think, kind of safe blinds. Not that I would necessarily call Nocturne immediately a safe blind, but like Poppy disrupts so much. Cassio, we know, is still a pretty oppressive laner.
Yeah, a champion that I missed today is Anivia. It's something that I thought would be quite high prio, but maybe this is the game where she gets brought out because I think she just has so much control.
Yeah.
Already you see the Cassio being banned, which has been an answer into the Anivia. I don't think Cassio is very good fundamentally into Anivia, but does get that early game push and has a strong laning phase into her. So has been one of the options that people like to paint it. Another Kai'Sa ban, super targeted, you know. He is just really good on Kai'Sa.
Really good on Kai'Sa, big comfort pick, and again, engage is usually the story for MKOI. Maybe there's an additional layer of Kai'Sa is really good right now. I don't know. It's a lot of Kai'Sa bans, so I wonder if there's something more than just shut down Supa, but also going to see Anivia banned away. The bans at least look very similar to the previous patches. This is outside of the Kai'Sa. This is pretty par for the course. What will the spice be, though?
Is open. It has been a contested pick. I don't know if it's first pick worthy, but I think it's quite a strong pick. You see already Nocturne being taken out, one of the champions that kind of counter the Shen ult, but could also go for the Ziggs.
Another mage, maybe matched by a mage. We get a mage v mage bot lane. Maybe no one plays 80 carries anymore.
Oh, is that a pike? Is that gonna be a pike? Okay, I'm gonna hold the horse. The horse is being held.
They have a year left on the time. Wow,
they don't have that many years left now, Dracos. Okay, the years are ticking down.
Yeah, but they're switching over. Okay, another champion that's been banned a gajillion times.
Okay.
We'll finally make it through. It isn't a Fury for Elyoya, most likely, unless there's some crazy shenanigans afoot. Oh. What are we having her? Okay, I got mad at you for talking about her. I was not mad at her.
Yeah, I'm a novice caster, okay?
I get excited, bro.
I also get excited by the hovers, but maybe? No. Ziggs obviously being first pick by G2 has a lot of push. Didn't have the best win rate over at MSI internationally, but is quite a strong mage. We'll see where MKOI takes it, but already Naafiri, really fast-paced jungler, really good assassin at diving these squishy mages, paired up with the Ryze. who is really set up in from the draft phase. You see Anivia being banned, you see Casio being banned. This Ryze was prepared.
Yeah. I think it's an excellent position to pick it, and I will say that now there's a little bit of pressure on Skewmon. The Fury so annoying in the early game. Not that she's the most, oppressive duelist. She does do better with a few items under her belt, but she just gets in and gets out of your jungle for free constantly, right? It's just so hard to actually lock her down. Her ability to just quick hop over walls and to go untargetable. Wukong is the response, so we have a really nice AoE magic damage wombo combo, especially as we see the Annie locked in.
I like the Annie pick for Caps. One of the few champions that can really lock down Ryze in the laning phase, has that good gank setup, and really incentivizes your support to roam mid, because Annie by herself just lacks a little bit of damage to burst someone down. And when you have an engaged support roaming up there, or you have a Wukong at level 6, is so much more dangerous, as Supa is going to play his first AD carry of the series. Ezreal, fantastic, safe pick, still allows Alvaro to just leave him for the entirety of the game, should he want to.
And he should want to, because you have an Ezreal and it's against his Ziggs. It's time to get out of bot lane, boys. I do not want to see any of these hand-holding supports.
All right, what are the Chaos supports? We have Shen up and available still. We have Alistar, we have Nautilus. Not anymore, banned by MCoy. So I'm really thinking about what supports you really want to pick here, because you do want to go engage. You don't want to pick an Enchanter in this bot lane. You could pick something like a Nico still. I think Nico still kind of fits into the mold of what you want to do with the drafts like this. But in general, the champion I have my eyes on is Alistar, because Labrov is a fantastic Alistar, Alvaro is a fantastic Alistar, Pop is out, Nautilus is out. You are free to go, should you want to play that champion.
And having Alistar against so much immediate upfront CC, again, the Unbreakable Will, just one of the few supports that feels like it can maybe weather the storm of the combo that G2 have put together and still be impactful in a fight. Debates on what they want to go for here. Renekton being banned away. So despite our expectation that support would be the focus, there's a lot of top lane bans.
Yeah, I mean, Vayne obviously setting up for whatever blind pick you want to go. Vayne is a cringe champion, and I respect him taking it out. Sets up for the classic.
That's the objective truth. Vayne is cringe. That's not your opinion. That's just a fact.
Yeah, I mean, that is just an objective fact, if anything. I mean, Vayne is good into now Renekton, Xante, the free classic blind picks of top lane, so it just sets up whatever you want to go. Renekton being banned out is the strongest lane. Obviously, Nara is already out from game 2, but you could go for a Xante blind pick. But if you don't want to go for the Xante blind pick, you have an open floor.
The Cho'Gath blind pick?
That's not real.
Wow, we're both doing it now. This is my bad. I was like,
you're an enabler, Dracos.
Do not cross this line. I was already on the other side of the line.
I mean, this should be a support pick. I think you could blind pick your top laner here if you want to. But most likely you will pick a supporter. No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, all right. Okay.
This one does not spark joy.
Folks, that's not a name.
Could be a mispick.
Issue.
Maybe it's a reader. You never know.
It's not a mispick. It's Karma Ezreal. It's a classic.
Yeah,
look, it's you might be asking yourself, how do you CC the enemy team for Alvaro when you're playing Karma? Well, you stand next to them with the snare, and you kind of hope it eventually connects and works out. We'll have to see if it works. If they do, credit to them. But I think the one thing that we've all universally agreed on, I imagine everyone watching has agreed on, is, again, jungle support agency. Elyoyo's playing a champion that doesn't do anything but invade early game. And Alvaro's playing a champion that, I mean, does do stuff, but doesn't do anything flashy.
I mean, the good thing is that he will definitely secure a push. They will have bot lane prio guaranteed early with the Ezreal Karma. Shen, I assume, will be support. We don't know yet. Together with the Ziggs, can push, but not very fast early game. Early game with Karma with the Mantra Q is just so powerful. You will be able to push. You will be able to give Elyoya that space should he want to invade. But here is an Ambessa blind pick. Mirwin, floor is yours. What do you want to play into this? He has played Vex into this to middling success.
This is going to be an interesting... There's so much front-loaded damage across these ultimates.
You do kind of want some kind of...
Wait. That's a Mordekaiser.
And it's Santa do Brasil! Mordekaiser! Santa do Brasil! We're going to Brazil, baby! Mordekaiser locked in, obviously got buffed on this patch. Got a 13, or his ult stat steal went from 10 to 13%.
Sure, which is a pretty significant uptick. Additionally, the Grasp of Death did also get buffed. So not the biggest buffs on the face of the planet. I think the ulti one is more significant. But Mordekaiser, a champion we haven't seen for a long time. And you could just ult that Wukong out of a fight. You could ult that Ambessa out of a fight anytime you want.
Yeah, and the best thing is they blind picked Ambessa with the Shen support, because Shen really helps you in the top lane 1v1s but it's always gonna be a 1v1. If Mordekaiser just takes Ambessa, Channel doesn't matter, it will still be a 1v1 for these 8 seconds.
And I'm once again feeling the hype of
yeah, baby.
I like it. I like it. But I'm gonna throw a spanner in the works, which is they don't have any CC, Finn. The comp MKOI have assembled is...
Def is the strongest CC, Dracos, okay? Let's be real,
the comp that they have assembled is so much harder to play. Easier to play because there's going to be a lot of lanes where you're going to get Prio. And that's great. Prio is great. But when you have to fight and you're not a perfectly coordinated team, CC always wins, man.
I mean, I have some warning flags. I'm going to break it down in the most simple terms I can with my English vocabulary. MKOI loves fighting. MKOI have ability to start fight. Who's gonna engage on the MKOI team? Someone's gonna have to flash forward. We're gonna see the first Alvaro flash Mantra W engage in the history of the game, as we're now headed into game 3 between G2 and MKOI. We talked about the implications of this game might be super important for playoff seeding qualifications later on, as these are 2 of our expected top teams.
It's very true. Playing each other this early in the split can be a double-edged sword. Nice to get it out of the way if you have a very front-loaded schedule. Makes, in theory, the back half of the season a little bit easier, but also both these teams, G2 especially, have just been going since MSI. So it's a tough day to play this out on a brand new patch.
You're gonna see some auto-attack spacing maybe here in mid. And he has like a surprisingly long auto-attack range. And they don't feel like they hurt, because she just throws a little fire pebble at you. But if you throw like 15 fire pebbles over the course of a laning phase, those add up. So that's kind of how you play early game as Annie. You sometimes see the E start to just be able to poke with the E damage shield.
I mean, also, for all those classic enjoyers out there, don't forget old Annie just had 600 auto range.
Oh yeah.
They nerfed it repeatedly.
Oh yeah, it's 575 now.
Because they nerfed Annie repeatedly because just auto attacking people in lane as Annie support was super broken.
Yeah, it was like you saw the out attack range. It's like Caitlyn, then Annie. It was like the second highest out attack range.
Why can she throw the fire so far?
Yeah, now Jojipyon stepping up here.
Running up.
Look at the wave over caps. This wave is terrible for him. He might have to team back here. You see Jojipyon. Actually, I'm lying. I mean, he could just walk up here and then get level 3 first. He will stabilize, but still, that looked a little bit sketchy. But Alvaro, you know, he's playing Karma, but he's still walking up here. Might find Skewmond.
Skewmond might find him. That's a red buff. On a few. Dash in. Heal.
I like that. Just make sure you can stay in lane. Top your health up and put that summoner spell on cooldown.
Okay.
I don't know.
I see the argument. If he dies in an all-in before that heal is back up, though, he's going to feel a little bit goofy. Meanwhile, in the top lane matchup, it's Miriam doing a lot of work here. Of course, Mordekaiser, it's hard for Ambessa if short trades are ideal, right? You don't want to all in on the Mordekaiser in these early levels.
I mean, the big problem for Ambessa in this matchup is Mordekaiser can just stack up his W shield on the wave. That shield is gonna absorb almost all of Ambessa's damage. Her damage is very telegraphed and comes at about the same time. So if he can just block all that damage with his W, she kind of has nothing to do after that. So I haven't played this matchup, but I assume, I mean, Mordekaiser is just a juggernaut in the end. He will stat check you beautifully, and that's just what he's gonna try to do. I assume when Ambessa gets Eclipse, has a lot of dashes, very low CDR, it might get a little bit tricky for Mordekaiser, as she will be scooping around the battlefield and dodging his big hammer slash.
Yeah, obliterate the Mordekaiser Q is so much of your damage. It's easy to see post level 6, post first item, how Ambessa can dominate in that 1v1. But in the meantime, we're going to focus on the mid lane. Dark and Dagger's connecting the dogs.
Gets the root out here. Big damage on the caps. First Dark and Dagger will connect. Second will miss.
Yes.
As Jojipyon keeps this freeze up. Like you see now, Labro moves over here to kind of defend the caps on this wave, but the Nefarious is going to go and clear. And Skewmond will as well. So it's just a 2v2 mid at this point. Support's such a funky role, man.
We're just posturing.
Posturing, yeah.
We're just standing here looking tough. Gotta protect your laners.
I think Mantra on the caps. Doesn't have TP, has the flash though, so it's possible to set up a play here for MKOI if caps missteps. See, now Skewmond has come over here just to help out.
Come on, just wants to force. This is the biggest commitment to forcing a wave in I have seen in quite some time.
Get it in. Wait, are you gonna get it? He's just gonna hold it. Oh, he's such a little devil, isn't he?
Like,
look, he's holding the wave! wave, Dracos. They didn't even get it in. They sent everything, the kitchen sink.
At least they're finally pushing out. They're pushing out. They're going to push out.
Okay.
They're likely... Caps has no TP, so I guess we're going to see some solo XP. Broken Blade getting caught there by the Mordekaiser and the Obliterate. Ooh, really good trade from Mirwin. That is nasty. As finally we see some blows exchanged between these supports.
Is this just League of Legends now? Is mid-wave the entire thing we care about, the first 10 minutes of the game?
According to mid laners, mid-wave should always have been the only thing we cared about forever.
You're right.
On connects, a little more damage coming in from the Aftershock.
That's Mantra, I think, though.
Flash in from JoJo. Looking for a bit more fall. Casual to finish the fireball! Whoa! And first blood to the side of G2. LeBron waiting for a bit longer. Spirit's Refuge, the side steps can't be there. Cap's about to fall. The dog's on the way in. One more auto to get it done. A double kill for JoJo.
And G2 bits off a little bit more than they can chew. We talked about it. It seems like mid lane is the place to be. You see, we talk about MKOI's mid support jungle as being the engine of the team, and you see it right here. Why? They send everything. G2 has tried to push this mid wave out for so long, but in the end, they chose this fight. This was G2's choice to commit to, and it looked good. It looked like they were gonna get Alvaro and get out, but JoJo commits fully. JoJo flashes forward, despite Alvaro dying, and just walks into this wave. Now Labrov needs to dodge one of the Rise Qs, but JoJo lands those. He just gets it. He
Flash
gets it
also coming out from Elyoya just to make sure that that second Dark and Daggers connects. And now you got a 2-0 Rise, very comfortably stacking up a tier with Merc treads against any mid lane.
The Mercs are massive.
It's so hard to play if enemy mid laners ahead and they just rush Mercs.
That's one of the highest value Mercs early rushes I've seen. It's a fantastic spot to be in for the Rise. We'll be able to push those waves, has so much mana with the tier and the Sapphire Crystal, and we'll just be able to kind of dictate the pace of the game now.
Wandering in to contest Gumon. Gumon, who's also ticked over to level 6. You know, Elyoya relatively close, although slight XP lead for Elyoya.
The big thing now for G2 is if they want to contest mid, they need to send all 3 people for it. Every single time.
They've already been doing.
Yeah, but
we haven't panned the camera anywhere else except for top one. We haven't even looked at bot lane. Does bot lane, like, if it wasn't for the mini-map, I wouldn't even be sure that bot lane existed right now.
Well, Super has been doing good in his lane. He's secured a little bit of a lead for himself. 400 gold up. Obviously will get diminished here by Hansama catching this wave.
I mean, 10 CS advantage, not bad.
Doing good. Oh, you said that you wanted the camera more mid, Dracos? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I did. I said,
okay.
let's just look. You know, I haven't played enough ARAM Mayhems. Finn, I need to spend more time in a single lane. I'm perplexed by this idea of going elsewhere. Like, what is this? Why wouldn't you just all go into the same frozen bridge? Why are you even up here? It's a hard thing to say. Now, look, Mirwin sitting pretty. Broken Blade approaching. I'm not sure if he's going Mercs or maybe if he goes a Hex Drinker here. I feel like you'd still be going for Eclipse or...
Well, I think what Ambessa usually is want to rush. Like what most Ambessas do, at least in the East, is they just go for the free boots and they send everything so they can get that Eclipse by as soon as possible. Because when Ambessa gets Eclipse, she is a different champion. The shields, the damage, the chip damage she gets with that Eclipse proc and the shield makes it so hard to get a single good trade against her.
Yeah, makes her trading pattern much, much simpler in this matchup. Both sides holding onto their ultimates. No jungler has dared show their face on the top side of the map. And again, there's a Mord here, so it does make a certain amount of sense. But MKOI gonna send Elyoya up initially. Broken Blade not taking the bait. Sundering Slam, immediate dash back.
Remember, he can just ult him and then Elyoya walks up. If he gets the ult, they don't go for the play though. Oh, they're ready to.
Broken Blade.
He's dead.
They're waiting on the ulti from Elyoya. They're first gonna get that ulti out, but now Broken Blade is most certainly dead. In the context of this fight, going away, Elyoya gets the reset. He can ult once again and just jumps right back in onto Skumon, who gets the knockup. Already used the 4-1. That's a disaster! Another kill given over to JoJo. A horrendous miscalculation from G2.
And look, G2 can't even get a cross map. Suba just recall and TP's back. He's gonna be able to catch this entire wave after after MKOI sent 4 people top, and now they're going mid.
Root's gonna connect from Alvaro. I was wrong. They don't need engage. They're just making it happen. The Karma support finding the play, a heal, barely keeping Cap standing. Deathfire Torch ticking. Alvaro has the root. Cap's using the bear to body block some of the fall-off damage so his support can escape. Good escape from Caps. That could have been devastating. But it's MKOI, 9 minutes into the game, grabbing all 3 grubs after they got first Drake. and now a 2,000 gold lead as well.
I mean, look, MKOI doesn't have any CC, but they have 3 winning lanes and a fast-clearing jungler, so their ability to just be at places is way better than G2. We talked about this play. When Mordekaiser plays, you can just ult the guy, give your jungler time to get to his escape path, and just catch him afterwards.
And I'm seeing what you're saying here, because that's a lot of CC coming out, but Death does seem to be a better form of CC.
It's inevitable for all of us, Dracus.
Okay. A little grim, but fair, true, immortal. We're all, never mind. I'm just going to let that one go. We're going to move on. So when we take a step back, look, Hansama still doesn't have that completed item, which I think this is so fine for MKOI. They're happy to just trade waves here.
I think Super's having the time of his life. His team is just winning the map. He's just chilling, hitting mystic shots on minions, farming. I think he's having a fantastically nice game.
It's been yeah, it's been one plate for one plate traded in bot lane, so neither side has had a significant enough push to get anything else, although Hansama is starting to connect a little bit more.
I want to see what Mirwin buys now, because I'm not very up to date with Mordekaiser builds. Rylai's is the classic. Like, you can go Rylai's Protobelt or Rylai's Riftmaker is the go-tos.
I mean, he has the components for Rylai's, so I'm inclined to think that first item will be Rylai's.
I assume it's going to be Rylai's, yeah.
But maybe he goes Void Staff Warmogs. I don't know. What do you think these components are built?
The Growth Armor is really throwing me out there.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I'm guessing it's for the plated steel caps, which when you play League Classic, you can finally call Ninja Tab you again. All right, level 5 for Labrov. Still roaming supports. Of course, Labrov would really love to get that level 6. Much more important for him than it is for Alvaro.
I was just going to say that. I think this is a great point, Drake, is because when you play this kind of gameplay where you sit mid all the time, your support does not hit level 6 until 12 minutes, it seems.
Well, ulting on the Jojo Pune did not do a lot of damage. Roro. That Rise has Catalyst. He is a tanky boy.
That was a Roro Raggy moment for sure. I mean, he's just going to take that ult and keep pushing these waves. Because you see Mordekaiser pushing in, Rise pushing in, Estral, doesn't matter. Adjoya has options here. That's what matters.
Yeah, look. Already building a lot of leads across the map. Holding onto a pretty comfortable state in the game, using Ezreal just to keep securing push, doing their best to match what the Ziggs can bring to the table, although Hansama now with that first completed item. Cap's still lagging behind. This is a tough one. Mirwin also just continues to win out in the 1v1, hasn't completed that item. Broken Blade is forced to delay that Eclipse Spike to go for the Hex Drinker, which in the context of a 1v1 is one of the strongest, like, individual items for the early stages, but missing out on that spike is pretty devastating.
I'm not sure I agree in this game. I don't think it's very great, especially against Mordekaiser. I'm going to hold the Fox.
Lock up on Elyoya, who's going to bring the dogs out. TP into follow. Root comes in from Labrov. Buffered Obliterate still connected from Mirwin, and now they're just going to burn down Broken Blade. It looks like Labrov is just next on the list. MKOI simply too far ahead, but G2 have the power of Ziggs in the bottom lane, and they're going to look to break down that first tower with the power of the Satchel Bomb.
I mean, it might be the first tower for G2, but 2 people in their team is dead. I still think MKOI is happy with this play, sending everything up top once again. This is the second time it feels like we've seen this play. They're just sending people to Mirwin, as he's gonna take this tower. I thought they were like, you can have it, bro, you can have it. They were both recalling, gonna give the tower to the other guy.
They have to share the goal, the team synergy.
But yeah, the problem is when you buy Hex Drinker, it doesn't really save you from these plays.
Yeah.
The only thing it does is delay your Eclipse, and Mordekaiser has built-in percentage Magic Pen in his E that just goes up with levels, so he doesn't really care about it that much. Good player by Elyoya, he goes in, Shenlong comes out, it doesn't matter. You have the TP from Jojo, you have Alvaro here ready to cut them off should they run up.
And this is one of the most comfortable game states for Nefiri imaginable. You highlighted it earlier. You had pushing lanes early on. Now you get to go for these aggressive dives, knowing that there's not enough follow-up damage to kill you before that CC expires, ever. You're free to just keep rinsing and repeating every time that ulti's off cooldown, and we're 4 seconds away from Elyoya having it again.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be real. This is not an easy comp to execute from MKOI. If I was an ERL coach, this is not a coach I would draft for my team because it requires a lot of discipline and precise map movements to make use of. It's really important you start stacking those dragons early with your fast jungler, with your strong lanes. You need to pull the enemy team into you because you cannot go into them. So getting that early soul point, getting this third dragon point now, that G2 is going to have to think about, do we want to contest this third dragon? Because if we just give it, they just have a free soul point at 22 minutes. And that's really when you start getting pushed. If G2 can secure 1 dragon, it will significantly hinder the snowball of MKOI. But that is in 2 minutes.
So yeah, it's a tall task to contest.
Out of sight, out of mind, yeah.
especially when they're struggling to get pushed in so many situations. Now, Caps has been left unattended in the side lane, so there's potential here if G2 are more on top of managing those side waves, maybe get advantageous positioning. But as we're still 2 minutes out, I don't think it matters too much. The focus instead much more on the top side of the map and the Herald that is spawning in 30 seconds. Waiting in the darkness, now threatening Lavrov.
Yeah, let's see what Caps does here, because he just recalled and has two options. He can just open behind his team here.
And that's going to be his option. Good call, Finn. TP play coming in. It's like double TPs coming from behind. Caps desperate to force something, but again, you talk about discipline. MKoi just, we're going to back away.
Yeah, because now look at Jojopion. He's completely free. There's no TPs on G2. Sure, enemy team has no engage, but they are pushing at your doors, taking down your towers, and what are you going to do about it?
Currently nothing. They burn the TPs. They burn the defensive cooldowns that would have allowed them to spawn to that push, and for now, as they sprint down to the bot lane, they're glad that they have a third TP in the back pocket. The one I forgot about, Han Sama, who can defend, or very likely would have been another plate picked up from Jojopion. But now, again, the dominoes just continue to fall in MKoi's favor, and as much as G2, respectable to try to go for the double TP play, to try to finally leverage the power of your team fighting composition, MKoi are just running circles around G2 in this game.
Yeah, because now you don't have any teleport for 4 minutes. You used 3 TPs in the span of 30 seconds, and you got nothing. That's all your creative game plans that you can get. When you don't have those teleports, it's really difficult to make proactive plays for a team that's falling behind like this. Now you're gonna have to suffer through 4 more minutes of MKoi being able to do exactly what they want. And I don't know if G2 can take 4 more minutes of that.
No, it is a tall task, especially as we're getting closer and closer to Jojopion completing the second item. But Caps is done. He's over it. Supa managing to make it out. And just about everything connecting, but passing the DPS check. Chemtech Rift going to heal him right back up with some additional shielding. G2 want control of this third Drake. You asked the question, Finn, if they would fight for it. The answer is hell yes. They burned the flash and the ulti from Caps to do it, but now they're hoping they can force an exchange here.
Let's see it. MKoi has to rendezvous together. They need to come in from the same angle as Labro tots in.
Taunt over. Good damage now into Mirwin.
These are hard team fights for Mordekaiser to play. You see the range from G2 makes it quite awkward. Already getting chunked down to 60%.
He just has to keep eyes on Skewmon though, and he can keep the smite out of the equation. Not sure if he can go for it. He takes it! Absolutely what G2 needed in this instance.
Rise ults? No.
They're not going to get anything else.
The Herald mid. G2 just got away with murder.
I mean, that's just what a fumble from MKoi. You lose Herald, you lose the objective, you get nothing. And this all started with the flash tippers from Caps.
And this is why Caps is so good. We talked about how thin the margins are for G2 to make any proactive plays. And Caps found the one window. With a flash stun on mid, he secures G2 a chance to even contest this dragon. And Skewmon takes the alley-oop, slams it down, and secures the dragon steal.
And just walks out. Still, the gold favors MKoi, but you highlighted this slows down their game plan so much. And again, their game plan is harder to execute. They have to be more disciplined, more on top of working with the information they have so flawlessly, whereas Caps is always going to have that potential to flash forward and drop a bear on someone's head and really just close the team fight out instantly.
Mordekaiser rolled into popcorn plants. Yeah.
Mordekaiser, ulti there. Broken Blade nowhere to go, waiting for him to pop out. The entire team waiting. Surprise, buddy!
Close your eyes. What can you do?
The rest of MKoi.
What can you do against that play? You know, Mordekaiser ults you, and then suddenly when he's out of the ult, 2 more people are just standing there waiting to kill you. I mean,
nothing you can do. You survive the death realm only to go back to the real world.
Yeah,
and
which is
even
maybe
worse.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the 1v1 death realm. Supa.
Supa carrying no flash on him.
So good. Follow-up damage is there. Easy kill. Lavrov taking it, not ideal.
Put some respect on River Shen's name, okay? He's in that river and he's waiting for you. Supa walks up on mid wave, doesn't have the flash, has no cleanse, and Lavrov pounces on the moment and takes a nice pick, and that's a mid-end tower for G2.
And it really doesn't feel like MKoi are so far ahead in this game.
No,
G2,
not at all.
Because remember, we watched G2 fumble a bunch of plays consecutively, And now they've found a couple angles back in the game. They're knocking down a few towers. Yes, MKOI are still trading even, but for G2, the team that is behind, really comfortable to just keep trading blows like this.
I mean, G2 switching up the tempo right now. They're trying to stop MKOI in their setup because they know if MKOI gets to push out all these waves, set up their beautiful line of vision, it's so difficult for G2, so they have to strike fast. Whether that's a Caps flash on mid, a LeBron flash taunt. It's 2 times now that Supa has been a target of G2 and he needs to take a step back. He has been a role player this entire game and he needs to see that mission through. Ever since he loaded on into this game, you are just set up for your team and you need to take that role seriously.
That you do, that you do. Looking ahead to the next objectives, 25 seconds to Baron. Neither side really fantastic at shredding through. MKOI certainly better as they have a relatively tanky Mirwin and the sustained damage of the Ezreal and Ryze. EULCS lingering, waiting for Skewmon. Connects on the first Dark and Daggers. Will not hit the second as there's a bit of a fight. EULCS who ticks up to level 13. And now I think we just wait. We're just going to be fight night in a minute and 40 seconds, Finn.
What is Jojo buying with that Kindle Gem? Am I thinking that's a I'm trying to figure out what Kindle Gem goes into.
Protobelt?
Is Protobelt Kindle Gem or is it?
They changed
the recipe. Okay,
Protobelt.
sorry.
Maybe.
I'm old and washed, and that is of course a Protobelt on the rise.
Were you thinking it would be Fimbulwinter? Because that would be truly insane.
I wasn't sure.
Follow up.
Oh
no, that was so bad.
Hello? Maybe it should be a Fimbulwinter. Why is he ulting into 5 people? What? Oh my god, that was diabolical. Oh my god. What? Okay, I need to see a replay. I need to break down what the plan was there because I was thinking about this build, but I should have been thinking about what the hell he's doing.
He was 4-0 before that play. What? He just jumped on the altar and said, "Sacrifice me." Like what? Oh great Raven, take my corpse.
Okay, so Jojo wants to dive Hansama.
He's playing the pirate skin. He hears Pirates Caribbean. That's
got to be the worst tower dive I've ever seen.
100%. But unfortunately for us all, you have seen it, Finn.
Oh heavens.
Okay. Sometimes you see the montage in your head, but when that montage involves all 4 of your other teammates maybe instantly capitalizing, you really need to make sure you're on the same page. And shout out to production. Hextech, Rocket Belt, Build Path.
Thank you, production.
Thank you, Arna. Thank you, graphics team. This is the new build path. And this was nerfed. Remember, less ability power, more HP, and an active cooldown increase of 10 seconds. It's still super popular, though, so it doesn't feel like it's been enough to take this item out of the meta.
I mean, the big thing, a lot of the damage from Protobelt isn't in the 70 AP. I mean, of course, it's good, but also the active does quite a bit of damage. So the damage you're losing by buying Protobelt, you kind of get back by the active, assuming those rockets hit. And that's really why this item has skyrocketed in popularity in these last few months.
So remember that before JoJo Pirates of the Caribbean his way into that one, it was like a 3,000 goldie for MKOI, and now it's 600 gold. The good news is they have Soul Point. The bad news is Caps has a death cap now. Hansama has a gold lead despite what was a pretty decent CS gap, and Supa's getting one-shot by Skewmon here.
Not again!
Spinning again. Okay, all right. Okay, credit to G2, but MKOI, what is happening?
Okay, strike 1, sure. Strike 2,
yeah.
Strike 3, you're out.
Strike 4, strike 5. What game are we playing? How many more strikes are they gonna get? Oh my god. This is why we talk about the importance of CCs, because even if you goof, as long as the enemy team just makes little mistakes with their no CC comp, you get back into the game. Again, credit to G2. They've weathered the storm. They've evened up the gold. They're about to get Baron.
Can they set up this? Okay, Can they set up that for this? Oh,
Baron in the backside. He's lost so much life even before he goes into the death realm. Now he's in trouble. 1v1ing with Caps. Probably not the ideal target here. Walking through, he's about to just get one shot.
Oh, Caps movement is too good.
He's getting pulled out. Jojo Pune running for his life. G2 on the hunt here. But they've locked or knocked G2's health bars low enough that they can't continue the Baron.
Mirwin being the sacrificial lamb there, making sure that G2 will not get that Baron. Still. flank in this tower, but MKOI, you need to raise some eyebrows. You cannot, like, Supa has been left alone all game, but he's still pushing up on these mid waves as if he has support to do so. But it's always G2 making sure when they have flashes to use them on the mid wave, breaking MKOI's setup and making sure they target the people that are left alone.
Good awareness from G2. MKOI, the plays that they pulled off in the early game because of their pushing lanes, because of the favorable matchups, and because of how well bot lane was going, honestly, have all just faded away. Remember, Caps started the game in a really dire position. It took the entire team like 5 minutes mid to get his wave in a playable state. But now he's 3-1 to JoJo's 4-1.
Well, he's making use of that wave, all right.
It's just been so good now. And MKOI, they're not out of this yet. 2-item spike for Ezreal. Your Rise is still so strong. The Mordekaiser to disrupt these fights, but it's way harder for you to fight, to play fights from MKOI from an even or behind position. You don't have the CC. You can't buy CC either with the gold advantage you had either. There's nothing you can do to get the power of G2's composition in this game. You just have to play better.
I mean, you really need to be first on the objective. There is Dragon in 2 minutes, but I think maybe now Supa will be a little bit more cautious on these mid waves because you need to push mid together, set up your position in the river and make sure when they walk in, you are throwing down your poke, you're throwing your Mantra Qs, you're throwing your Ezreal Qs, you're throwing maybe in a Rise Q, making sure you get a little bit of damage onto G2 before they come into you. Because if it's a full of 5v5, I think G2 is favored with their comps.
That they are. Quarterback now finished for JoJo. Maybe he can be a little bit more of a playmaker. But G2, this is the mid-game state that I don't think MKOI wanted them to be able to get into. Just leaving Hansama mid lane, one-shotting the waves, matching any push that Supa can hope to bring, and giving themselves time to just scale up.
And my eyes are on Mirwin. I want to see what he can do with his Mordekaiser because it's been a quiet game. He's had some good ults to pick up Broken Blade on the side lane, but what has he done with his lead? Not that much. You still pick this champion into the Ambessa. You need to make sure you get a little bit of leverage out of it in the team fights because right now he's just getting chunked before the team fights begin and he's just looking at G2 take full control of the objectives.
Definitely difficult. I feel like game 1 solid performance on the Jace. Game 2 even on the Gnar in a losing game. He did well. But this is a game where he has to carry. It's not enough to have an individual lead. Has to step up to the plate. Him and JoJo, the only remaining members of their team with the gold lead. TP now.
And MKOI is here first now, though. Good TP by Mirwin. Dragon is in 50 seconds. Can they contest this wave?
Chemtech Soul for the Rise and Mordekaiser is crazy.
The thing is, usually here's G2 have the option to just go and rush Baron, but they have no damage on objectives. You have an Annie and a 6. You have no damage on the objectives. They're gonna have to fight this Dragon. They will be spawning in 30 seconds. So MKOI can just stand here.
If MKOI want to do something, they should do it before Caps gets access to Flash, because that feels like something that can just break the team fight open.
You need to start this Dragon right on spawn. Look on the flanks here. Mirwin is looking for something.
Ulti by Caps. Just going to get one shot. Not even a chance to pull anyone in the death room. A little bit more healing gives him an opportunity to 1v1 with Broken Blade, but he doesn't win that one from 20% HP. Excellent ulti in the backline. Hits onto Supa and Alvaro. The Mega Inferno Bomb doing the work it needs to. Elyoya and JoJo Pune lingering off to the side, but with Mirwin already deleted and a couple of blinking health bars, G2 just going to march in and grab their second Drake of the game.
We talked about the discipline from MKOI, but it's fading throughout this game. Where is the discipline? You have full control of this Dragon area. You don't need to do something fancy. You can just stand on that banana bush and just poke them when they walk into you and start the Dragon. Instead, Mirwin here gets caught way too far up. His team is not there. Alvaro has to flash to heal and shield him just to give him a chance to get his Death Realm off. But in the end, he falls. And G2 now secures their second Chemtech Dragon of the game. And MKOI's grasp of this game is becoming lighter and lighter.
Definitely feels like it's slipping away from them. Caps didn't even use Flash in the previous play, which means he'll have access to it in the next fight. Broken Blade, Skewmond as well. All of these big team fight engage options from the side of G2 are available. The Flash Shadow Dash, the Flash Drop Bear, everything they could possibly need to kick a fight off. JoJo P once again coming in on the flank. Hansama going to leap out, a good satchel charge. Still getting chunked by the True Shot Barrage. JoJo Pune flash forward onto Hansama, wants to finish the kill now. Protobelt into Hansama, but the Ziggs is still living. Mirwin giving chase, but Hansama still standing. Caps waiting over the wall. Mega Blast Cone to escape, but it looks like Skewmont has been sacrificed. A good fight from Movistar Koi. Supa now on the chase. Do they spot Hansama? Yes, a TP out. It's not going to matter. Double kill for MKOI. Now they can set their sights on the Baron.
Who needs objectives when you can just fight? I mean, it is MKOI in the end. They find a crucial team fight. Now, this time it's Hansama being the one stepping up on the mid-wave when he's not allowed to. And G2, I mean, MKOI with the Realm Warp now on Roadtrips punishes that and gets a fantastic team fight now and the Baron pickup.
Excellent look, and again, here, the start. Recognizing Hansama is isolated. These 80 carries,
These 80 carries
on mid-wave!
It's 3 minions, man. It's at best 3 minions you're gonna get from that wave. This is the 4th time we've seen it this game. An 80 carry is stepping up on the mid-wave and creating a fantastic pick for the enemy team.
Doesn't even wait on the blast come, the jungler dies. There are a lot of 80 carries. We're getting some suspicious looks at this one. And again, well played on MKOI to capitalize on that window of opportunity, but those are the angles that MKOI need to find because, again, in the honest 5-5, we're going to line up and take shots at each other. G2's comp is going to be better. It's just so much easier to execute.
Yeah, big moment though. Yoya, Jojo, Supa, Alvaro, no flashes now. G2 has flash on Caps, and they have flash on Broken Blade. Maybe if they can access the backline of MKOI, they can find the pick that they need. Caps has been the man to look out for this entire game. With his tippers, with his flash engages, he's the one that makes a difference. And he once again is in a position where he needs to do it again.
That he is. Gonna struggle to find another angle similar to that previous fight around G2's second Drake, where he just walked up to Mir when he was able to kick the fight off with all that burst damage. For now, MKOI keeping the push going. Good news for G2 is with the Ziggs, you have so much wave clear. But Hansama again finding himself caught in an awkward angle there, forced to use the satchel charge just to bounce out. And look, this has been this is kind of the game we wanted to see. Because game 1, slaughter. Game 2, slaughter the other way. This one, very back and forth. Sometimes frustratingly so, if we're being totally candid. But I like that we're seeing so much parity between these two teams, especially in week 1 of the LEC.
And I like that the teams are very fast to bounce back after a fast play. The moment something goes bad, they still look for the next play to make. Even MKOI, who had a terrible fight around that 5th dragon, they were so fast at being on that mid-wave, punishing Hansama the moment he steps up. It's been a constant back and forth of picks, and it feels like the team, neither team is willing to let go of the speed that this game is being played at.
Caps low on mana. 4 members briefly around the bottom lane as Hansama will now take up Caps' role of clearing out this bot lane wave. MKOI hoping to catch someone sleeping as Supa just keeps the pressure in mid.
Oh, look at this.
Shen on the way in. They're just going to back away. Skewmon doesn't make it over the wall!
Don't look at this.
Ski doesn't make it over the wall. Oh, no. That's just Shen ult gone for nothing.
Yeah, in the end, it's just Shen ult.
And it's support Shen ult, too.
Yeah. Support players are worth as much as
no, I mean,
like,
you don't have as much stats. You don't have
Why do you say it like that?
XP, so it's fine. Okay. Don't tell Medic, he'll get mad. He doesn't like when people drag support.
So Dragon, that's a really good stop by Skewmon. He has half HP now, and Dragon is spending 20 seconds. He was planning on basing, getting his item, then running back out on the map. Now he's gonna be so late. I think G2's gonna have to give the soul.
Look at G2 just grouped in this bush though. MKOI need to
Are they gonna go test this without Skewmon?
Someone needs to play patient in this game, please. Right now it's MKOI. Elyoya clearing out the vision. They're trying to spot any potential flankers. We've got 3 TPs up for G2. Flashes up for everyone but Hansama.
Skewmon made it in time, but
ulti for Mirwin can stop Skewmon from getting into the pit.
He's stolen 1 dragon today.
Skewmon can steal another. Realm Warp into the midst of the entire team. Roadtrips immediately goes golden. Base up the bear. It's perfect. Elyoya diving to the backline, looking to one-shot Hansama, but Hansama manages to live the Crypt Bloom, giving a little bit of healing back. Roadtrips still frontlining. The taunt dash coming in the nick of time, and Jojo will fall. G2 fighting better despite a fantastic start for MKOI.
I mean, it's just a hand scab from G2. They played the fight perfectly. It looked like it was no way for G2 to contest this dragon, but again, they somehow found the play and Mirwin stopped.
But MKOI are still on the dragon. But now it's the TP back from Hansama. Oh, Mega Blast can't take Supa out. Okay, Skewmon will secure the dragon in the end. For a second there, MKOI were lingering. But that's going to be 3rd Drake.
Soul point for G2.
And again for Broken Blade and Skewmon. 6 tenacity heal and shield power. 18 tenacity heal and shield power is good.
Let's look at this fight, because MKOI doesn't want to give G2 the chance to go for 50-50. They are engaging hard here, but look at Elyoya. He goes so deep. Instantly uses the targetability, but he doesn't have the damage to finish off Hansama. He goes down, and the Crypt Bloom healing is so massive. I think it saved Hansama there, or he would go down to that crucial barrage.
The crippling healing, Skewmon using the Cyclone just to slow down Supa and Jojopyun from making it in. They just couldn't get their damage on the priority targets.
I mean, League of Legends is a game of details, and those small things end up having a huge impact on the outcome of a team fight now. G2, MKOI staring at each other, 3 Drakes each. You know it's gonna be bloody in this next Dragon fight.
And that stopwatch gone. And Jojopyun hasn't been getting a massive influx of gold. It's going to be a while till we see the full completion of the Zhonya's.
He also has no Void Staff, and there's double Maw in the enemy team. He's really falling behind on frontline damage right now. Maybe that Maw rush by BB will end up being super useful. As the grasp goes wide, Caps chipping down his top lane tower will go down here. Big damage from the Ezreal though.
Yep, that's a charge there. Nice to have a bit of damage. 28 seconds till Baron spawns. Neither side set to take it immediately, although G2, we expect, will have Prio.
Dusk and Dawn from here when it comes out third here.
It's a bit awkward. You kind of, I would expect a slightly more defensive item.
Usually you see a Leandris here, or maybe a Bloodletter's Curse, you know, something that these AP bruisers, as I guess this prototype is, kind of like, but Dusk and Dawn does proc your passive really fast. Just Q out, already has you spinning around with the scrap.
Gives a bit of tanky stats as well. Obviously converting that HP into AP quite nicely. But again, we really set expectations for him. And hey, this is your pick. What can you do with it? And the answer right now is die. Die is the answer. In the blink of an eye, G2 once again so well executed. LeBron set up for the Shadow Dash, immediate follow from Broken Blade. We all saw it. You understand. They pushed their buttons together. But what will it cost them? As Jojopyun for now is a bit uncontested there. Starting to free fire. So G2
will they start dragging the Baron here though? Because Maroon is dead for 40 seconds. They don't have great Baron damage with their team comp. Okay, Ambesso does quite well, but in the end it's a Ziggs and Annie. This will take quite long to take. And I think that's a Hunter Baron. We have seen them across the world do so much damage.
Starting to stack up, doing a lot of work here. Ulti in from Lebrov, just reset. 3K getting lower.
I don't think they can get that duel out of the pit though.
Ready to go over the wall. EULCS tucks it! Instantaneous flash out. Jojo gets a stopwatch just in time. Will fall, but his team has gotten the Baron. G2 now desperate to get the fight, to punish the steal. But the Thief walks away with his prize. The ulti will not finish the kill. Jojo is dead, but it is MKOI wearing purple.
Are we allergic to clean objective setup?
Yes.
EULCS finds the miracle steal for MKOI.
We are allergic.
The only thing that they needed to come back into this game, EULCS swoops in there, takes it, flashes out. It's a perfect heist. Make a Netflix documentary about this Baron steal because that was insane.
Yeah, you've heard of Money Heist. This is Baron Heist. It's a little different. Look, Finn, this series slaps. It is awesome, but it's also a little frustrating. Because I feel like they're so close. Both sides have been so close to just playing super clean League.
I mean, it's like you have this notion about what you think is going to happen, and it's broken every single time they click each other. It's so hard to tell what these teams are going to do, but I love how fast both teams are playing.
It's true.
We said it before, they're always thinking about the next plan. You saw MKOI making space for EULCS to be able to jump into that pit. They knew it was the only way they could come back into this game. And now, once again, Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds.
37 minutes and the goal is dead even.
Drake, let's take a deep breath now because it's the last one we're going to get, okay?
Okay, we're resetting.
40 seconds. MKOI is going into the river first.
And this feels, in theory, and I say in theory because this game has shaken my confidence in a lot of things, like the fight that matters the most. It is Soul. Now, compositionally, again, burden of execution, I think, favors G2. Their comp is more simple, but it is Baron for MKOI, which means their waves are pushing much more in their favor. G2 trying to fight through mid.
Comes back to this mid wave. It has been the bane of G2 and MKOI this game. But it looks like Supa will be able to pick it up. Moving on the flank.
Q flash over, pulls Caps into the death realm, wants to take him out of the equation, but Caps living for far too long. The Obliterate is there though! Happy to have a bit of extra AP. G2 immediately peeling away, and Mirwin giving him 1/2 of the heart. Oh, that's going to be Soul for MKOI. We wanted to see Mirwin step up to the plate. We wanted to see him carry. All it took was a little bit of damage, and now an immediate push into the bottom lane as they group on top of that Realm Warp.
And we asked Mirwin what that Mordekaiser do. That it do. Like, he just killed Caps by himself, flashes forward, catches Caps off guard. Caps has been the one flashing on people on this mid wave this entire game, but it might end the game for MKOI by Caps being the one flashed on.
Supa continues to push, connecting on those towers, but he's getting lower. Supa just lost so much HP, he stepped far too far up. Manages to get the extra shield and coming in. Skumon spinning his way through the back line, holding on for dear life as Mirwin will finally fall. Skumon, they proc the GA, but MKOI have realized this might not be the fight they're looking for. Broken Blade moving in, no public execution, but the Drakehound step continuing to carry him forward. Elyoya running, the Hound summoned as he now looks for the exit, and it's Caps TPing back in. Jojo Pune on the way out, flashing the top. LeBron has the read, sees the angle, and once again, all the stopwatch dodge has let him see his own death coming. G2 hold the line.
What is going on? Caps is chasing Elyoya here. He has no MR, he only has the Mercury threads. Caps wants revenge for being the one picked up before. Has the flash, not where he already flashed.
Use the bear, holding as long as he can on the point and click stun. Waits for the dash animation so we can't W. Clever from Caps, but the damage from Elyoya is big. They've got the Contact Soul. The dogs are doing damage. The Drakehound step, he should just finish it here, but Elyoya is so damn fast. One more dash forward. Broken Blade gets the job done.
I mean, they're gonna try to push for the end there, but Esther and Karma are up. I think they can hold this. Mirwin just respawned. Jojo is up in 20 seconds. We're going to another Baron, Drake.
We're going to another Baron, Finn. Soul in 4 minutes. I don't know if we'll make it that far. Or, excuse me, Elder. 4 minutes. The Soul already belonging to MKOI now. Chemtech, you could see doing work for Elyoya, surviving as long as he could there. QSS now for Mirwin as well, so he can immediately QSS an ult in a fight.
He will not let that happen again when they flash on him and he cannot outplay it. So the QSS I think is super clever, but here, what happened, Supa? How did you take so much damage? You're tanking the tower!
Into the minefield. I don't think you could see the minefield animation.
He was tanking the tower as well here. He has to flash out. Alvaro uses everything to peel for Supa, ends up being the next target, and Mirwin is again so deep into the backline. It doesn't have the damage to clear them off. And it's just a chase.
Yep, chase down. They know Caps is up and has TP. They want to keep the fight going. MKOI split. I think it's the right call, but here we see Jojo Pune feels like the TP out is the right choice. That flash taunt. Skumon. The Brav coming in as well. So again, not going to see much impact from that particular Shen ulti. Just lets the Brav get a little more active on the map, but keep your eyes on Caps.
Eyes on Caps. Doesn't have the flash.
Neither does Broken Blade, neither does Skumon. This is big for the next coming fight. It makes Supa and Jojo Pune that much safer.
I mean, Supa is pretty safe, but Jojo Pune, he's just tanky. He can't get out if they end up going on to him. He doesn't have flash, does have the the Seraphs and the Sonias.
A lot of bruisery items here, no magic pen though.
Yeah,
as you highlighted, no magic working towards death cap, which is an AP amplifier, so still a big percentage damage increase. Poking. Endless hunger there for Supa, so he should be able to heal back up. And Jojo hovering on the side, keeping those waves pushed.
They will just wait for the bot lane wave, I think. I think they're just going to hold this position until that wave crashes into the base of G2. And then they're going to put the foot on the pedal and start pressuring this Baron. But you don't need to walk in yet. Time is on your side. You can just wait for the wave. The only thing G2 wants to do right now is start a fight.
Dash. Good backstep from Mirwin, good spacing. Broken Blade off the side, contesting Elyoya. They're trying to get a chunk down. Over the wall, though, they catch out Jojo Pune once again. Seraph's shield. Zanya's there. He comes out and goes right back down. Every single time that man in the mid lane has gone gold, that has just been to delay the inevitable. Yet another death for Jojo. Another exchange in favor of G2.
Will be the Baron started by G2. I don't understand why MKOI is so impatient. You are waiting for your bot wave. The only play G2 has is to sit in that topside river and hope a fight starts. And MKOI just gave it to him.
You can see frustration on the face of Jojo Pune. Knows things have been going awry this game. Remember, this was a 4-0-1 rise. This man realm warped under mid lane tier 1, died. The gold lead disappeared. It has been a disastrous mid to late game for Jojo Pune this time around. Needs to step up in the fights to come. He is still powerful, all things considered, but can't afford to keep getting soft.
Look at that ward placed, and look at Caps. He is the one, again, who finds this big stun on mid. He is the one that propels G2 forward in this game. He has saved them more times than I can count. And finding that pick onto Jojo Pune. might be the nail in the coffin. We do not know yet how G2 is going to use this Baron, because it's not easy. You have Georgian's wave clear, you have Supa's range. Actually pushing down with this, I don't think it's possible. It's going to come down to another Elder fight.
Very likely. We have the Verdant Barrier coming in for Caps as well. It is going to be procced off by Supa crucially. I think that's there to try to stop the instantaneous Death Realm play from happening again. Mirwin has Flash.
Are up, except for Jojo. He's going to get it in like 20 seconds.
Mirwin.
And BB soon as well. And there's going to be 10 flashes up.
Mirwin doesn't have vision on Caps in that brush though. So we're waiting to see that play. The Death Realm could be a big difference maker here.
G2 has gotten control over the bush here though.
And MKOI are being herded back into this choke point, which could be devastating. Nice bit of poke onto Hansama. Jojo clearing the wave as long as he can.
He's going on the flank.
Mirwin buys a second, Caps ready to go over the wall and immediately shut down that Mordekaiser. Mirwin forced to ult Labrov.
Look at Skumon.
And now Skumon is in the back line trying to look for the follow-up. Keep your eyes on Caps. Wants to go down, but they're waiting for the ulti to expire so they can one-shot Mirwin. The patience from G2 is fantastic. Satchel charge there from Hansama. Elyoya cannot find a way, and it's Broken Blade in the back line. In the meantime, MKOI, 4 members still standing, but G2 have not lost a single one yet.
Skumon is so low. He needs to be so careful here. If he dies, he cannot get into the Baron pit. Does have the GA.
Healing up.
But it's MKOI starting the Baron. Dragon.
1400. Getting low as they burn through it. Skumon spotted out by the blue trinket. They have to be careful with Caps. The Flash is ready. The Bear is ready. Get ready for Caps. Labrov going in with the Hex Flash. Broken Blade chipping away at those health bars. Caps holding his spells. The waves are in shambles on the top side of the map. MKOI are losing so much just to be here. This is likely the final fight. Broken Blade doesn't even need support from the rest of the team. Caps over the wall. Knight forced to use the Flash. They interrupt the way out. The Elder goes down. It is absolute devastation as MKOI are in shambles.
In the end, it is G2 that steps up. All flashes were up, but they just fought a little bit better than MKOI. Mirwin has respawned, but I don't think they have what it takes to stop the onslaught of the Baron up, the Elder Dragon up, G2 Esports.
No way out of this one. Caps walking forward. Mirwin will finally get the Death Realm. Maybe can finish off Caps. Caps buying 2.5 seconds. About to pop out of the Death Realm. Needs another second, and who's waiting there? But the rest of his team. Jojo once again goes golden every single Zanyas does nothing this game. G2 weather the storm of the early game. We play a bit of catch, we toss it back and forth, but in the end, it's G2 who come out on top.
His stat line says 4-2-10, but have no doubts, the man of the match was Caps. His constant engages brought it back for G2, and they saw it through.
Absolutely did. Hype on the face of Perks, proud of his boys. Game 1 was rough. It felt like that might just be it. A quick 2-0. MKOI seemed to be a step ahead, but in Game 2 and Game 3, G2 brought it back. You can vote for your Kia player of the series. Caps, Hansama, or Labrov, all excellent options, and you see frustration on the face of MKOI. Losing here, not the Starship split that they were hoping for, and after that Game 1, again, only making it more frustrating.
I mean, it was such a good series. I really enjoyed it. I loved how back and forth this Game 3 was. You saw both teams really wanted to win. You saw how they kept clawing back even after a bad play. But we're now gonna toss it to Lore, who's standing by with Skumon.
Merci les gars, merci Skumon. Applaudissements pour Skumon et pour G2 s'il vous plaît, à l'Adidas Arena. Ils sont allés la chercher. La game 1, on n'en parle pas. La game 2, plutôt convaincante. La game 3, qu'est-ce qui l'a rendu aussi compliqué? Autour de qui vous deviez jouer et pourquoi il a fallu autant de patience pour aller la chercher cette victoire?
Honnêtement, ouais, la game 2 est assez compliquée parce que l'early game c'est juste tout simplement mal se passer. Et à part ça, en vrai, juste on a bien réussi à stall avec le Ziggs. On a juste réussi à bien les poke et à garder le contrôle sur la map, donc c'était ça qui est le plus important. Et ouais, bien joué à Hans.
Hans played really well here. They only had to stall, play around Ziggs, and be really careful about the timings they were playing around, and in the end, patience won here. And I want to ask them, they've been on the road so much, from Korea to EWC, here again at the Adidas Arena. How are they going to manage fatigue and the fact that the road is still going to be long and the year is still going to be long for G2? C'est déjà une année qui est super longue pour vous. Vous gagnez le Winter, vous gagnez le Spring, vous êtes allé en Corée pour le MSI, EWC la semaine dernière, même si ça s'est pas très bien passé, mais on en parlera plus tard. Vous revenez ici à l'Adidas Arena. Comment est-ce que vous gérez la fatigue justement pour une année qui, encore une fois, n'est pas finie et risque d'être encore très longue pour vous?
Honnêtement, l'année est assez chargée et là on n'a pas eu trop le temps de se reposer malheureusement. Mais je suis très content qu'on arrive quand même à réussir à avoir une victoire sur cette game parce que chaque victoire va être très importante pour la course au playoff. Et non, honnêtement, juste on a fait de notre mieux pour bien juste bien reset entre les semaines et vraiment avoir des bons day off avec l'équipe et avoir les bonnes discussions. Donc ouais, tout simplement.
Finding short timings to reset is going to be essential here because, as he said, every victory matters and counts here, and the year is still going to be long for them. So it's going to be about finding the small, short frames where they can reset and they can find themselves again and have the right conversations. I have to ask about Perks joining the team. How did that help and influence the atmosphere of the team so far? Avec Perks, depuis qu'il est arrivé, ça se passe comment? Est-ce que tu sens un impact, une différence dans la façon dont vous voyez les choses?
Honnêtement, ouais, avec Perks, il est vraiment très focalisé sur le gameplay, sur vraiment les détails, sur comment on doit jouer la carte, la map, etc. Et malheureusement, il n'a pas trop eu d'expérience on stage. C'était la première fois pour lui qu'il draft aussi on stage, comparé à la semaine dernière à l'EWC. Donc c'était aussi un challenge pour nous pour juste appréhender cette première game cette semaine. Donc pour l'instant, ça se passe plutôt bien et j'espère qu'on pourra continuer à scale.
It was a challenge for Perks as well because it is the first time that he was drafting on stage for the team, but a lot of focus on the map, on micro details of the game that he thinks is going to impact and influence the way G2 is going to be coached for the rest of summer. I'm going to leave you guys here, send it back to the desk. Casey, Vitality are going to play next. Scumonde, merci beaucoup pour l'interview et Kamel, je te rends la parole en amont du deuxième match que vous attendez.
There we go, Skumond on stage, measured, not as always, sometimes he's a little bit more unmeasured. We're also gonna have Lebrov join us on the desk, but we're way up here, so he needs to take an elevator. Yeah, saying, of course, every win is super important in pertaining to the playoffs that are not around the corner, but you feel it, right? I think they know that they've had that event hangover in the past, and you really don't want to let that affect like your beginning of your season. That's so important.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. And I think like this GT roster, it always has fun. And I do think that if they're not careful, they can quickly find that their summer split will pass them by, as now Lebrov is joining us.
Yes, there he is.
There you go, congratulations.
Hello.
Hello.
How was it for you, the series?
Was very intense. Yeah, I mean, especially with how the meta is right now. I'm not laning bot, you know, a lot of random skirmishes are happening, and it can be very snowballing, so I'm happy we managed to win, especially our game 3 early game was not good.
Yeah. Do you feel like your brain is on overdrive now with the fact that you just have so much freedom? Because I felt like, I mean, I said it before, I felt like supports before had an easier job because you kind of had one job, cover your ADC. But now it feels like you can go anywhere. So how hard is it for you, or like how much more intense is it now to just make all of those decisions?
Yeah, I think it's way more intense, and it's also a bit of mind games, like level on and stuff. You could, in theory, you can literally gank every single lane, you know? Yeah. And there's a lot of decisions, and also like later on, you really can't mess up tempo because one of your lanes might get completely murdered, you know? And then yeah, and then the game will feel hard. So for sure, the games are way more intense now, but it can also be fun. I think if you're playing better than your opponent early game, it might be a stomp.
Do you like it more? I feel like early game right now seems to matter a lot. Like especially when you looked at like EWC with DK versus KC, it felt like they just won early game and it was just like GG.
No, I think this meta about early game is like the most extreme it has ever been, to be honest. I mean, I kind of like it and not. For example, first game I'm playing against Akali bot lane. I never played this matchup in my entire life. You know? I assume also enemy is probably the first time it as well. You know, it's a bit very random, but it can be fun. You know, like you can see bot lanes playing like a lot of random stuff.
Yeah, it must have been hard. How was Perks drafting? You saw him apologize immediately. He said like, Mel said out drafted me game 1. Like, how was everything?
I mean, I think Perks is really good. He's also very experienced. You know, and for example, like I don't think necessarily our game 1 draft was that bad, you know. It snowballed to oblivion. Camille went mid, killed the caps, and then we lost one camp, and then we invaded on a bad timing, and the game just was GG on the spot, sadly. And yeah, I mean, Perks wanted to like cheer us up by saying it was his fault, which I don't think it was. But also on the drafting side, I think he really played like a lot of mages bot, so he has some nice idea and some nice suggestions. So it feels nice playing with him.
But speaking of Game 3, did you like the MKOI draft? Because I feel like they had very little CC. Like Game 3, the MKOI draft looked very hard to execute because they had like, it's the Ryze route. That's their only CC. Like it's Karma route as well, right? But
no, I mean, I think I would say our Game 3 draft was better for sure. It's just, again, like I think we lost a 3v3 mid early game and then Ryze had like 3 kills, so the game will feel very like snowball again because he will always just push mid and he can invade, he can like ult either side. And yeah, he's just, I think that's why the game was hard basically, but I'm happy we managed to stall it out and win.
I heard Skew say earlier that he works with you guys more alone on the game side. Do you feel like he's bringing this, I guess, pro player alternative way of seeing things where he finds details, where he has kind of like that game sense that you guys understand as well because he was an ex-pro? Do you feel like it's more of that?
I would say, yeah. I think he also has some really nice feedback that since he was an ex-pro and I think he's really smart about the game, he played 2 lanes as well, you know, he sees some things like us pro don't see, and I don't think many coaches see as well, so it's really nice having him on the team, yeah.
So Lore asked Skumon as well about the fatigue.
Yeah.
Like I think this is maybe the craziest competitive year we've had. Like you guys had what, a few days after first stand before spring, and then a few days after MSI for EWC, and now like 2 days, I don't know, very little time between any single event. How are you guys managing that?
I mean, I think it's a bit crazy for sure, especially considering the meta changed so much, you know. And now we only had like 2 real days of scrims after MSI. And yeah, it's really crazy and really intense, but I think I'm happy. I think in G2 we have like Isma Romain, and I think we have a nice team culture, so we are doing our best. And it's going all right.
How many days off did you guys even have in the last 4 weeks? Oh, sorry.
Caps is the key player of the series. Just need to say that.
What do you think about Caps?
I think he played good. I think game 1, I think I ended him. I told him Camille probably base, and then he's like, okay. He just said that. And game 3, I think I also ended him again on the mid thing.
So every time Caps dies, we can say it's your fault.
Someone into them.
Yeah.
These early games, I will tank it. You know?
You got Kate.
On Jon, I think he was a bit sus, but it's fine.
Yeah, the player series after that lock game, that's crazy. Fans insane. We need to go to break, but
yeah, I mean, I think game 1 was a complete outdraft, even though he says it wasn't. I believe Perks when he said it was his bad.
We need to go to break.
Let's go to break then.
Thank you, LeBron.
Thank you.
Good job. Really tossing to a quick break indeed. But when we come back, it's what all the fans here have been waiting for. KC takes to the stage against Vitality.
Okay, the thing is, it's my first game 3 of EULCS, so I might just grief you guys right now.
What is that ban again?
I have no idea.
It's only them 2, play it slow, and we double kill. I got best, okay? I stun now.
I tank. I drop now, guys. There's no way. I'm trying to ult behind you. Look, they're trolling, kill him! Good job. Nice.
Guys.
I'll hold him. Look on Motokazel. Kill him. He probably wins. You win? You win or not? I will slowly win, yeah. Okay, just sit together. Let's release half HP. We can close it, Chase. Don't nice. Flash. No flash. No one shot. No flash. Let's go.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Damn it. Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Rebonjour, we are here in Paris ahead of Vitality's first game against KC. That's going to be a big one. Pat, thank you so much for joining me. A lot of things happen in the off-season and for you guys as well, a change on mid lane. So what motivated this change?
I think after our playoffs run, we decided, everyone agreed that there was time for a change.
Okay.
And that was the change that made the most sense.
Why did you think that it was the one that made the most sense? Because I felt like even if playoffs didn't end the way you expected it, I feel like Vitality was on the rise. So with eyes on Worlds, the fact that it's going to impact the dynamic of the team because Marek had such a big role within Vitality with the rest of his teammates, how do you assess the risks versus reward of changing a player and choosing mid lane to be that change?
I think obviously mid lane change is always a risky one, but I think actually rather than us being on an uphill trajectory, we peaked early and then we stagnated, and that stagnation is a big part of why we went for a change and why we brought in Fiesta.
So you felt like you couldn't do more with this lineup, right?
No, I think obviously there's a lot of things going on inside the team that I don't want to get too much into detail, but we did what we thought was possible to sort of overcome that hill, and there was we agreed that there was no hill to overcome.
Amazing, understandable. With the eyes on Worlds, I feel like all the teams are going to make the necessary changes to get that last international event. The competition is going to be fierce. In the LEC, you guys had a pretty good spot, I want to say, after spring. So tell me about Fiesta. What is he going to bring to the lineup? Because usually you're looking at stability when you want to bring a Korean mid laner. What is he about?
I mean, for us, it was really important that we got someone in who can move the map, especially mid and mid game.
Et bien sûr, sur la top lane, le monstre mécanique, Nako, à ses côtés dans la jungle, Linsas, sur la mid lane. Bienvenue au LEC, ses premiers pas ici devant vous. On a laissé le fou furieux, Karzi, et à ses côtés, à ne jamais sous-estimer, Flashy. Mesdames et messieurs, pour Vitality, faites du bruit. Leurs adversaires du jour, finalistes de l'EWC après un parcours extraordinaire. À peine partis, encore à reprendre leur souffle, ils remontent sur le ring. Veuillez accueillir la Carmico. Et sur la top lane, Kikana, pour mettre le rythme dans la jungle. Yike. Sur la mid lane, plus besoin de chanter ses louanges, il suffit de hurler son nom. Yahoo! En la Bécari, le prodige, Caris, et à ses côtés, le chef d'orchestre, Busio, pour la Carmine Corps, mesdames et messieurs. Une dernière fois, veuillez applaudir vos deux équipes, Vitality et la Carmine Corps.
Welcome back to the Caster as we get ready for this second series. My God, what an opening, what an intro. I love a synchronized turn. Nothing goes harder than bam, all the boys hitting the angle right as the beat drops. Woo, love it.
I mean, we're definitely going into the main course of the night right now. I think the crowd seems to favor one of the teams a little bit more. So we're going to see how they react in game. But I'm very excited. I'm excited to see what Vitality has been cooking in the break. Because it was a while ago since we saw them. We haven't seen Vitality play since they went out early in spring playoffs. And yeah, I don't think that was very satisfactory for them. They obviously come in today with a roster change. Fiesta in the mid lane over Humanoid. And a little bit of a question mark to many of our viewers. Don't really know how he's going to do.
We don't. The thing that we know, and Jack brought it up earlier, is that this is a man who dies a lot in solo queue. He is a boss-level solo queue feeder. Now, that doesn't always mean that he won't be able to perform on the stage, but there's a lot of skepticism around this pickup. But I'll be honest, even though Fiesta's here, we got the KR mid lane battle. I'm looking at top lane. I'm looking at Kana. I'm looking at Nako. Kana coming off of a monster performance at EWC. Nako, our spring MVP. This top lane matchup better be good. Pick something fun. There's been a lot of interesting top lane matchups already today in terms of champions picked, and I want to see something spicy in this game one as we enter picks and bans. Poppy, Ezreal, Locke, and Vi now banned.
Locke obviously being banned. I think a lot of people have a very high opinion of that champion's strength. Didn't look the best when Caps played it in our game one in our previous series, but put some respect on that champion. Once again, we see Poppy being banned. Jace makes sense. You're up against Kana. He's had some fantastic Jace games over his career, so it just makes sense to take that out. And it's a Cassio first pick. Now, where that Cassio is going to end up going, I do not know.
I don't know either, Finn.
No.
I'm not confident. If there's one thing I've learned after that first series, it's that whatever I thought I knew about draft is mostly wrong. Every once in a while, you know, you get your Yone, whatever, topside, Yone, Rumble, Vi. But now we've got a Victor locked in. Could it be bot lane? Yes.
Of course it could.
Could it be mid lane? Yeah. Top lane? Maybe. Your guess is as good as mine. So instead, we get to look at the composition holistically. And so far, the good news is they both have a lot of magic damage. Cassio, though, notably oppressive laner.
Yeah.
So we'll see who she goes up against.
Victor's one of the few champions that can actually outrange Cassio in lane with poke. I mean, a lot of champions can outrange her, but Victor has a very oppressive trade pattern against Cassio where he just presses the laser on her skull every 8 seconds, and she can't really do much about it. So it's a very favorable matchup into Cassio, and I assume Casey is going to match this Cassio with that Victor, which is why it was picked this early on red side, or second pick, I guess, in this day and age. And it will be matched with a Nocturne. Solid champion. Yeah.
Of course, it was Casey who themselves banned away the Orianna. Orianna in general, just not something they wanted to give over. But we'll see what they pair with the Nocturne. Nocturne, a champion who loves to have, you know, a dive buddy or get that little extra burst of damage, usually from the Orianna Shockwave, right? That's why that's the pairing we see so often. What is the option? What is the response here from Vitality? Love seeing the Jarvan into the immobile Victor.
I mean, the Jarvan is just a good champion. Was played a lot at MSI. Is a very crucial part of any meta where there's a lot of immobile carries. And guess what? We're in a meta with a lot of immobile carries. That's where we're standing right now. And you can almost guarantee if you pick a Jarvan, you're going to get at least some value from it with how prevalent these champions are in the meta. And ooh, match with a Rel early pick by Fleshy.
We're going for a little vanilla ice cream here to kick off this one.
I want to see if it's going to be a Shen lock in here, because Shen is pretty common a pick into Rel, at least on the last stat matchup. Together with the Nocturne, I think makes a fantastic combo. And I think it would make a lot of sense to pick the Shen here for Busio, but you can also use drop your support. You have many options in the support. You want to engage, you can get it wherever you want it.
Or do we see a Camille? Camille.
It's a Camille. Okay.
There you go.
Camille locked in by Busio. Also, we saw this matchup in the first series. Can sometimes be tricky to land the hookshot onto the Rel because her W hitbox is just so large. Yeah. The knockback was in the animation. But
I do think, though, in general, the floor for Camille feels often higher in the early game in terms of what she can output, because Rel, as we get later, still feels very reliant on, you know, the multi-man combos, which is great, but the pick prevalence of Camille is, if she's out of lane, is just really hard to stop.
And that really is what the meta is. You don't see supports in the lane a lot. And when it comes to running around the map and looking to start fights, Camille just has way longer range of engage than any other support, even remotely close.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good pickup here for Busio. I want to see what it does with it. I think Busio's Camille has been a little bit on and off. Sure. When we've seen him on the picks, I want to see if he's put in the grind and really got those mechanics down leading into this game.
It's going to be really important because Fleshy, of course, we know him for a number of champions, although since his time on Vitality, his champion pool's expanded a lot, but Rel a comfort pick for so many players. And when you've already got a Jarvan and a Cassio, it's easy to see, again, what you would want out of this Vitality squad, or at least the team they've assembled for KC. Again, we're in a situation, we have a Nocturne, we have a Camille. Side lanes are gonna be hard for Vitality. No matter what they draft from here, the Nocturne Camille is gonna make it really difficult for you to survive if you start to fall behind in those side lane matchups.
Yeah, I mean, the Vayne ban once again brings me back to the holy trinity of blind picking top. Renekton, Gnar, K'Sante.
And it's Kana, so Gnar.
I mean, it's actually Naknako that's gonna blind.
Oh, true.
So we do not know what he's going to want to pick here. I do think Naknako has had a tendency to go towards the Renekton, but with the Akali ban, it's actually been a pick that Kana really likes into Gnar historically, so I'm thinking we're aiming for a Gnar blind pick here for Vitality, but then again, you could just go the Camille top 10 if you really want to. I mean, at least historically Camille was good into Gnar, but this is a different day and age, I guess.
Yeah, and shout out to our stats team who hit us with a quick and slightly BM statistic that Busio is 0-4 on Camille. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Now we have Syndra locked in, so it looks like we're getting Victor mid lane. You mentioned it before, really nice into Cassio. Still technically potential that the Cassio could be flexed to the bottom lane, but Syndra also kind of outranges the Cassio there too. Darksphere not having a cast animation in the sense that it doesn't stop you from moving, just makes it that much harder.
I mean, Syndra is one of those really fluid mages. Once you get those boots, you can just walk around, really weave in and out in fights very easy. And I think it's natural that she has kind of ended up in the bot lane. It was something that I guess Perks pioneered back in 2019. is still having a big impact on the global meta. And it is a Gnar lock-in here for Nako. I do think, if I can predict it, I'm pretty sure Casey could predict it. So they have something prepared for this pick right now, and I want to see where they take this.
It's a very good question. Ziggs. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
All right, so why do I sound disappointed? It's because there's not a lot of physical damage. Gnar isn't actually, I think, enough to make up the physical damage deficit here, and I'm nervous if there's any tanky options, what they're going to do. The good news is enemy team basically has no tanks, but...
I mean, the only good tank top lane that works well into Gnar is pretty much Malphite. Historically, that's the good matchup into Gnar, and you don't really want to buy full MR Malphite, so I think they will be fine. Don't think it's going to be a tank top here. It's going to be something way more devious.
Okay. Twisted Fate locked in.
That's a lot of Mercs value.
That's a lot of Mercs value. That is a lot of side lane threat, but that's a lot of people who want to back up a side laner and not a lot of people who want to be in a side lane. Like, what? Who are we supporting, bro? Someone has to do the damage, I guess.
It's probably going to be the TF, I think. He's going to try to push that side deep, being hovered, and then he's going to recall and open the other side. So they're going to have to play really fast in the mid game here for Casey. You're going to see TF pushing and basing, I assume a lot, and no one is really safe. Keep in mind, that's a TF and Nocturne. If you just get spotted by that TF ult, Nocturne can fly on you as long as it's in the range.
No, they blocked it in. They're going to get that AC 130. You're going to be lit up, dude. There is no making it out. Now, we talk about Vitality's composition. They got a ton of range. You've got double mages here. The sustained damage is fantastic. Casey's composition, other than Kalist, feels like burst him down, burst him down, burst him down. Now, it is Syndra in the mid lane for Yehu. So we'll still see the Victor in the bot lane. Expect him to just try and push. We'll be curious to see if we get a bit of a kill combo with the gravity field and the hookshot wall dive, if they can maybe just lock down Carzzy.
I don't know what it is about Victor, but it feels like a lot of AD carries just really like to play Victor when it comes to mage. It seems to be a mage of choice for many AD carries. And I don't know what it is about the champion, but we will see Kalist pilot it now. We did see it before by Hansama. Didn't look that impressive. But luckily for Kalist, there's no Akali bot in the enemy team, so I think he's...
And we heard from LeBron that he had no idea what to do against the Akali. It seems like G2 was generally a bit caught off as we get into the first game of our second series. And it's a pause.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly. Thank God.
No.
Now we can listen to the beautiful cheers of the French fans. My gosh, what? This is sick. Yeah, have a break, have a kick, have a really good time for you here. This is awesome. Shout out to everyone in the audience. KC fans, appreciate you. We understand this is your house, but there's some Vitality fans we've seen, there's some G2 fans we've seen, there's some M-Coin fans we've seen. Showing up against the odds, appreciate that. And we'll keep you guys updated as we get more information on this particular pause. Currently, all I can tell you is that we have a pause.
Well, if the first series is anything to give us a direction of where this series will go, is that the game is very messy. So maybe we all need to take a deep breath together before we go into the mayhem that we're gonna see. My eyes are once again on the team of Vitality, on Linces and Fleshy, because this is a support jungle duo that grew a lot throughout the year. Coming into winter, we were seeing them a little bit all over the place. It didn't really seem in sync, but by the time spring rolled around, they were a force to be reckoned with, and there were a huge reason why Vitality had that super regular season. Now the meta is support jungle, so if there's one time to show off how good your support jungle can and is, it's right now. So it's gonna be Fleshy on the Rel, Linces on the Jarvan, and we're gonna have to see how Busio matches this, because you really want to get level 6 on your Nocturne. Yike does not want a messy early game. He just wants to farm.
Yeah. Of course, it feels like we are about to get back into game here. The pause was due to a lighting issue on stage, one of the stage lights, causing a bit of glare on monitor. So now getting back in. I like your call on the Fleshy. You really also want to see how these guys can set up potentially a player like Fiesta. But maybe we just see another psychotic level 1. We've seen a number of those today. Is Yehu getting aggressive? Fiesta already forced to flash.
That's a big play from Busio. Getting the flash out early means the first levels for Fiesta is going to be so tricky. But look at Fleshy, man. Fleshy. He's here looking for Yike. He's in his house. He's in his jungle.
I don't think he can't do anything, though. All right, Fleshy, I respect the look, but now you're just losing a bunch of HP. Linces is getting 1v1 by Busio.
Yes, flash.
Busio.
Is this what the game has degraded to? Are the supports just fighting with the enemy jungle level 1?
I'm sorry. The game starts at level 1, bro. Don't you remember that? You're quoting perks earlier. You can't just wait till 20 minutes. The game starts at level 1.
That's what Umajan said, yeah. Shout out to Umajan.
Umajan. There it is.
No flash.
Oh, I cannot believe that hit the wall. No flash. Fiesta's dead.
Welcome to the LZ, baby.
And you know what? Welcome, and hey, at least the game living up to your name. Already a Fiesta. Busio, level 1 Kalist.
Look at Linces. Busio's gonna find him here. His E will give direction. If he E that wall, he would know he was there.
He's walking around now. Fleshy's coming over to cover.
Bonjour. And he's out.
Oh, he's out. Fleshy on the way down.
So Linces is now the one.
It's 2 minutes in and they almost have 1,000 gold. Yes,
Can he get the mega?
Gold
No, he can't. He can't.
Up. He's level 3. Red buff. Nowhere for him to go. Kana will fall.
Is it execute? No, it's a trade kill. Still, denying that big wave was the goal. Kana does not mind going down there because Nak is going to fall behind in gold and in XP. And the thing is, Jake does not lose his bot side because whatever happened bot side is way past. Linces was already in there, so he's just going to go now full clear top side back into bot. And yeah, seems like it's going to be quite a lot of fighting.
Yike has gotten a kill and fully reset. And only just now has Linces caught up to Yike in terms of XP.
Yeah.
This is an incredibly difficult start for Vitality. Mid lane doesn't look like it's getting any easier, but at least Fleshy is hovering around to cover. And I would say this is a... Well, it's a disaster, Finn. It's a bit of a disaster here early.
It's a very tricky spot to be in. And you got to remember, this is a KC that comes straight off an international where they looked really, really good. And Fiesta gets the miasma down. Yehu knocks him away. But now you have no scatter the weak.
And Busio just continues to be annoying.
Busio's just a nuisance this game.
Content to let Carzzy and Kalist trade waves here. As Fiesta gets closer to level 6, like, look, Busio has to be careful about going for these plays. And similar to what we saw in the final G2 MPoy game, it's just a battle for mid-prio.
Well, at least Fiesta is very thankful that Casio can buy boots this game. Because it's
actually so true.
If he couldn't buy mercs, I don't know what he would do. But in the end, he will be able to get those mercs later. As Linces now, once again invading the enemy red side. Busio is here, but I don't think he can stop it this time.
No, and really needs to be careful. He's going in the midst of 2 people. Linces is going to smite it and walk away because he doesn't have good info on where Yike is. Of course, would have been safe to contest a little bit more. Level 5 for Fiesta, fighting for control of this lane, but is out of mana and doesn't have a TP. Yehu getting Swifties. I like it. Of course, slows from Casio can be a big problem.
Yeah. Especially now when he has no flash, he can try to space, get some really good trades going, try to set up a potential kill later with a TF ult or the Nocturne ult, or just Busio going back mid again, because he seems to like doing that.
He does really love going mid. Now, usually it's like level 3 when we see supports leave lane, but of course there's catch-up XP in the game based on the level of the opposing minions.
Yeah.
And Busio is going to be getting a lot of that catch-up XP, as is Fleshy.
I mean, to easily explain how to play this support-based style, you can roam a lot, but you gotta go back to bot lane every now and then just to pick up that XP.
When there's a big wave, you gotta be there.
You can't just go mid, into top, into top, into mid, into mid. You can go like mid, bot, mid, top, bot. Like, you gotta go back there every now and then to get that catch-up
To be
XP.
clear, you almost never have to go bot, but like every once in a while.
Yeah, like a courtesy to your AD carry.
It's like going home.
Tribute.
Like, even if you don't like your family, you're going home for Christmas probably.
Or Thanksgiving.
Or Thanksgiving, or whatever, holiday or occasion you might find. That's the relationship supports have with
you can choose your laners, not your bot laner. I don't know where I was going with that.
You're going with that either. Your chosen family, the rest of the map, not your bot lane AD carry.
Yeah, as Busio is once again in mid, and so is Fleshy.
Yep.
Shocker.
Level 6 for Fiesta now as well for Yehu. Yehu doing really nicely, stacking up the Splinters of Wrath here. Very close to having the double Dark Spear that you get at 40. As Busio going in on the Linces, taking his sweet time. Attack sweep for a bit of extra poke. And eventually Busio is not going to be able to do this, but the adaptive defenses, Camille passive, the shield is so nice. You can see Linces doesn't even try to trade with him, just walks away.
He knows he's going to block it. And I mean, the reason why this playstyle has kind of came back to this meta is because the reasoning why you didn't play Mage's bot in the first place is because they scale so much with levels.
Yeah.
So by leaving your AD carry alone all the time, he ends up being a quite high level and managing to get a lot more skill points in his spells, and that's where the damage comes from. So you actually don't want to take his XP as support if you can avoid it.
It makes sense. And in this case, it's Mage versus Mage, so it's not as crucial, right? Given the XP advantage is good, but as long as you're matching whatever the other side is doing, it's fine. You can see Carzzy with a bit of an XP advantage in bot lane. Not sure where he got it. Do you have an interrupt onto Busio there? Again, Tactical Sweep just going to walk it out, but now you've got Linces and Fleshy forced to stick around top side.
Nakuro is quite far from his Mega.
That he is, and Kana just continues to build a gold lead. Again, a little bit fake because TF prints money, but you can see there is a CS lead there already, so Kana doing a really good job.
It's not a full Fugazi. It's still quite real as now. Buzio
was backing away, but Linces did manage to get the red buff.
Oh, he's here.
Kana arriving with the gold card. Linces a little bit faster. Fleshy able to walk it off. Good survival play, good contest there from Linces in the jungle.
I mean, in the end, you're very happy here as Vitality. You got the red buff, you wasted a TF ult. TF dropped a wave to go for this play and use his ult. This was a big win for KC, let's be real.
Yeah, 100%. You mitigate some of that gold on the top side. You make the deficit, feel it a little bit less. Nocko now has the Merc Tread, so he's going to be a lot more comfortable in that matchup.
It was win for Vitality, I meant. Sorry, I said the other way around. But yeah, that was definitely a nice solace for them. As now, guess what? Supports are back on mid lane.
As they should be.
Yeah.
Multiple players mid, the way it always should have been. Now, look, Fiesta's backing. He finally has Merc Treads. He has literally nothing else, so it's a bit of a disaster. Never mind, take it back. He has a little bit more mana and a Dark Seal.
Yeah.
But let's see what the next play that KC go for. Ball is kind of in their court. Void Grubs have spawned, so it feels like a pretty clear path to success. But with level 6 there for Yike, they have a lot of agency to go for more plays.
I mean, the big thing here is the Vitality sneaking this dragon, but the Rel is top. But it's important that they don't get overconfident just because Rel is here, because it's still a numbers advantage for KC. So Rel is just here to defend. She is the bouncer of the top lane dive. As Vitality picks up this Drake, it's gonna be whoa.
Fleshy on the way out. Nocko about to go Mega though, so I don't know how much they want to push for here. Good back step on the wall up. Yep. Of course, conceding the Drake maybe not ideal, but again, when you're the team with the gold lead, pretty easy to take Grubs. No, you have side lane advantage, especially for Kana. He's going to be happy to have all three of those. Cloud next on the menu, so neither of those will be our soul this game, as Busio is level 5 to Fleshy's level 3.
Yeah, so this is the difference between a guy that occasionally drops by spam in the bot lane and a guy that doesn't. Fleshy has been mid, and then he sat top to cover for the Gnar. But Busio has now and then went back bot lane, and you see the level advantage he has just from that. He's level 5 to level 3 Dracos, and that's a huge difference in terms of raw combat stats.
I think, yeah, clearly being where he needs to be to catch some of this XP, and a lot of that is he is there when his laners are pushing out. Fleshy's just trying to play to cover, so he's so far behind. Gold card is there, Fleshy on the way out. Kana is going to burn the Ghost. We'll just continue to auto this tower, likely to grab another plate. Won't get a lot else here.
Yeah, I think KC could have played more aggressive there, but they don't know where the Jarvan is. They actually don't have information on where Linces is, and if he shows up there and they're taking a fight between the two towers, might end up being quite poor for them. But Linces now has been farming. Great cover by Fleshy, and Linces is going to take the buff of Yike, and he's kind of coming back into this game after that really messy early game.
Yeah, and I think the plays from KC not finding a greater advantage here is starting to cost them, right? We have the top lane play where they're not able to find it on that first ulti.
Hold that thought. Oh my god, he's got flipped.
What's this? The flip back there. He's trapped himself in the Thunderdome, and I don't think that's where he wants to be. Yike now moving in, waiting, says no matter where you go, I will follow. Good look from Yike.
Nice that he holds the ult there, waits for the Q animation to come out, and it actually follows, but now it's top lane, it's a 2v2. But I think Busio is just here to make sure he kind of gets his recall off, because, I mean, nothing is going to happen here, they're just top laners.
And again, we're continuing the trend today of Wampa Stomps. It is 2,500 gold a lead for KC. Fiesta has done well to stay close in farm, even after the early disaster, so maybe that's something positive. But hasn't been able to get a greater advantage here. Yehu just continues to stack these splinters.
Have we had the camera bot once?
No. Maybe once, but like almost never, no.
Is this how I feel like they get to
This is how it feels to be a top laner. Yes, bot lane doesn't matter. Finally, it's happened. It's Fiesta. Learning that support does matter. Busio. Level 9 Cassio does not matter. What the heck are we watching?
We're watching really good Legends Raycos as Busio once again.
Put the camera back where it belongs. In top lane. That's right. That's right, bot laners. Now for the next 5 to 10 years.
Oh, Mr. Top Laner, do you want the support? Do you want the support? Yes, let me support you, Mr. Top Laner.
Yes.
Oh no, get rid of this. Wow, really exciting gameplay.
There you go. Oh God. Another wet noodle fight, am I right? Let's get back up to top lane where the real
classic bot lane gameplay.
Classic.
Look at us, we're trading spells with each other. We're so cool and quirky.
Yeah, it's like, no, get me back up here. Show me the Gnar versus Twisted Fate.
Show me some auto attacks, baby. Boomerang goes wide. Kana throws at the wild cards. Misses a melee minion just with a sliver of health. Now, spacing out here, Naknako walks up very aggressively.
Oh my God, Finn. Okay, it's not that good, bro. Top lane is still kind of boring. It's just more interesting than 2 mages. But I respect it, Finn. It's a nice change of pace for you top laners out there. I'm sure Odo's loving it too. Finally, we get to talk about top lane. That said, Ike now moving into contest. It looks like next straight. Casey are determined to get it. That's the ulti. Nowhere for them to go. Pull the trigger on the Carzzy. Busio not ready for the fall. How long is the cooldown on hookshot wall dive? The only question he has to ask himself, because Fleshy's still just level 5. Gonna fall down the Chaos Storm.
And Vitality can't enter their jungle. You see why this comp by Casey is so strong. The range of engage, their pick potential with the Camille, with the Nocturne, and all the damage of the mages and their CC. It's just nothing Vitality can do. As Fiesta flashes in their mid lane, Yehu tries to go out here. Blocks, doesn't get stunned.
Flashed out.
Okay, we'll just flash out.
Trades flash for flash in the end, has a bit of control over mid, but Yike is ready to threaten. Busio is also on the way in.
Sun goes wide there. I don't know if Yike can do this. He has to be a little bit careful here.
Because now Fleshy can follow. Ooh, Shattering Strike not hitting. That's a bit off.
That would probably be a flash if that's connected, but Fiesta is still going. Look at him, he's so hungry, he's so voracious. Going into Yike's jungle, flashes out now, finally. And he's gonna relax a little bit.
I mean, good on Fiesta for pushing the advantage there, but now Naknako is going to be in trouble.
Can he predict the E? Where will he hop? When will he hop? How will he hop?
Auto, hook, he's dead.
Okay, wasn't that impressive? I mean, good job by Busio holding the hook
The only way that you can mess that up is by not just walking at him menacingly until he's forced to jump out.
Nako's had a tough game this game. He's just been the target of all of Casey's efforts. Whether it's Yike going in for an early dive top, whether it's Busio roaming up there with this Camille. It's been a sad Gnar gameplay so far, and Kana's gold lead is just brewing. He's now 1.7k gold up against this Gnar.
And it's so tough for Vitality because, again, you're bringing in a new player. We don't expect you to hit the ground running in week 1, but this is a Casey who went to MSI, immediately went to EWC, stayed in Paris now to play week 1. And yes, they are empowered by the crowd, but this is the most weary Casey you're ever going to get to play.
No flash.
And they are beating the hell out of you right now. Interrupt on to Busio with the satchel charge from Carzzy, it looked like.
Yes.
Does mean that nothing else is going to happen there.
I mean, it's as you say, but usually with a new team, when you watch a team that has just made a roster change, you don't expect them to be fantastic, but you want to see those seeds. You want to see the seeds of those roster changes.
And now it's Yike going into the seed of Yike's demise. Sown there by Naknako, but it's going to cost him because Kana is so strong. The combo is there. The chain CC is there. Gold card going to connect, but not enough to finish it. Kana 1.5 items is strong. Busio? Okay. Look away. I got a lot quieter here in Paris for some reason. It's hard to put my finger on it.
Must be the wind.
You can see a grin on Busio's face. That was a big punt, and now Fiesta running in onto Kliss. Kliss trying to size up, turns around to face him.
But he missed the Q Dracos.
He did miss the Q. Kliss, oh my God, he's nasty with it. He's dancing on him. Okay, whoever wins this just has infinite aura. Kliss running. Kliss, oh, we're in Paris. Fiesta gets the kill. Yehu going, the fight's never stopped. Oh my, okay. Naknako on the way, running him down, looking for the hyper proc. Yike is also here.
Running away.
I can't believe you said we're in Paris, bro. Okay. Casey's still, honestly,
I mean, they're
still
gold on.
They're still stomping. Uh-oh, Yike. Driver's license time.
Ryan Gosling.
Here we go.
He drives.
Here we go, Olivia Rodrigo, driver's license. He's got it.
Amazing.
There he goes. That was a very instantaneous use of the Herald. I'm not used to seeing that, but
It was very like, I want to get this out of me.
I was nervous he's going to crash to the wall. Fleshy now going in onto Yike.
And also Yike actually has the blue trinket, which is quite rare for a jungler to go for this early. Usually you see the junglers have the sweeper, but I guess with Nocturne you just want a blue trinket and then...
This is their UAV. They don't want to have to use TF ult. They want to be blue trinket into immediate
just
dive bomb.
Look at their trinkets. They have 4 blue trinkets right now.
Yeah.
They just want to spot where people are, and when they know where they are, they can kill them.
Most certainly can.
Because if you see a guy with a blue trinket, you can insta TFR and Nocturne are on that guy. And Camille, she's going to show up eventually, and usually going to end up being a good play for the team that finds that initiative. And I think it's quite innovative. It's not something we usually see from junglers.
We don't see a lot of this Nocturne TF on the same team. You know, oftentimes we're used to seeing the Nocturne Orianna combo, but I like having the double semi-globals. Now, as we enter this mid game, if KC kind of clean up their play, it's going to be hard for Vitality to find these angles because it's tough for them to contest push in a lot of these lanes. The good news is Fiesta is still really strong 1v1 as we saw, as he did beat out Kalist, but really hard to find that isolated 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, the thing with KC's team comp that's a little bit unconventional is that they have 2 very different identities in the same team. So you have the Nocturne, the Camille, and to some degree, the TF that really wants to go in and just find fights. And then you have the Syndra, the Victor that wants to weave in and out of max range, chunk people down with her spells, and just kind of hold their ground a little bit. So the thing is, what can happen is, if KC's engage goes in a little bit too deep.
Oh, hold that thought. Ulti out from Nocturne, the Paranoia, locking up. Good flash comes out from Nocturne, but...
Yeah, I mean, the side-in threat of KC's comp is just too grand right now. It's impossible for Nocturne to ever step up ahead of his tower because the moment he does, they just find him.
Yeah, and I think what you're trying to bring up, the weaknesses of a composition that has conflicting goals, matters if Vitality can find a fight where, 1, they aren't too far behind in gold, difficult at this point, and 2, where they can actually get an honest 5v5,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
But the problem is right now is not only are KC not giving them the honest 5v5, they're so far behind in gold that it's hard for them to win any other skirmishes, although Lince is going in, has locked Kana in the Thunderdome. Kana should drop down here, another EQ from Lince. No! Okay! Oh, God! There's no recovery from that.
The sack thumbs up emote
Not the
as well.
sack, that's a dirt. You can't do him like that.
Oh my God, Lince misses the Dragon Strike. And that ends up being his demise. It's a heartbreaker. I mean, just pure aura by Kana just holding his ground in the Jarvan ult. Sigzor flying his way, he doesn't care. He's just gonna throw some cards at him.
Throw some cards at him. Proc that Triumph, walk away.
Yeah.
Yike now going to start up Dragon, deny third Drake from the side of Vitality. They're getting choked out of this game. Okay, let's take one more look.
So I want you to pay attention to this player. This is very winning for Jarvan, but he ends up slightly missing the Q here. And then he drags himself away from out-attack range. Doesn't end up getting one more out-attack in because he's stuck in the drag animation. And ends up dying because of it.
I also think he preemptively ulted because he was still stunned for so long after. I think he jumped the gun a bit.
No, I mean, the thing with, if you're unstoppable and you get stunned,
the lingering duration.
After,
yeah. I feel like he might have gone a bit early, but I'm nitpicking. The Q is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to ult the moment TF throws the stun card, or right before it lands on you in general. You're not going to end up blocking the entire stun, but a part of it.
Well, that was embarrassing for Vitality. 1-3 now, the scoreline. 1-4 Knock-Knocko, 1-3 Lensis, 1-3 Fiesta. Carzzy at least at 2-1, but he's been staying at arm's reach, throwing out these big bombs.
Now the control of KC is sweeping over Vitality. You're gonna see them go for this deep vision, and Vitality has to use every single resource just to get back vision in their own jungle. And meanwhile, Nocturne doesn't even have to be there. He's farming his Krugs right now. He's chilling.
Yeah. Also, Yehu about to hit 100 splinters, which I can't remember if it's 15% AP or the 15% HP execution threshold on ulti, but either way, it's
both actually.
It's both.
Yeah.
At 100? What's 120 then?
Oh no, 120 is both.
120 is both.
Yeah.
Hold on, now I have to look it up. And why did you question me?
I'm not a
I don't know.
player.
Why did you say that? Because I also don't know. And now we have to know.
boosters. I play boosters.
What does this champion even do?
I can tell you what Reddington ult does.
Then why does anyone care about that? He gets big, Finn. Damn it, now we have to look it up, dude.
Oh yeah, I forgot that just 120 threshold as well. That might be
thank you. Thank you, Finn.
Let's read it together, Dracos. Let's do it together. Let's
100 is the execute, 120 is the bonus AP.
There we go. Easy. Now we all know. We all learn. Learning is power. Yay!
Okay, nice recovery. Good job. No one saw that or heard that.
Casey is still in the enemy jungle, trying to set down their vision, and Vitality is still in their own jungle, trying to counter that. You see this ward that they have. This control ward is the place that you hold. If Vitality is ever going to find the fight, it's where they're standing right now. Because people walk into that area and they're not as fine. Flesher now has shown his position and looks like it's going to be hard to defend that vision, but at least they'll get their own red buff.
Yeah, a lot of poke being used. Fleshy not able to sidestep everything, so Celestial opposition will be procced. And of course, in the meantime, Casey perpetually putting Vitality in Zook Schwang because there's nothing they can do. They're losing a tower in the process.
It's a good Zook Schwang, yeah.
It's so hard.
I mean, in the end, they have to either give the red buff or give their bot tier 1. And probably because the jungler is a shot caller now, they took the red buff and gave the bot tier 1.
Yeah,
or tier 2.
Which is tough.
Yeah.
Again, once you're in the Zook, it's hard to get out.
I mean, when you're in Zook Swang, you're swanging.
You're swanging. It's tough.
Yeah, it's tough.
Not a lot of Zook left for the old Vitality boys.
And like, Nako's had a quiet game so far on the Gnar. Hasn't really found the impact that he probably wants to. Yeah. I think this game is a great highlighter of why Camille can be so oppressive. Because she can just be everywhere.
Yeah, and you see 1-1-3 is the scoreline, but, sorry, not trying to bring up memories for you and your boy, Finn, but he's had way bigger impact than the scoreline would indicate. He walked in and almost solo killed Lenses at level 1, found them their first blood, super disruptive the entire game. Like, Busio has literally been everywhere on the map. I just genuinely think Camille's support is broken. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say, but it is just so strong.
The reason why Camille jungle was broken in 2018 was because she was so strong in the early skirmishes, and it was all about those early crabs. And she could just stay on the map and not care about levels because of jungle catch-up XP. Now it's kind of the same, but in the support position. She can just be on the map at all times, look for plays, and because of the support catch-up XP, she doesn't have to care.
Look at the damage! What? She done so much, she's done more damage than the Casio. Okay. I'm just saying this graph looks pretty incriminating, balanced team. This might be something to consider. Actually, please don't nerf her because she's really fun to watch and cast. But she does seem quite potent.
Dracos really misses the Milio Nami matchup.
Shut up, bro.
Do not
put that on me. Do not put that on me.
Dracos loves a good
do not put that on me.
versus Lucian Milio. But here we see Casey pushing in mid here. Busio hovering around Kalist, making sure he can actually catch this mid wave so deep.
Close is spending most of his APM in this mid game spamming that Casey surrender emote. He has not been pressed at all.
Yeah. He's just an AD carry.
He's just chilling. You got Proto Bet. Look at the matching item sets for Kalist and Yehu.
That's very cute,
perfect synergy.
Different boots though. But
different boots, yeah.
Can you really blame them?
No.
So we're looking, because if the game is gonna stay like this, Casey has 3 dragons until sold. They need to do something else than just playing like this if they want to accelerate the game forward.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they're really enjoying this. I mean, the crowd is cheering for them. They're clearly winning by a hefty margin. You will, again, with double immobile mages, you will hit a point where the Linces play that we've seen kind of work one time and fail pretty catastrophically the other, will just kill your entire backline.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to have flash.
Which is why they're going after Carzzy now, who's immediately forced to flash. Flash from Khan and doesn't make it over the wall! If Carzzy lives, it's a disaster. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's fine. All plans. All plans.
I mean, it's a nice pick onto Carzzy. What can you do? You can't leave your tower against a TF Nocturne. Once again, they can just go on you from wherever on the map. Especially when the game slows down like this. As the losing team, it's not like, are we safe? Can I go a little bit further out? And then that's when plays like this happen. I have so many memories of being in positions like this where the other team is not really snowballing actively. You start taking a little bit more space on the map and you just get one shot in a fight. And you end up throwing the game.
You forget, you know? You're like, oh, this panther isn't actively biting me. Maybe I can pet it. You get 2 pets in him and it mauls you to death. And you're like, okay, I can see how this might have been a bad idea.
Absolutely. Great.
Yeah, by Vitality trying to pet the tiger or the panther or whatever is Nako. Walking in here for some reason, getting quite low. Now that is...
This is comboing because
a nice backstep actually from Casey to just pull off the bear. And now they're forcing Linces to flash out.
Yagi's so low. They didn't really convert this Carzzy pick into something. So Now it's Kana with no flash. It's gonna have to go back on the side and push out. Maybe this could be an avenue for Vitality. Maybe they have a Ziggs ult into a Jarvan ult. They can actually catch him on side like they tried to do before.
I mean, he does a lot of damage. They do have protobelts for HP, but they don't have any other defensive stats.
You see, Nako now has the Sterex Gauge as the second item. Gives that extra tenacity on the item, so very useful to have in a game like this.
All right, Casey, will you restart the objective? With the TF, you do get that 80 carry damage output.
And it's a slow setup. Yike back on his cross.
But this is the classic that we've seen, I feel like, across both series today, which is just, despite the game, like, there's been a lot of years of League of Legends where an 8,000 gold lead just ends the game so fast. Yeah. And maybe it's just because they reduced Baron power, or maybe it's because our teams are super competitive, or maybe inconsistent. I don't really know what the spin is, but like, okay. Okay, I take it back. I figured it out. I figured out the problem. We just do that.
I mean, the thing is, usually with a good story, you know, you have the build-up, you have the conflict, and the resolution. We start with the conflict here in Europe.
That's true.
And then we do the building up.
Yeah.
And then if you're lucky, you're gonna get a resolution.
If you're lucky. All right. Well, that was
interesting.
Is that better or worse than Kana's flash? I would argue better, because he misclicked. He didn't fail flash.
I mean, I think Kana used flash to get the rapid fire cannon stun card onto Carsey, and but he didn't need to make it over the wall.
Sure.
He still got the job done. What
actually,
job
perfectly planned, actually. He didn't want to make it over the wall. Of course. How did I miss that? You're so smart, dude.
Yeah.
Almost 5,000 gold for Kana. This man is absolutely money laundering right now. I've heard that the tax authorities are coming after him. I probably shouldn't make that joke given recent League of Legends events in hindsight, but I did, so whoops. I didn't mean it like that. Fiesta taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he was finding a big chunk there, but the Mercs are quite big.
Oh, that's an ulti from, but that's the ulti gone now. Like, what do you, that's your combo gone. I guess you stop, yeah, you force Yike to reset one more time.
At least, I don't think they know that Buzio has no flash.
No, they don't. They don't have any vision of, wait, they do have a ward there. I didn't see when the ward spawned.
Maybe they saw it. That actually makes a big difference here. Buzio
bluffing
up here, he's on vision.
I mean,
gotta be a little bit careful. Vinces, lying in wait, this Kana is still
printing money.
Yeah, legally.
Legally. There's nothing suspect about this. He's just made really good investments.
He's got a solid fundamental understanding of
really solid
markets.
fundamental understanding.
Yeah.
And he has been loaned a decent amount of money through kills.
Yeah.
To help start those investments off.
And he gave 2 kills away to charity.
Yeah, that's true. This is, he has to get in the lower tax bracket. That's his philanthropy. He's gotta donate. You gotta get that taxable income down.
You gotta give it to the supports.
All right, KC starting the Baron. There you go. Something to move the story forward. Feels like we were sitting on the previous.
They're not doing a lot of damage to this Baron.
We spent like 8 minutes in the previously on Dragon Ball Z screen there, like just really letting people know the story until now. Now we've got the next chapter. So KC get Baron. It's completely uncontested. Again, we said this a lot at MSI. It still is true. Baron is weaker than it used to be this year. So you kind of expect first Baron to be a lot of tier 2s getting taken down. Now, when you have a 10k gold lead on the team with Baron,
you raise your expectations just a little bit.
I would like to think significantly, but there is a Ziggs Cassie on the opposite side. And maybe the core of all of this, if I think about it, Finn, back to our mage discussion, is mages just have so much wave clear that it's just harder to end games, which Froggen's playing tomorrow on our League Classic show match, so we're really setting the people up well for expectations.
I mean, we're going for that GNRT1 record, baby.
Yeah, we got to go. We need a 150-minute game, man.
Yeah.
I want to see Froggen farm every wave imaginable.
I mean, it's like a double negative, because, or it's a super negative, because they have no wave there, and they don't really hit the towers very hard and fast. When they will, like, it's not like if they're left alone for 10 seconds with a target.
Bye, Fiesta. Yeah, good damage, running for his life. Ulti. Nocturne is ulted on the bot side, just to make sure he can steal the Drake. Walk up on Alensis is there. That's another ulti. Down he goes. Folks, live in the energy of the KC fans, because they are excited about every kill, and I love that for them. But this one right here, done and dusted. Vitality cannot do anything. Oh, there's an indicator that there's a man in the bush there, no? Oh, Busio's dead. Well, they got their revenge on Busio.
I guess they knew about the flash. Buzio goes a little bit too deep there. Felt a little bit confident. But in the end, you still have Baron. You're gonna set up your side lanes. Kana is even farming his own jungle right now. He's just trying to pad his stats a little bit, you know. Get that
what is he even close to? Is he going IE? Is he going Lord Dominic's? Here comes the part where the super fed TF walks down the Casio. Oh, Yike didn't know where Jarvan was and ulted to stop a TP, start to
I mean, I think he was just making sure that the enemy team didn't have full information of what was happening.
So he could take the Drake.
Sure that, yeah, he could do the Dragon. He was just making sure he gave the team all the bit of support he could.
Well, Kana has IE now, so 75% crit chance, and he hit hard.
And fun fact, when TF has crits, he lasts a minute.
He makes more money.
Yeah, he prints even more money.
Yeah.
So he's gonna get even richer.
Twisted Fate capitalism simulator. You love it. The more money you have, the more money you make. That's so cool.
Love that.
Yeah, love that. It's working out so great, actually. We can see what an amazing success story.
Yeah, as Lucio is now looking for Naknako. I think if Naknako is mini and doesn't have his Nordbar stacked at all, I think they could probably dive him. Because it's hard to dive the Casio or the Ziggs, but they're trying.
He has to put about forward. Continuing to threaten. There's still 3 cannon minions shooting. He will kill 1 as Klisk walks that way then. It's the full court press for KC. They're split up entirely, but Vitality don't want to concede any of these towers, so now they're in a position where they're going to concede all of them, it would seem.
Yeah, flash burn by Linces makes it hard to engage here. Stun goes out.
Stun, instantaneous kill. Ulti does not connect. Nice flash from Yike.
Like that.
Kana now TPing in. They need to respect the Ziggs, though. Carzzy does a lot of damage. You can see Kana chunked out, but in the meantime, Bucio solo killing the top lane. Inhibitor tower. Mid lane inhibitor down. Bot lane inhibitor about to fall. Knock back onto Yike. He still has GA, though.
And Naknako here tries to find anything he can.
Goes in for Kana. Big shutdown. 1,000 gold back. Now, that's ulti coming in for Bucio as he solo kills.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Hello? Riot Gaming's incorporation, mega conglomerate. Why is this allowed? He's a support.
Bullet song in 1.5 items. How does that happen?
He's just got a Dirk and the Thunder. Okay, let's see this. Let's break it down. I mean, this is 60% HP. Lucio
it's a
uses
3-level difference.
This
Ignite. Oh, that shield is huge. What the hell?
Why?
Uh-oh.
What? What? Nah, that's not okay. Oh no, he said sorry with the I button.
Thank you, Daddy Rito, for bringing in Fearless is what I will say, because this is the only we get 2 Camille's a day while we're here. All right.
I mean, Naknako got a really huge shutdown on Kana. They're shutting him down.
The problem again is we talked about this before. People may have forgotten because it hasn't mattered at all this game. If KC weren't so far ahead that they're just, you know, Harlem Globetrotters like dunking behind the back on
Scrooge
them.
McDuck.
Yeah, Scrooge McDuck laughing and diving into their money pits and just having the greatest time of their life. Like, there are weaknesses to this composition, but it's just not going to happen. We're not going to see Naknako in a position, most likely, although maybe I'm capture cursing here, where he can get that big 4-man, 5-man ult and actually make anything out of that gold that he's picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard for Vitality to get a foot in this game right now. They only have Ziggs and Casio as their damage dealers, and they can't even walk into their own jungle.
It's hard for them to get a toe in this game, bro. A foot is too much. A toenail, like the edge of a toenail, bro. They've got nothing in this game right now. It's a little bit dire. And of course, next game is an opportunity to go back to the drawing board, but it's such a tall task to ask a team that has sat trapped in this losing game for 35 minutes, listening to the fans be totally rallied against you, and now what? We're going to ask them to fully mental reset going into game 2. And if any team can do it, honestly, it might be Vitality. Carzzy, a goofy guy.
I mean, my condolences to Fiesta, though. Imagine this is your first game you play in the LEC. This really sets the stakes to play against KC in their home arena as your first ever game. It's quite a menacing.
Yeah, normally you kind of ease in. We talk a lot about, hey, LEC stage pressure. You know, that's the first tick up, then big live events. But thanks to the road shows and you know, the teams that have helped organizing them. Shout out KC, shout out MCoy. Absolutely. It's just unfortunate for Fiesta because it's not good for him. He probably would have liked to ease in. You know, play some stuff in the Riot Games arena, play some stuff in the Berlin studio. 1 tick up with a couple hundred people, not a lot of thousands.
I mean, especially because you see how comfortable KC are. You see how fast they play. From level 1, they were on him from the start of the game. Basically, they have targeted him and made it really difficult for him to just just get a normal laning phase, which like when you're a rookie in the league or a new player in the league, like if you have a good laning phase, that's the goal. Yeah. Because then you have a foot in. If you go toe-to-toe with an LEC player, have a good laning phase, you're fine. You can build on that. But when you can't even get into the mid-game without being decimated, that's a little bit more tricky.
And it's frustrating too, because this is your blind Casio, presumably picked because it is comfortable for you. And then you're getting outplayed by Yehu on the Syndra, who, again, 4-0-2, 3K individual gold lead just about. Feels good. And now we've got Callista and Yike solo clearing this. Vitality can't really be here to contest this. Their base is getting pushed in. And now KC are just circling them.
Flashes just looks like the guy that sits in the park feeding the
gold card
sparrows. Wait, I don't know who that thought.
Yeah. Ulti misses. And again, at this point in the game, there is nothing Vitality can do.
I mean, he can't do
that
anything.
will look good. Like, we can laugh and we can meme, but like, if you hold that moment against Linces, you're a clown. Because like, there's nothing he can do,
no,
bro.
Of course not. He's just laughing at Flash. Just walk up the back pit and the ward, and they clear it. And the ward, and they clear it. Yeah. He was just sitting there, putting down wards, trying to get some kind of vision. Now, can I go to the ghosts?
Again, 37 minutes. Ocean Soul, Baron empowered KC, 15,000 gold advantage, just about. They have been running the Rift since level 1, and the 1 or 2 good looks that a Vitality have had have just not balanced the scales in their favor whatsoever. An incredibly dominant game 1 from KC thus far. Likely to just finish it here. Vitality sent back to the drawing board. Not the debut that they were hoping for as Busio goes in to kill Karzi. Everybody dying on the side of Team Vitality. And while Paris goes wild, there's not much left to say in this game 1. KC simply better. Moving up 1-0 in the series.
You know, even at the end there, Fiesta tried to R-flash all of KC, and all 3 players of KC backstep the Casio to not get stunned at the same time. Just pure domination in this game 1 by KC.
Great stuff from them. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to talk more about that dominant game 1.
Yes, I mean, absolute elation here in the Adidas Arena. They waited so long to see KC, and KC gave them an absolute show. Wow.
They just ran the Rift, to be honest.
It was a pretty big stomp. It only lasted, what, 37 minutes?
Why did it last so
long? It was a slow burn. It was a slow burn.
Yeah, I mean, it was because of the 6, right? They had so much wave clear. But you could tell the whole time that KC was in control. And it was like kind of a sad game to watch in a sense from like a Vitality POV, because you're just like watching the inevitable the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, maybe if we steal the Nash. No.
It felt like old school, like Europe and NA versus LCK at International. It's like, we're just going to lose slowly. Like, and at KC, they could have sped it up. They could have like forced the Baron and said, okay, at the Baron, we'll take the flip. We'll see how things go. Instead, they back off. They get the TP out. They get the Paranoia out. They get the Flash. And they're like, cool, we'll just wait. And then we'll do it again. And then we'll do it again. And eventually, you'll make a mistake and you try and step too far, and then we'll punish you.
Fiesta joined the LEC, but Odo, he fell to the oldest book in the trick. Oldest trick in the book.
Both. Yeah, it's the support roaming, because he did bring the Fiesta to this game. Unfortunately, he was on the receiving end of the invade strategy that we saw from KC, which it really looked like it was one of those rehearsed plays, because it was extremely interesting, because what happens here, you have Camille and Nocturne securing this side of the map, and at this point, Nocturne is just winning 1v1, and Camille is, at this point, with the Halo Blaze, with the hook shot, with the Ignite, a lot stronger than jungle. He's chasing Linsas everyone. If you look at the top side, Yike is level 2 already, and now, regardless of what Linsas does, he's already on the back foot. Camille is unleashed. Yike is about to do 3 camps, and Busio, he wins 1v1 against anyone. He is just free to reign terror on the map.
And this is part of the problem with Camille support versus other supports trying to match that level 1. Fleshy did exactly the same thing in the Razorbeaks. Like, Fleshy is trying to match, but the Nocturne just doesn't care. He's like, cool, I'll just smite this and I'll walk away. Like, you don't trade effectively with me. So the Camille then is unlocked on the map for the entirety of the early game. And Jack, I know you have a lot to say about how well Busio played this game.
Yeah, I think for me it's really cool to see Busio have such a good and impactful game on Camille, especially because he was 0-4 on this champion before this game. This is his first win on Camille. He played it at MSI, played it at EWC, and he just wasn't able to highlight the strengths of this champion. And we saw this game that when you have a good early game, when you really get the ball rolling, not only was he useful in the early game, it's like 30 minutes he solo kills Linces up in the top inhib.
Saves the game.
Yeah, but just how useful he was creating lanes in mid lane. Yeah, we even have the play here where like he's 3 levels down, still solo kills Linces. Doesn't really feel fair, but it highlights Camille's strengths.
Exactly, and they had all of these games where he was 0-4 so far, but he did manage to get so much experience, and to be honest, he ran the Rift. It felt like it was a game of cat and mouse where he's just trying to drag Fleshy all around the map, and it was just impossible to match him.
It's dragging Flesh all over the map.
He's just flayed his enemies, and the skins are just following behind him.
Totally intended.
So all credit to Busio. Played it really well. Macro genius, was everywhere he needed to be. There is a discussion to be had about whether Camille should be a support, because I think she should not. She is too strong with one item.
What do you mean it was 0-4?
Okay. She's too strong with one item. She gets around the map too easily, and 3 levels down, she can 1v1 the enemy jungler. Is that balanced? Are supports getting too much gold?
It's a very interesting conversation to be had, because I don't think she is OP, but I do think she's very polarizing, because every time she's in a game, she warps the whole meta around her.
What's OP to you, Odo? She's pick or ban every game, and you say she's warping the whole meta.
And every single time you see Camille picked, and the enemy matches with either the Leona or the Shen, Camille ends up losing, because she doesn't win 1v1, she doesn't win 2v2. It's a lot easier to match her, and then she's on the back foot where she needs to find a way to dodge the enemy support. But every time you take this rel, it's just way too slow, and I think we saw it even earlier in the series. It was matched by the rel, and it just becomes so easy to just mismatch the support.
That's something I wanted to bring up as well, because I think for me the biggest weird thing that Vitality did was just picking the rel so early. Like, we haven't really seen rel prio from any teams. We didn't see it at MSI, didn't see it at EWC, but the fact that they just decided to go for it, weren't really prepared for the Camille, and Fleshy was never in a winning position in any of the skirmishes. And I feel like if you put him on Leona or Shen this game, it looks so different. So it's a good point, though. You got me.
Yeah, and to Medic's point, no,
Camille is OP.
It's not, obviously. It just was up against the rel.
Odo's point is bad. The problem is, right, if you say this champion isn't OP because 2 champions out of 176 can counter it, that doesn't make it not OP.
We don't
it means that there's one champion more OP than her, which is Leona or Shen.
No, because if I pick Leona, I get outmatched by so many other supports, right? Leona has 10, 15 counters that I can play, right? And a style that I can play around it. Whereas with Camille, and this is not me just trying to rail on Camille. It is a me problem. I hate playing Camille. But secondly, I think because she warps the game so heavily and because she has so much damage out of a support role, like no other support can do the things that she can do, I think she is overtuned for where she is right now. And I think the same, whether Busio plays it, whether On plays it, whether Delight plays it, like a good support can totally change the game with Camille.
Out of all those 170 whatever champions, have you tried everything?
True. I keep trying Silas
You cannot
support.
say Camille is OP before you've played every single support.
Silas support, I really think works into it. Because when she tries to E, you just E. And if you don't get in her way, then you just follow with your
An electrocute Silas support is bonkers damage. I feel like Zac support could work as well.
Zac support could work.
You and then you win
we
the
go
fight.
back to the show match. We had a support player there who was Zac support.
There's definitely some
I'm not saying there aren't
combinations.
untested grounds, but I'm also saying the teams don't really have to test it because you get Camille one game in a Fearless, and then it's like, well, we pick the Leona or we pick the Shed into it and we counter it, or we lose that game.
Or replay rel and we lose that game.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we'll pick this back up some other time.
Sure.
I believe we are going to a break, and we'll do that whilst we keep discussing the validity of Camille support. You can also send all of your reasons why she isn't OP to @MedicCast on Twitter, never calling it X. We'll be tossing to a quick break, but afterwards we'll be back with the second game of this series.
If you agree with me, tweet at Odo.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Wow. Bro, they were all doing, you know? And then look at the KC flag, you know? There, and above that, my brother was holding my type to solo, bro. 1v9. 1v9, bro, legit.
I didn't think it. This is how it feels to be a top laner. Yes, bowling doesn't matter. Finally, it's happened. It's Fiesta. Letting the support does matter. Lucio.
Because I don't get it. Come on, Fiesta. Come on, Fiesta. Yeah. Bye-bye.
And here we are back at the caster desk, and I can say after that first game that now we have twice the Fiesta here in the LEC, both the player and the sentiment on the games. And let's see if Game 2 is going to be as one-sided for KC as Game 1. It is hard for me to imagine, Finn,
to that degree,
a raucous, kind of confident comeback for Vitality after that one.
It's definitely a tough loss, but in the end, G2 had a similarly tough loss in their Game 1 earlier today.
That was G2.
So I don't wanna be about to discredit the comeback for Vitality because There was some that game just looked depressing to play, to be fair. I mean, I feel like they didn't really have anything to do after that early game, and they just kind of slowly bled out.
That's true.
So I want to see them kind of tackle the draft a little bit differently. I think the Rel pick on free like that was weird with Camille open, because usually you see the Camille pick blind into the Shen counter pick.
Yep.
But when you pick the Rel early like that, you just get Camille for free. And it's a little bit difficult to play when she's just everywhere on the map, especially when you have such strong solo laners like the KC had drafted with TF top now.
And look, let's see what it is. Because the nice thing about this meta, and the thing that I really appreciate, partially, of course, due to Fearless, is there's a lot of different styles of composition. We've seen KC play really well when they have this power to collapse on side lanes, and Kana, who ended up being an incredibly powerful side lane on the TF. It's been a long time since I've seen the TF get that big of an individual advantage. Love the KC fans.
He's moving.
I respect anyone who can move their body good, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like you can always tell when there's some hips in there, the shoulders are going.
You can appreciate the dynamicness.
Yeah.
That's the word.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
Yeah.
I feel like
we are heading into draft now. And I want to see how Vitality especially tackle, because you see already, KC is going with the same strategy. They're banning the Poppy, and they're banning the Lock.
Now they're
now
banning
Vitality, they are banning the Jace, taking it away from Kana, which makes sense. Also the Bard, maybe they realize they don't want Boosted to be completely freed up on the map, because he seems quite good at playing for his top side when he is let to do whatever he wants to. And we're gonna see what KC goes for here, because just like game 1 in the prior series, engage is king in any meta, and already a Yike buy, first pick. It's a good basis.
And that it is.
Solid foundation.
Well, and the nice thing about this progression of Yike is, of course, we didn't always say this about his Vi, but it really does feel like the issues that we had previously with this pick are non-existent now. Linces can opt for the Nefiri, really good interactions into the Vi, being able to dodge away from that ball breaker in the early levels, maybe sneak in and steal some camps to punish. It's good, and we've seen the Nefiri be a very powerful pick, even in our first series.
Well, the question is, will they draft some CC with this Nefiri, though? Because earlier we saw the Nefiri in a similar game, and he had no CC, or she, sorry. And it was just quite a sad game to play in the mid game. So I want to really see if Vitality can set up Linces this game, because I don't feel like they have set him up for success in the prior game. So I want to see some strong lanes being drafted, that they can actually have push, so Nefiri can do what she wants. And Lucian already, solid pick here. No mages anymore, we're back to the Lucian, just like game 2 in the first series.
Really aggressive, or really early Lucian pick. I'm caught a little bit off guard by, I'll be honest, but it doesn't provide the CC, so we need to see that in the rest of the picks for the draft. Depending on if we get another... Oh, we're just going to get the top side. We're just going to get Rumby. No.
Rumby and Ryzy?
Rumby and Yumby. I thought we were going to get Yone there, but no, it's not Yumby, it's Ryzy.
So. Humpty and Dumpty, yeah. I mean, this is standard. Rumble for Karma, one of his best champions.
Yes.
Across his career here in Europe, and Ryze, just a fantastic mid laner. Now the Nivea is up and available, which it wasn't earlier today when the Ryze was picked like this. So I want to see if this is what Fiesta wants to counter with, because I think you should pick mid or top here. I mean, you could pick your support and just completely drop off solo laners, but you have the chance to counter one of these champions now. You could just take it and leave your support for last pick.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Here we go. Anivia locked in. Okay, so now we get to see what the rest of the bans are, but this is a nice lane setup for Fiesta. I'm a little bit concerned for him, just generally, right?
Yeah.
Like nothing based. The matchup is nice, etc. But I think
it's a slow matchup,
and he clearly is a player with a certain amount of bloodthirst, which I really do like to see. But Anivia is not a champion who enables that. It's you got to be patient. You really got to look for your windows. You can't jump the gun.
I want to see what Vitality decides to ban here, because you can ban supports or bot laners, and I think just banning bot laners in this meta, it's like crying in the ocean. It doesn't really make a difference. So banning the Rakan makes sense. Good follow-up engage, a good champion for Busio. Now is KC going to target the top lane counterpick pool here for Rumble? Because I don't think Kana really cares about top lane counterpicks. Yeah. He picks his Rumble every single time, and he's like, okay, throw whatever you have at me, peasant.
I mean, he's playing against Nako, who's done well in the con.
Absolutely.
So let's see if that is some ego that can be punished. We're not seeing any top lane bans yet, the Milio and the Rakan ban, so recognizing that KC already has some good engage, and again, just trying to take agency away from Busio, who was so good.
I mean, you could go for a Nami still with Delusion if you really want to.
I like the Jin ban.
Well, the Jin ban is a little bit odd, but yeah, I mean, obviously, the
It's
flourish,
good. It's
follow
really
up on
good in the
Rumble,
context
yeah.
of the comp. I don't think it's
Absolutely.
as good against what Vitality are bringing.
Yeah. So you could take out the Nami here if you want to. I don't really think Nami is a big deal anymore in this meta. I think I'll be more scared of anything that allows Lucian to kind of dominate lane and then they can move around. I don't know how Shen is as a blind pick. I think it's not very conventional, not very common. And I think maybe just banning out, you know, any CC support, yeah, like Nautilus or Leona, I think makes a lot of more sense for KC, and that's what they opted to do.
Taking the Nautilus away, don't want to give that reliable point-and-click CC. Obviously, pairs just so fantastic with a Fury as well. Look, right now, you know, not seeing the squishiest priority target, both the Rumble and the Rise obviously can be more vulnerable, but stability still seems to be the name of the game for Vitality locking this Cassante. We still don't have a reliable go button, however.
Because do you remember what you said coming into the series?
What
That
I
you were
s-
excited to watch top lane matchups?
Yeah.
That you were really hyped to see what these players are in practice.
We're going to have to watch...
And we go back to Cassante Rumble?
We're going to have to watch bot lane again, aren't we?
Oh, Cassante Rumble is the most dull matchup I've ever seen. Okay, never mind. Okay, KC bringing the heat, picking the Caitlyn, and I assume it's gonna be the Nico. Could be a Lux.
Oh,
could
Vayne.
be an Alistar.
No, the Caitlyn Vayne bot lane, of course. No, yeah, Nico seems most likely giving you that big AoE to follow up on the initial, you know, Rumble, Equalizer, etc. Definitely an AP-heavy composition, but Caitlyn can more than make up the difference.
Might be just be a Nami here to match the ranged bot lane here for the Lucian. With the Milio and Nautilus being out.
Yeah,
I don't really see any good angles.
But if it is, you're using your pick to salvage your bot
If you
lane
want to go
2v2.
silent support, this is the game. That's all I'm saying.
This is a 6 Silas support game. Instead, we're
Could be
going to
Elise. Okay. Okay, Fleshy, I wasn't familiar with your game. I like this. Securing, because we said earlier, right?
Yeah.
That Linces was not set up by his lanes.
No.
He needed some pushing lanes so he can make some magic happen. Now, the Cassante and Anivia will be losing push early, so you really, really, really want that one lane that can at least secure some kind of safety in your own jungle. So getting the Lucian and the Elise, I don't know how this bottom matchup goes. I think it's going to be very scrap heavy and it's going to be very dependent on who gets that ward level 1. But one of these lanes is probably going to dominate and the other one is probably going to suffer.
Oh my god, Casey fans popping. Vitality fans also popping. In less quantity, but a comparable percentage of popping, I think it is safe to say. And look, Finn, I don't feel good about this draft for the side of Vitality.
It's an oddball.
It's an oddball one. And what I will say is, there's a lot of potential there. The P word, always a dangerous word, however, because again, we see what exactly KC want to do. I would say pretty clearly.
Yeah.
What Vitality want to do has been heavily stymied, I think, by this Caitlyn bot lane being picked up because they could not just pick an engaged support to pair with the Lucian. And now you're reliant on Elise to be the one that breaks open your lane to potentially set you up to dominate the map. And as we load in the game, we can already see Carzzy exhaust, Fleshy, ignite. So kill lane is the name of the game. If they can find those kills, if they can find that success in the 2v2, I got a lot of faith that Vitality can start to take control here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that Vitality's comp wants to do. They want to be able to fight. They want to be able to control areas with this Anivia. But the Elise has to be the catalyst for every single play. If this Elise is not ahead, she will always be behind the Nico on the map. And she's only a stun at the end of the day. If Elise is that's behind, she's just a cocoon. So you really need to make sure that this bot lane matchup has push, is putting deep vision to give Linces that information that he needs so he can go for aggressive invades now, kinda.
And you're up against Busio, who had such a big impact on the Camille, right? When you think about the sheer quantity of kills, it doesn't look like that big of an impact, but you saw 2 solo kills, crazily. And so now Fleshy's going to try to replicate that with an performance on the Elise, and things are already starting pretty well. Nice repel to get in and get out on that quick trade, but needs to look to have that same level of performance because we've seen what happens when Busio gets really active. And yes, Nico isn't Camille. She can't do that quite as early, but if Busio's in a position to make plays, we know how comfortable the game can be for KC.
I mean, it's early ignite goes up from Fleshy as a trade for the heal. It still looks like Kalista and Busio is going to be the guys that gets pushed in this matchup. And I think that bodes really well for Vi and Yike, because I think Yike really needs to get this level 6 this game. You don't want to get invaded by Neferi. You're quite a slow jungler in a sense, if you're comparing yourself to Neferi at least. So you really want your lanes to be stable and pushing. so they can ensure that they can help you, so you can later help them when you get that season assist.
Yep. And right now, just a fist fight over Prio in a lot of different lanes. It's really only bot lane where Vitality or excuse me, KC are clearly able to force that wave in, which means that Yike can feel pretty good about the bot half of his jungle. And since he started on the top side, this first clear trade should be good. Is Nako now committing for a bit more. Flash in, auto to finish it. Well played from Nako to find the solo in the 1v1.
Oh, I want to rewatch that. There was a really cool little detail there from Nako. And I think that was a beautiful, beautiful kill. And we talked about Nako before, because when we saw this mid lane change, I had this thought that Nako needs to make miracles in this team if they are to go to the same levels as they did last split. And already finding a solo kill in the K'Sante Rumble matchup is just that, a miracle.
And that's going to be huge too, right? We look at there's so much of the burst damage is just magic damage. Yes, you can do these combos with the trap, but Kaliss isn't going to be as active in those top side or, you know, early game skirmishes as any of the other members on the side of KC. So even just picking up that little bit of MR is not only so good for the lane, but so good for any of those potential early fights. 3 minutes now, still 2 minutes out from the Dragon Spawn, still pretty far away from Grubs. But now see if Vitality can get an even bigger advantage on the bottom side. Great use of the clone from Busio to body block that cocoon as Kaliss continues with the emo.
Yeah, I mean, Vi is nowhere to be seen here. Is Vitality actually going to pressure this dive? Because Yike cannot be here for like 30 to 40 seconds if he really wants to come here. So see Vitality really posturing aggressively here, clearing the wave together with Linsas, not only giving him XP, but also denying so much more XP from KC. Kaliss and Busio is being pushed back. He's level 2. They do not want to fight this.
19 to 33 to CS score, and we're watching a wave be deleted by the tower right now.
Now he's basing. Yike was gonna go for the golems. He's actually canceled his recall. He's gonna go to the golems. Really contemplating what the choice is here.
Clone there to body block a little bit. Fleshy, rooted. A lot of damage there, but at the end of the day, again, the damage is done. The wave zoned off. It looks like Kaliss also missed most of the XP when they were zoning him, just not quite able to get in range there. Fiesta still trading against Yehu, and Yehu not able to grab that early catalyst, so that damage certainly is going to stick, but a nice look from the side of Vitality.
Yeah, going for more here. We already got the Krugs. Now Linsas shows up, hasn't recalled. Neither of these runners have recalled. It's gonna be a smite battle.
This is already bringing out the extra dogs. Yehu first in the move. Nako continues to just trade blows with Kana. Still has access to a TP of his own though, so when he does finally recall, it's only going to be that much more powerful in the 1v1. A really nice start, almost entirely from the top side of Vitality, but of course with Linsas supporting bot lane at the very least, they're able to take some resources away from Kaliss.
Yeah, so we see different decisions made here by the junglers. Now Linsas comes to respawning just like Yikes, but he actually did
all
that bot.
No, will not yield.
Not again.
Absolutely not yielding. The shielder Kana just barely able to walk it off.
He's so far behind in XP. Look, Kana barely has 40% until level 6. He cannot just stand here and try to catch the wave to get his equalizer to clear it. He's actually gonna have the base. Holding that pot.
Okay.
He's deciding to stay. Nako only has mana for 1 Q, so he can't really dive.
I mean, Kana, good patience, hovering out of vision to make sure he can pick up that wave, but this top lane matchup is not going well. And again, with K'Sante gets ahead and gets this extra MR, oof, just not a fun one to play out.
I mean, it's that early Negatron cloak that really just solidifies his lane state. When he gets that double 40 MR, it's so difficult for the Rumble to shred through that, especially with the first strike. Is that the first strike?
First strike, yeah, you got it.
That just gives him gold, but it loses a lot of combat power by going first strike. You don't get the combat that just keeps ticking when you do dot damage.
Yeah, and look, I respect the dopamine keystone and a dopamine item. I'm a Hearthstone enjoyer. I know what it's about. It's nice to print money, but maybe now that he has Equalizer, things get a little bit better. However, that, oh gosh.
Yeah, that's a
lot of MR.
Spectre's Cowl and a null magic
Spectre's Cowl and null magic and the helm, that's a lot.
And a potion.
Well, yeah, and the potion matters. Refillable on the opposite side. Busio threatening. Carzzy and Fleshy not able to do as much in this bot lane 2v2 and as they'd like. Again, it was really only when Linsas was there to support in that first level 1 where they had full control.
Yeah, I like the little minding game by Busio. Just hex flashes over the wall to make sure Lucian has to dash the potential E, and then Lucian can't walk up the wave anymore.
Level 6 for Yike, only level 5 for Linsas. As long as Linsas holds on to his W, though. Oh, the pack. He will just be able to
walk he's gonna bully him off his own jungle here. Red buff is up and available, and Rice is hovering with the Realm Warp. I think this might be hard for Linsas. He's trying to walk around, spam pinging on the Raptors.
Continuing to fish for the root here.
Tower
Tower
so far
plates
away.
being chipped away. Fiesta is so far away. Realm Morph in onto Linsis. Q, they have forced that out, but now there's no ulti to follow. They get both the intangible as well as the flash. So they won't commit any more onto Linsis, but it just means Yike now gets the red buff too. So the gold looks much closer than game one, but it's similarly a really tough one for the side of Vitality to play out outside of the top lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Yike is just putting the tempo hard in the jungle. Linz spent a lot of time in the bot lane behind those towers and fell behind a little bit in camps. And now Yike, with that level lead that he has accomplished, is just trying to chase wherever this Nafiri is. And look at Linzas here. He can jump over the Dragon Pit or jump over to the Krugs, but it looks like he's going for the red. And I think that's a little bit greedy. Elise is not there.
Wrapping.
He's gonna see now that his chickens are gone. Yeah. He's trying to sneak this, but it's very risky.
Ooh. Fleshy committing a bit onto the clone there.
He wasn't spotted though.
Ooh, heal to try
Yike is
and
looking
dodge.
for him.
Fleshy gonna have to come right back down. Yike now going all in onto Linsis. Call the pack, not there. Linsis nowhere to go. I cannot get over the wall, and Yike gonna grab the kill.
I mean, it's a greedy invade by Linsis, ends up being punished by Yike on the buy. He goes in there with an item disadvantage. Keep in mind, Yike had a tunneler, a Ruby Crystal, and double longsword, and he only had a pickaxe and a longsword back then, so any fight you take will be losing straight up. So he was kind of relying on not being spotted, ends up being spotted, and KC punishes. So another great pick by KC, as the game is slowly turning in their favor again.
Yeah. And you got to feel for Knock-Knocko. Solo generating his advantage. No support from his jungler or support. But now the rest of the map falling apart. Yike already with a bit of a lead. And you can see Kalist pulling a little bit ahead in bot lane. A lot of that is just the additional gold from Cole, as he's been stacking that one up nicely. But the Lucian, early Lucian, not getting them lane control. The late Elise not getting them kill pressure. And none of the picks that Vitality have gone for here have really given them a greater advantage.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting to that point where Nivea is getting slowly oppressive. Like, I think when Nivea gets her first item in a game like this, she has so much to do. She can look for these picks on Nico, on Ryze, on Vi, forcing stuff out with her wall. So I want to see what Fiesta does, because this is his game to shine, in my opinion, as a rookie in this league.
I agree. And to your point, we've seen a lot of these mid-lane trades. We haven't talked about them as much because so much has been going on the map. They've gone very much in Fiesta's favor. Good wall placements, good stun placements to make sure that Yehu doesn't win out. Yehu, of course, going for the early Swifties just to ensure that he can get around a lot of those spells.
Can they dive it? There's barely any armor items, but it's still, at the end of the day, Exante.
Sidestep on Q3 is good. Yike just going for a bit of poke here. Trap there. Ensures the Q lineup, auto to follow. They just want to chip Knock-Knocko down. Again, he loses a lot of HP when he goes all out, so getting him as low as possible is nice, but he will be able to heal back up in a lot of circumstances. Knock-Knocko just going to respect this and back away. In the meantime, Drake does go down for Vitality. But remember that 3 of the grubbies went in favor of KC, and now Kalist is, well, making good use of them just to slowly burn down that tower.
And then Kana is here on the wave, can just equalize it.
Yep, plus he's got nowhere to go. Takes a ton of damage.
Yeah,
We'll finally reset. Kana can't afford to get over eager, but he does. That's the ulti now going in. He still wants to kill Fleshy, and he still manages to kill Fleshy.
And here's Yike.
Really
almost a W cooldown.
Exhaust is there. Call the pack is there to let for a bit longer, but Yike manages to get 2. Turning it away. Now queuing over the wall, flashing from Carzzy. Carzzy doesn't quite have the range. Dashing out, double auto to get it done.
And it's a scrappy fight, and then I think Kana moves a little bit too overconfidently back into the bush there. I think it was safe under the tower, but still 3 for 2 in the favor of Vitality. That's exactly what they need in a game like this.
Certainly is. Finally, the Lucian getting that lead, gets the recall by the full Essence Reaper, complete that item, matched by the Hex Optics on the opposite side, but now Fiesta getting involved. Wall not quite where it needs to be, but now finding a bit more CC, and maybe Vitality can get a bit more presence on this map.
So first we're going to see this top lane play here that we missed before. Knock-Knocko goes for the kill onto Kalist actually, but Busios is here to defend him, but he gets the... Okay, Knock-Knocko is a god. Knock-Knocko is a god! His team has been losing on the bot side the entire game. He's just completely weak side, and it's 1v2ing enemy bot lane with full MR items. Wow.
You gotta respect it.
Wow.
Kind of good initially.
What a play by Nako. Here Yike goes for the kill. I understand it. The exhaust by the Lucian comes in clutch. Actually, I think saves a lot of this play because all the damage matters in a situation like this.
Yeah, 2 for 2 overall. Surprised Carzy didn't use the exhaust sooner on the Rumble all-in, but fair enough. KC, Vitality, neck and neck in terms of overall gold.
I mean, compared to game 1, this is a different look for Vitality. They are looking like themselves again a little bit. Maybe it's because Nako is absolutely smurfing. Maybe it's because they set up Lunzas a little bit more from draft. But either way, they are playing a lot better this game compared to game 1. And it's not quite the one-sided stomp it just was before.
No, it's not. All right. Let's see what KC can do as they set up here on the top side. Vitality looks like they're just going to respect it back away from the tower. So first tower, very likely to just go in favor of KC. You can see Carzy in the minimap is pushing bottom lane. But Kalist had the grubs, already knocked it down a little bit too quickly. So that additional gold going to go KC's way.
I mean, this Cassandra is just going to grow bigger and bigger and bigger. It's going to reach a point eventually where I don't know if KC has the damage to deal with him. In the end, Cassandra is not really a tank. He's more of a warden slash bruiser. Like, when he gets accelerated early, he gets so much more damage from offensive stats. The fact that he can just buy tanky stats and get damage from them means it's actually such a heavy snowball champion now. Wise looks for the payoff on fleshing.
Lockdown on there. Fleshing can buy a couple of seconds by jumping up in the air, but he doesn't even have time to do so. Another TP coming in, extending the play.
That's a big shield.
Wants to make the difference, but in the midst of 5 people, I don't think he's strong enough. Ulti going all out, immediately going to get interrupted by the Vault Breaker. Does not have enough stats to find his way through that one.
And that's a heartbreaker. When you're a top laner and you're winning your lane so hard and the rest of the team is kind of struggling, you have that one moment. The moment you press TP, you can impact the outcome of the game.
That you can. Unfortunately, it will not save your jungler.
And when it goes like that, you feel the energy just gets sucked out of you. You deflate like a balloon. And you're like, okay, well, I'll see you guys in 4 minutes when I'm at TP again. You lose all the momentum to be able to snowball as a top laner. It's so important when you're winning your lane as a top laner to get a good TP play off. And when it backfires like that, it really hinders your ability to impact the game.
Yeah, to accelerate the lead that you had built for yourself, which is now fallen to the wayside.
Yeah.
Yike only continuing to dominate 1.1k individual lead, the largest on his team. But even Kalist still quite comfortable. Carzy getting close to that second item, maybe can't make the difference, but we see this play once again.
Look at his tangle bar with Lucio. It's just fantastic. Locks down both of them, lands it onto the Nevia with the extended CC time, forces her to flash out, and this just means it's a 5v1. This is Attack on Titan right here.
Yeah.
Sure, he's strong, but...
Yeah, I mean, this was the moment, but it was a bit more mom spaghetti than it was, you know, any of the rest of that Eminem song. As, yeah, this gets one shot.
Yeah.
Now another root going to connect. Unfortunately, once again on a clone, as Lucio continues to be a thorn in the side of Fleshy.
He got stuck in there. I don't think they spotted him. He queued over the wall.
Equalizer, Lynch is starting to back up. Forced to use the call to pack. Yike caught on the wrong side of the wall, trying to make it out. The Drake still going in his favor. Ulti from Kalist going to get body blocked by Carzy. The KC grabbing the Drake.
There's just something about Yike, man. I feel like he has a way higher chance to win a Smite 50-50 than any other jungler in our league. He's just got those magic fingers.
I do. I feel you. I feel you. Sometimes against Qmon, I do get a little bit nervous, but I do feel like Yike's got a good track record.
Yeah, he's got a good Smite.
That he does. That he does. Vitality. Let's talk about it, Finn. How do you get out of this hole?
You want to talk about the elephant in the room?
I mean, rude to call them elephants, but yes, let's talk about Vitality.
Yeah, okay.
They're bees, really. Let's talk about the bees.
This Elise is not a champion anymore.
That's true.
This Elise has fallen off completely and doesn't do anything to help Vitality win the game. When you play Elise in a game like this, you need to snowball early game. This is the demonic contract you sign when you lock in the champion. If you do not win early game, you perish and suffer in all eternities in the 7th hell, at least. And you just end up being completely useless.
I like the callback to the Dante Virgil thing earlier. Now we'll see if Yike can steal this. This time, Linsis manages to get it. Of course, a little bit messy from KC there. Nako's now set to take over, finds that Realm Warp out. So good job caster cursing. I really appreciate that, Ben. Vitality appreciate you too, as the gold lead starts to shrink and the Herald has now been summoned.
I mean, that was an odd play. That was just strange.
That it
was like half of KC really wanted to fight, and half of KC was like, we're giving this Rift Herald, right?
Well, it's all falling apart for KC. Flash forward, Realm Warp. Yep, no. Excuse me, not Realm Warp. The follow up there. This has now killed Yehu in the mean. Okay, what the hell is happening? I was lulled into a false sense of security. Nothing. I thought we were calmly playing a normal game of League of Legends, where when you have a 2,000 gold lead, you slow the game down. And while we were casually having a chat, maybe a little sleepy after that hot dog we ate, the game has exploded.
I mean, money is a social construct, and we learned that time and time again in this series. I mean, the fact I need to. I don't know what Casey was thinking going into that Rift Herald. You just got away with murder, taking the dragon, and then Kalist is on the mid wave. Kana is pushing bot with TP. By the way, he has TP, just pushing the little tower in his little robot suit, and 3 people of Casey just go in for a fight they have no business taking.
Nako is Bane from the Batman movie. Casey, you're the rich guy. Like, I paid you. And he's like, and you think that gives you power over me? You just know it. Just beating the hell out of him. Like, doesn't matter, bro. Broke as hell, showing up and still taking you out.
So let's see this play. Fiesta finds a good wall onto Yehu.
Yep.
This
Waits
is the
as long as
Anivia.
possible to use the wall.
This is Anivia. And now Linsa's, I mean, it's an easy play.
Whoa, we were eating hot
R.
dogs.
And he's playing the hot dog skin.
Who's eating hot dogs? Everyone's having hot dogs.
I don't think he's enjoying it quite as much.
No, he's not. He's getting glizzy.
Yeah. And now we see Kalist, Nako, pushing minions.
Heck yeah. Oh.
LCS callback. Let's see what's gonna happen now. There's dragons spawning in 1 minute 41. So let's take the time to kind of explain what's happening in this game. I have no idea. It's super even. Look at the gold.
Okay. Let's look at the quick recap. So, Vitality pulled out this Elise slate. We were skeptical. It didn't really work in the early laning phase. They did zone Kalist off. It didn't matter, though. It didn't really matter. Nako solo kill topside. Looks great. Doesn't matter. We see a series of picks from Busio, from Yike, that put KC in a wildly favorable position.
Does that matter?
And it didn't end up mattering because around Rift Herald, they got dizzy. Yehu died because he just overstuck around on the top lane. Fiesta did a really good job of trading, kind of what we wanted to see. And then the Rift Herald got picked up by Vitality in the chaos, as they also picked up a few more kills, a shutdown, and everything.
Now, will this play matter?
Yes, it should. Nako. He will not yield!
Oh! He tried to get the angle for the wall there, trying to be fancy with it. I respect the attempt. But it's a good pick by KC, playing fast on the side once again.
And I respect it too, but the fact that Vitality are now in an even gold state in this game means that they can punish the cross map. They can make their own play in the mid lane, put a bit more pressure down, knock down that tower.
Absolutely, and now the thing with this is Vitality has full control over the bot side river and bot side jungle. This is what matters for the Drake. K'Sante has teleport available. He could just TP in there with a big shield, and we can see Vitality actually contesting this dragon, because this dragon is really important. You need to set up your soul point right now.
And it's what you said, Finn. You said it kills your momentum when you TP in and you've got a lead and it all falls apart. But Vitality got that momentum back on that last sequence of plays. Even though Nako died here, now he's got the TP. Now he's ready to do the TP play you talked about. The big shield, the big moment. Iceborne as well to stick to the targets.
And they just don't care about dragons this game. Fleshy and Linsa's here looking for Yehu, doesn't have the Realm Warp. As a TP.
Oh, the cocoon! We said he didn't matter! We said he didn't matter, but he can do that one play! Dude, I mean,
I've never been so excited for a cocoon. But I was so sick.
Around the minion wave, into the cocoon.
Wow, beautiful. I mean, KC will still end up getting the dragon, but look at Vitality. Look how they're posturing. They're already starting the Baron.
Oh my gosh.
TP coming in here from the Nivea.
They're just full committing.
Full sending it. Kana has TP. Has the equalizer. Yike is now in here. We talked about smite battles.
Okay, king of the 50-50. You praised him. Is it a caster curse? Already forced to move back. Ball breaker long cooldown. They've zoned him away completely. They're just going to get the objective. There's no one nearby.
It's just a play.
What?
It's just a play. And now Busio dead.
Going in, zoning Busio off. Fiesta on the way too. Busio also down. They get Baron, they get kills. They're 1,000 gold ahead. This game started so bad.
Vitality heard our smack talking and they just woke up. Right now, Nako is such a behemoth in this game. That pick by Fleshy and Linsa's just really paying its due dividends. Now getting the Baron And this is going to help to accelerate that gold lead. This is the first time Vitality is ahead this game. Right now, 1k gold up from this Baron initially. They need to try to convert this into at least a few tier 2 so they can really snowball with this. Because if you just wait for this Baron to run out, I think Case is really happy team fighting with their team comp.
I completely agree. Fiesta, though, doing well, something we wanted to track on the Anivia. You had the pick. It wasn't banned in this draft. He set up. He has been putting the pressure onto Yehu. No, Yehu has 2 items and can still be that big threat. Maybe that is enough for Vitality to shift things in their favor. Fleshy? Oh, baited it into a false sense of security.
He still has repel.
Nope, he doesn't have enough time. The rest of the team, though, now on the collapse. Kana exhausted, but goes golden. Knocked off the side, zoning a lot of people. Kana getting as much damage down as he possibly can, but that's the reset coming in for Linsis. Thus far, 1 for 1. Support for top laner, though, a pretty good deal for Vitality.
Here, and then pushing.
Yeah, and again, you're still just delaying the Baron. Flash and Busio delaying the recall now from Nako. They're just trying to fight. If they keep scrapping with Vitality, Vitality cannot use this Red Bull Baron power play to any effect.
The mid lane tower is still up. I'm so confused. Khalid's there now, pushing out the mid wave, and I mean, this was a great pick for KC. Like, your Ryze is pushing out top lane by himself, and you managed to find a pick, but here's a TP.
Vitality recognizing they need to accelerate the pace of game, but there's a trap there waiting for Nako.
Oh, he's so strong here, but can he get into the fight?
Root, Q3, no, he cannot.
Just out of range.
So KC, look at this Red Bull Baron. I mean, this is crazy, only 900 extra gold. Remember, they started by getting the Baron and an additional kill, so the effective gold has shrank against them, but now at least they should be set to grab this tier 2. Nako not going to commit any further. Electro Harpoon connecting, that's going to be big. Unstoppable now, dash over the wall with the footwork, blast cone out to safety. As Karzi's now in trouble in the mid lane, wants to make a difference against Yehu on the way in. Culling is good though. Karzi clean movement, but Busio is here to punish. Lockdown is there, and a shutdown for Yehu.
I love whatever is wrong with Karzi. The fact that he sees 4 people going for him, and he
not
goes
the
for that.
glizzies. They've lived! Protect those hot dogs. Literally, in this case, it's burning flash cocoon from Fleshy. That one wasn't as crazy, bro. That was just a normal one.
Hey, I am impressed with any of these that's useful after 20 minutes.
That's true. That's true.
Let me enjoy the play.
That's my bad. You're
Let
right.
me enjoy it.
I shouldn't yuck your yum. You're
Yeah,
right.
you shouldn't.
That's my bad.
Step up. What? Yike, now. Getting his Gromp. Still, this game is absolutely chaotic. We're back to dead even gold state. It's a 500 gold for Vitality. No team seems to actually being able to snowball when they have the lead.
I didn't think that anything would be more chaotic than our first series, and they're being upstaged, MKOI and G2.
And Casey will not lose in their own arena. Not even in the clowning.
They're spelling, but I don't know what they're spelling out there. I heard someone say, give me an ad. I heard an ad. But maybe they were speaking French and I didn't understand them at all. Hard to say.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, the problem is, Finn, we keep trying to regain control of this game. And like a bucking bronco, it just refuses. Every time we try to explain.
I mean, you just gotta ride the train. You don't know where the train is going. Maybe it's going into Arkansas. Maybe it's going to Sao Paulo. You don't know.
What should happen? Drake setup in a minute.
Yes.
Baron setup in 2 minutes. What will happen? Well, it's certainly hard to say. Bot lane pushing in favor of Vitality. Top wave close-ish to even. But Vitality have got control of mid as well, so things look pretty good for them.
I mean, I think right now you have to make a choice as Vitality. Either you think you can contest through mid and you send all of your players there except for the top laner, but I think they are a little bit too weak on the mid wave, so they're going for the other approach, is where you send one of your solo laners to push out top before Dragon and kind of give you the option of playing through the side, because in the end, it's the second Dragon for Vitality. It's not the end of the world if they get it. But now, pushing out the side lane, you see Vitality is basing, is responding to the wave. Now is where you rotate down. You see the Nivea on the top lane. You are first now as the Ryze, so you can actually set up in this river and be there, set up your trap line, get your Nico on a flank, and actually have a good fight for once. Because we said all the time, KC's team comp is better in team fighting. We have not seen a single normal team fight this game.
No, we haven't. And some of that is just because Nako is running full bore at the faces of KC and recognizes that as long as he builds a lot of MR, well, actually, same armor too. He's also, I mean, he's just doing so well. He's on his way to Jack Show. He's going to be tough to kill. 3 items though for Kalist. No armor pen yet, but once he gets that Lord Dominix, it does feel like the writing is sort of on the wall. Karzi though, luckily, already has his.
Yeah, so you see now, KC is going through bot side, leaving Ryze on mid with the Realm Warp. Probably going to look to do Equalizer if they want to look for the steal, but Yike will just leave. They're not going to go for it. They're not going to risk it just for the second Drake of Vitality. but I doubt we're gonna see an Elder or a Soul this game, because we're right now at 26.3.
Why would you say that?
I mean, okay, I do not know. I don't know. But like, it's 26 minutes into the game. These teams have not prioritized dragons at all this game. This is a very late 4th dragon in the first, firstly, and now it's a 2-2 dragon setup.
I do see what you're saying. Dragon, very neglected, very lonely there in the pit. Not getting so much attention as Fiesta's just running full speed ahead, has the swift marches, wants to be fast to get in range to use those walls. Actualizer completed for Yehu is a pretty big spike, and Fiesta's still only on 2.5 items, but KC, it doesn't really feel like they've gotten to use.
Yeah, I mean, Yehu buying the item that Jojo didn't. He didn't go for an Actualizer in that Rise game and he was so strong, and now Yehu actually buying it as the 3rd item. I think it's just the best item for Rise at this point. It just gives so much value. When you activate it, you become God mode for 8 seconds damage-wise, and maybe he will go back to the side lane, because the problem is K'Sante is so hard to push out for them. K'Sante can just ignore them and push outside every single time, and you can't attack him as 2, because I honestly think they don't have the damage to kill him if he just tries to get out.
I'm inclined to agree. There's not a lot of consistent CC there, and going into melee range against him is a little bit scary. The Mercs, just enough tenacity to stop that kill threat from going through. Once they get armor penetration on Kalist, I think the story changes a little bit. Yeah. But again, if you're putting Kalist in a side lane, not next to the next objective that's spawning, you're asking...
You're asking for trouble.
You are asking for trouble.
But still, no engage on Vitality is the main issue. Like, who's realistically going to start the fight for you? It's probably going to be a wall from Olivia or something like that.
Yeah, and look, Fiesta has had some good walls, but it's a tough ask, because now they're just immediately getting engaged on Kana, instantaneous fall. Fleshy in trouble as Kalist just 2 autos him down in the mid lane. They get caught at the same time. I take it back. KC don't need a team fight. They're just going to pick him off left and right.
That was beautiful by Yike. He did such a cool mechanic there. I'd like to see it later, but now we still are fighting here. Kana in the back and torching them.
Fiesta running.
It's gritting the Glizzy.
They are burning the Glizzy.
Yeah.
The Glizzy will survive. The Baron, however, doesn't look like it will.
But Nako will not yield. He will TP back in there and try to hold this. Look at that shield. It's true. Have to walk around the traps. Linsas
Find Showmaker. Get the copy pasta ready. Knock, it's his time to shine. 7K on the objective. And getting lower. KC not certain if they want to commit to this. They don't have control over Linsas. Kana forced to go golden. In goes Knock-Knocko. Snipes enemy top laner. Now he absolutely will not yield. Oh, it's Montage time. 2.3K. Lower. They get the Baron. Are you kidding me? KC cannot handle Knock-Knocko. In goes Linsas to try and finish off. Yike is going to get the reset. Immediately going to ult back on Glitch. Are you kidding me? Glitch running. Will finally find the kill. The shutdown is there, but the Baron once again to Vitality. Fleshy to follow. The useless Elise finds a way back in. The blast go now. Fiesta takes the kill.
Nipples of a man no more. He's actually so useful this game. He's actually finding some of this crucial stuff, but it's on the back of Knock-Knocko, who is just a demon in this game too. 2 solo kills every single team fight. He is the man that steps up and makes sure that Yike cannot get the smite off. He W's him out of the Baron pit, puts him in GA, and denies the entire smite contest. And it starts with Yike are flashes on the Elise, so she can't even repel the cease and desist in time. Gets a fantastic pick here. Now, another kill on the Carsey by Boostio with the Pop Blossom. And here it looks so easy. It looks so comfortable, but the Baron is so slow. Why? Rise was not on the Baron. They started the Baron like they had it already. Yehu pushed away base before he came into this fight.
And we were asking after that last game with a 15K gold lead for KC if Vitality could mentally recover. And we have found the answer. Kalist still very close to dying there. The final moments here. This exchange even incredibly close. Again, another flash cocoon from Fleshy. Still isn't Elise, so we'll go up here, drop down on the minion, and try to walk his way around this one.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, well, I don't... Oh, it's Sonya's. Okay, good. I thought that was a Seeker, so I was like, brother, you're dead if you stopwatch, but it's fine. Wants to get some value out of it.
I mean, it was bold of us to assume that we would see a Baron into a clean setup before someone dying.
That was bold of us.
Yeah, I mean, we should...
That's our mistake, audience. That's on our bad. We've seen enough to understand what kind of game this is.
I claim full responsibility for that player.
Full responsibility. Yeah. That's on us.
Now, look at KC. Knock-Knocko walking up. He's alone still.
Ooh, lockup's there to Knock-Knocko, but he just jumps back into Boostio. Coling running down to stop anyone else from engaging. Yehu does a lot of damage. But he's just popped the actualizer. Now he's not going to have that cooldown if the fight continues. And Knock just keeps walking forward.
Super well played by Carsey. He sees the flash from Nico before it even happens. Because the moment you flash or dashes out, when the Nico's already in there, you're gonna get knocked up and put out of your dash. But he dashes right before he goes in, predicting that was the play by Brucio. Weaves out of the engage and then just manages to kill Brucio without getting CC'd. So super well played by Carsey. Great display of mechanics. And it's a dragon for Vitality, and suddenly you're a Dragon Soul.
And if you think you've had a hard time peeling this K'Sante, it doesn't get easier with the more Cloud Souls coming in.
No, I think the silver lining right now is that the Kalist is getting his Lord Dominix right now. And that damage is going to increase a lot his output on this K'Sante. A little bit surprised Yehu does not go for the Void Staff fourth. I would expect him to want to kill this K'Sante eventually. But ends up going for the Rabadon, maybe trying to one-shot one of the carries of Vitality
Definitely
instead.
possible.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, Lord Dominix here is just such a massive spike. The armor penetration on top of the percentage increase against champions who have more HP than you. You can see Kalist hurts.
Look at Kana positioning. He's just waiting.
What's he doing? What's Bro doing? What's he thinking? He's covering for Yehu, kind of. Soft covering for mid lane. Knock is very fast.
Oh, look at this.
Uh-oh.
He still doesn't have
waiting.
TP though.
He's waiting. He's waiting.
Does he know?
Last possible second. Goes into the mid lane, though. They're trying to make the play happen. Instantaneous Six Odds comes in from Carsey. Gets a lot of damage down to the Coley, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, 1v1. Yehu versus Knock.
Okay, he's cheating.
But the Realm Warp takes him out. He opted in. He queued up for a game of 2x KO and immediately alt F forward. And you got to, sometimes that's how you got to get around the loss, I guess. Fleshy still living for far longer than expected. The root connects well. Fleshy. He doesn't land on the trap. Fleshy did misplay the trap.
He dodged the trap. That's a good dodge.
Fleshy needs to hold on to this Zanyas, bro. He keeps using it when there's a Caitlyn directly next to him. It's negative value if you do that. Kana might be in trouble, though.
Well, Kana is definitely in trouble right now.
Here comes the Glizzy. Cold Bird Hot Dog! Not going to find the kill.
Doesn't have the equalizer, though, so no chase will come out there. Yeah, with TP's in. Now with the Rabadon. That Rise will hurt, unless your name is K'Sante, when he gets onto you.
That's true, that's true. Asterisk unless you're K'Sante.
Yeah.
And actually, it still hurt the K'Sante, I think. It's a lot of damage that comes out of this Rise.
It is, yeah. I mean, K'Sante is kind of falling off item-wise right now. He's at 3.5. Yep. 3 1/3.
Oh, there you go. There's Randuin, so.
He's at 4.
Yeah, that's 4 now. And I will say, Randy Deities is pretty nice. You get the slow. Nice way to stick on your target, and also the crit damage is so good. Crit damage reduction, that is. All right.
Dragon, 2 minutes. Let's set the stage a little bit, because... Do I have time to set the stage, Dragos?
You have 30 seconds till Baron. You might not have time to set the stage.
Okay.
Both teams are grouped around mid. Both sideways in a relatively even state. It's time for the ARAM portion of today. Yike, flanking. Equalizer down. Dog escaping. Clone dog getting damaged. Knocko threatening on the side. Linsis jumping in for some reason. Will lose a lot of HP. That is going to make it a lot harder for Vitality to get control of this. Nice little stun over the wall. Okay, KC have really forced Vitality back and are taking a lot of space here, despite midway being initially relatively even. They've managed to knock down tier 2, and Vitality really haven't had a response. Good patience, good slow play coming out from KC.
Yeah, gets the mid-lane tower, gets this crab here, which is actually super important, giving a lot of vision here, making sure that you know what they know. Because now you really want to recall instead of that dragon. Because I don't think you want to give Vitality Soul even for the Baron. I don't think it's a worth trade. There's an argument to be made for sure that you could just take the Baron and give Soul, but you really want to recall now, try to set up this objective. Because once again, you want to be there first. You don't want to be the guy that walks into Nanivia. It's not fun, I promise.
Very, very true. Klitz now has recalled and picked up a Bloodthirster. So this Caitlyn is the real deal. This is what we used to call full build, but now, of course, you have the extra item slot, so it can still get another item. We got a Seekers for Yehu. And now, the issue for Vitality is, if they recall and spend their money, they'll just be late to whatever objective goes down. So instead, they're going to stick around.
You need to stay on the map right now, or you're going to give KC too much space on this map. Look at where Yehu is. He's looking for a flank on this next mid-wave, perhaps.
I mean, look at that auto on the Linces. He just lost 40% of his HP from a single auto from Kalisz.
Stepping up, holding the bush.
Lucio off to the side.
Really good repel.
But they get the wall too, so now Kalisz gets a little bit more space to walk
Look
up.
at Yike, he's hovering topside constantly. I think he really wants to fight right now. He doesn't want to walk in and start this dragon. He really wants to fight them on his mid-wave. But he got spotted.
Needs to be careful as he returns to his team though. Can't afford to get caught out.
Yeah.
It's a very tense situation. The game much closer than we initially expected it to be. Vitality doing a good job going toe-to-toe with KC in this game too, as KC just tried to land this poke. Bot wave pushing massively in the favor of Vitality. I said it was even earlier and I misspoke. It has been slow stacking. A lot of gold going to get deleted.
Ooh, Linces is W here though. Yike might take big damage.
Bot wave unanswered. Excellent equalizer to zone the team away. Kalisz still standing on the front line.
Look at the traps.
90 caliber net to get away. Lenses to make it over the wall. Hoping to steal the objective, but the Cloud Drake goes down their favor. Busio gets the rest of the team peeled away. Realm War forward into the entire lineup. Yike going over the wall. KC have Kalisz untouched, raining down damage. Linces tries to bring it back. Sent into the GA, and down he will go. Only the support left standing. A recall, the only hope for respite from Fleshy, as KC hold on to the Drake and dominate the fight.
I mean, it's a nice attempt by Vitality, but you see how important it is to be first at the objective. Either you're the team walking into all those Caitlyn traps, or you're the team walking into the Nivea wall with all those slows and stuns. You need to be first at objective, and this time it's KC, and they pick up the dragon, they pick up the inhibitor, and they will definitely pick up this Nexus.
That they will. KC finally find the team fight they were looking for, and they instantaneously end the game 2-0 here in Paris.
Well, it was the scenic route, but they got there in the end. I really gotta give kudos to KC. After that game one was a fantastic stomp. This game two, a little bit messy, a little bit rough around the edges. But when crunch time came, they held together as a 5-man unit, and they actually outplayed Vitality in the team fights.
That they did. Impressive stuff from them in front of their home crowd, keeping that momentum going. MSI, a struggle. EWC looking good here in week one against Vitality at the very least. Looking strong as well. And of course, for your Kia player of the series, Kana, Yike, or Busio, all good options. One more bow. One more bow.
Happy faces on the team of KC.
There's some organizing happening. They're getting a photo with the fans behind them. That photo's going to go hard. Quick fin, turn. We'll be in the photo. In the very far behind the photo. We might have missed it. I think we missed it.
Check top right.
Check top right. We'll be there. Up there. You see those orange lights? That's us up there.
Absolutely.
It was a good day. More, I believe, setting up for an interview with Mr. Busio himself. And a strong start for KC. Of course, I feel like the opponents get harder from here. MCoy and G2 ahead of them. Excited for the MCoy matchup, especially. My God.
And it's the same story of Vitality as last bit. Nako looking fantastic, but it wasn't even enough in a game like this. I think Nako had a fantastic game here on the Gazante, but
well, that's enough from us. Busio standing by with Floor. Let's hear what he has to say.
Un max de bruit pour Busio et pour Carmine, s'il vous plaît. You can take it out if it's annoying you. Okay, tell me about this game. It lasted longer than I thought it would be. What was more annoying, Anivia, Cassante?
Cassante, he was taking no damage.
This champion has been busted for years, but I feel like nothing changes.
He's just top laner.
Right. Just a top laner issue?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about top lane. I want to talk about the rest of the map and how the meta impacted you guys, maybe, because I feel like you're leaving Kalisz on his island. I feel like ADC is the new top lane in this way. Tell me about this new way of playing the game right now and how it connected you and Yike a bit more together, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, as you saw in game one, when Kalisz is on a mage, you know, the main strength of a mage is the wave clear and the range at which they can wave clear from. So, you know, he kind of does his own thing. And then it's up to, you know, me and Yike to make use of that. But, you know, I like the meta right now because, for example, in Game 2 already, we have like normal bot matchups, so it's a very nice balance.
You like the meta right now, but does your AD carry like the meta right now? How is it for him? Because I know that AD carries like to get the attention. They like to be the princesses of the bot lane. How is it leaving him on his island like this?
It's a little sad. I miss him sometimes, but, you know, I get to play Camille, so I like it.
Caliste lui manque quand même à la bot lane. You appreciate it. I feel like, yeah, you get to play new type of champions, and we knew you on Enchanters, we knew you on Engaged champions. Tell me about this new kind of picks that you get to play. You talked to me about Camille, but what else can we expect from you, and how much fun you've been having so far?
Yeah, I mean, the meta kind of comes down to like Camille and then answers to Camille, you know? So like some people like Shen, like I played Shen, and there's other, you know, creative picks in that realm. So it's all warped around mages and then strong early game supports. I
saw you guys were struggling at MSI, and I feel like something clicked at EWC and a lot of things changed. Can you talk me through the changes and what impacted you guys for you guys to get to the form that allowed you to defeat T1? We're not going to talk about finals. We don't care about this. But yeah, the overall change and improvements from KC.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is we're just focused on playing naturally, you know? Like right before this game, same thing, we just said play natural, you know? Even if something's supposed to happen, but the conditions aren't lining up, you don't force it, you don't think too hard, you just play what's on your screen and kind of, yeah, be relaxed.
I feel like it's mostly about learnings and how much you can improve as a team. What do you feel like you guys improved upon the most that is going to set you up the best way for summer?
Yeah, I mean, kind of the same thing, you know? Everybody take responsibility over their own clicks, over their own situation, and yeah, not expecting too much from your teammates and just doing your own thing.
Now, there's something specific about KC is the fact that every time you're in front of this crowd, every time you're in front of your audience, you guys keep on winning. It happened at Evry, happened at EWC, it keeps on happening here again. So what is special about the crowd buff that KC crowd gives you?
Yeah, it's just...
You can talk to them directly, actually.
Yeah. You guys just bring insane energy, so we can't lose in front of you.
With that in mind, do you have any message for MKOI tomorrow?
They should be worried.
They should be worried. MKOI devrait avoir peur et MKOI devrait être inquiet. Et c'est notamment grâce à vous. Thank you so much, Busio, for the interview. And now to wrap up the day, I'm going to send it back to our CEO, Kameto. C'est à toi.
Is that better?
Still a bit low.
Still a bit low? Okay, what about now? Oh.
Yeah, we're figuring out Yikes audio levels. Is it better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, perfect.
Congratulations, Yike.
Thank you.
I think I want to take a look at the very last team fight. I don't know if we have it already, production, because we thought you lost.
Yeah.
We really did. So tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, this fight was very scary, yeah. Very, very scary. At least I won this fight, right? So I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
And then I think, yeah, they got clumped in like 4 people in the same place. And we all just screamed like, send it, go, go, go. And yeah, then we won.
Yeah, I feel like when the Rise ult came in, everyone was just, well, or either in or out of this one.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was funny because it felt like one of those Rise ults that everyone goes in. In reality, it was just Yehu going in.
Yeah, I mean, I just queued over, right? Otherwise, I would go with him. But yeah, he was very vocal with the Rise ult.
We had a hard time reading the game. Like, we didn't really understand how you fell so far behind. It seemed like there were picks all over the map. What was your read on it?
I'm not sure as well.
Okay.
Like, the game was going well, right? And then somehow we just like started falling behind and we're losing our fight, we're losing our objectives. So I didn't understand. So I think I just had to rewatch as well. Like, I actually don't know what happened. We were doing good.
I'm glad our read is the same as your read, right? And you're in the middle of the game. I want to talk a little bit about how, like, mentally you come back from those sorts of positions, because you were in a great spot and then things started to fall behind. Is there someone that is saying, hey guys, reset, we can redo that? Or is it like a more collective team effort?
It's a bit collective, but today I think Yehu and Caliste were both very good at just saying to like calm down. Like they're saying like, oh, they're scaling, we will get my 3rd item, my 4th item. They're playing Rise Caitlyn, right? So they will like carry the game, and they kind of carry the game. So it was great from them.
I wanted to tag on something that Busio just said in his interview. He said that especially today, you guys are focusing a lot more on kind of playing the natural flow of the game where you don't really get caught up on, hey, we're doing this setup to do this play, and instead being a little bit more reactionary. Do you feel like that's something that is maybe only from his side, or is this one of those collective team decisions that you feel like this is the way to grow?
Yeah, no, I think that's something we've been talking about like recently a lot as a team, like Reaper and Seth talking with us how we want to play, and yeah, I think we try to predict too much things, and we make the game like we try to make it like by a book, but it's very hard to make the games like that. So I think we just try to play more, not more loose, but like we just see what's in front of us on the screen, and then we spare on that.
Would you say that your focus on that is why I feel like? I mean, I can call it, I guess, inconsistency, because you have, you beat T1 and then the next day, and I feel like that happens in the LEC as well. Do you feel like this is why that is happening? Generally?
Yeah, a bit. Like I said, like after we lost to DK, I feel like we're a not consistent team, We're pretty inconsistent with how we play the map, how we play the games, like objectives and everything. I think that's something we have to improve on a lot. And I mean, today it was also a bit inconsistent, right? So I think we just have to slowly improve on that. But overall, I think we're still in a good state overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I think about kind of the teams going to Worlds, possibly, definitely at the top of my list together with G2. Tell me a little bit about playing this weekend, and about this being the first weekend and getting to play in the Adidas Arena, which is like a historical arena for League.
Yeah, I mean, this arena is insane, by the way. I can't believe I'm playing here, and yeah, it's so fun. It's like we play like so many events now, and it's like playing more and more, and I just love it. Playing in front of the French crowd or Carmen fans is just so fun for me, and I think for my whole team, and yeah, I just enjoy it so much. So I just want to go next day.
How do you handle fatigue though? Because I mean, G2 had, let's say, a little bit of a deeper run with MSI and stuff, but I feel like you guys are in the same boat where you're just traveling all the time, you're just playing events all the time. Are events like these, or like roadshows like these, feel tiring, or is it one of those small things that revitalizes you a little bit?
I think like if it was like the last years, it would have felt more tiring for me, but I feel fine actually. I think my whole team actually feels fine. So the fatigue, I think it didn't affect us that much, and that's really good, because a lot of teams, like me as well in the past, could feel very like tired after this, a lot of events and a lot of international tournaments. But I feel good. I think the way we handle it, the way we like go day by day, is great. So I guess that's why.
If you could teach us how not to feel tired.
Yeah, because we're really tired.
It might be the age gap, it might be the extra decade or so that we have on you. But
yeah, I mean, I think we take the days more chill, We don't do as much like work. I mean, we work obviously very hard, but we don't do as much work as like, for example, the first split and second split and before in the science stuff. Like we go slow, we start slow, and then we play some like fun games together, these kind of things, and it's nice.
Producers, you heard it. We
need to play more games.
Yes. Our key player of the series was Busio. Yike, do you think Camille is overpowered or not?
Did you guys see what she did in the game? She was crazy.
The game was crazy.
Yes, it was like, I mean, we had a little good strat we both made, and then then he destroyed the game. Like he like basically won with freedom, He got Jarvan and then he killed mid. So I think Busio deserved it.
So we were having this conversation on the desk. Go ahead, because I think we're going the same way.
I think Camille is inherently overpowered as a support. I think she warps the game around her, and there are very few counters. Odo said, "Oh, there are counters, therefore she's not overpowered." What's your viewpoint?
I think there are champs that are good into Camille, but I do think Camille is very, very strong champ. Like it's
that's
very,
the closest I'm going to get to overpowered.
It's hard to play against Camille.
Okay, let's just say, would you rather play with Camille on your team or Camille on enemy team?
It depends. Like there's some good matchups, but probably Camille in my team.
Okay,
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
She's open.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. All right, tomorrow you're playing MKOI, which is going to be a banger. What do you feel about that matchup?
Very hyped. I think they played pretty good today. The first game against G2 was very clean, and I think the other games they were doing a bit messy things, but that's always like how
what? What are you saying? They threw the game super hard.
Yeah, okay, but they like it's Koi. I respect that. I think good players. I think in the end it's gonna be like whoever plays like probably jungle sup better, and I think they are strong jungle sup, so I think that's what we're gonna focus on.
I mean, I have a fun stat for you. You know the last time MKOI beat KC?
Last year?
Well, not last year. It was at the beginning of the year. Week one, they beat you guys in a best of one, and ever since then, they haven't won a single series.
Yeah, you beat them in their house as
That's
well.
True.
There's a lot of revenge for them.
So I think they really want to beat you here, probably.
Yeah, they for sure want to beat us here in Paris, but we're not going to let that happen.
Nah. Okay, cool. So we also have something special tomorrow outside of our regular scheduled games. The EULCS Legends Show Match. This is a best of 3 played on League Classic featuring some of the biggest names in League history. Team Legacy, we've got Kevin Aranea, Alex Ish, Reckless, and Yellowstar. And on Team Dynasty. We got Soaz, Cyanide, Frog Unforgiven, and Niv. And of course, Deficio will be joining us for the cast, and then we'll have all other games. How many of those names do you recognize, Yai?
Like almost all of them. Like,
Do you know Alex H?
Alex, of course. I mean, I wasn't really watching when he played, but I'm a big Cyanide fan, for example. When he played Fnatic, I was a very big fan of Cyanide. So it's actually going to be sick to see him here. I haven't seen him so long.
How old were you when he was playing on Fnatic?
When was it? 2013? Then I was 13.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, so it's been a while, but it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be hype. I'm gonna watch it.
It's gonna be super fun indeed. Do you want to play some League Classic as well?
Yeah, I can't wait for it to release. I will try it with the boys in the team, and then yeah, it's gonna be fun.
See, I told you we need to make a 5-stack. This is how we feel less tired. We play fun games together.
Fun games.
You should be so good at it. Yeah, you should smurf on it, no?
Bro, it's my jam. I was playing back then. It was back in ELO. I was like 2,500 LP. I was top 50 or something in season 3. It was a blast. I logged in on PB the other day and I checked the music, and it was the old Champions League music.
That's the crazy.
I just sat there in silence for a minute, and I just started tearing up, and I was just watching the counter go all the way to 0, and I was like, yeah. Those are the times.
Oh,
so good.
That's great.
It was so good.
Yeah. I love it. The music is the best. And also in NALCS, they also have a show match going on. They're turning back the clock with TSM facing off against CLG. On TSM, we've got Hanser, the other one, Hi, Sven, and Special. And on CLG, it's even his teacher calls him Zion Spartan, Xmithy, Povelter, Double Lift, and Choster. I mean, this is so great. I'm loving this.
The AD carries are a little out of place. You have Sven, who is currently playing, and Double Lift, who's just retired.
And then you have the alternate reality. Hi was never on C9 and he's on TSM. That's just wild.
I hope he plays Teemo mid. Ooh. I think he's still one of the only ever mid laners to play Teemo mid. That was a classic game.
Good stuff. Good times. We're going to let you go, Yag, because of course it's been a long day, but we'll be back tomorrow.
And we're tired.
An amazing, amazing Saturday afternoon where you wake up and the EULCS is on. That's tomorrow. And then we'll see you at 1:30 p.m. CEST for all the Classic League match action, followed by the EULCS LEC matches. And thank you so much for watching, and good night. Au revoir.
Bye.
Good night.
Hello guys, how is my voice now? Hello.
Oh, they were making like at the end, they were doing like the it's really close to doing
They flash back under their tower. The lockup is there. The taunt is there as well. Super trying to finish it. Jojo Otto's one, wins the other.
We can end this time.
Super. Guys, sorry guys, I got melted. Just mega out after my first day on the job, you know.
I mean, she's gonna flash on the tower, but maybe you can. I think you can. They are ulting, guys. I'm coming, but I'm far. She's dead. Nice, it's not to be okay. Not to be. No. Yeah. Just be burning. Oh, one up. I can ult this still.
Nice, good job guys.
Nice game, guys. Let's win this.
Okay, the thing is, it's my first game 3 of Freelance, so I might just grief you guys right now.
What is Alban again?
I have no idea.
I go best, okay? I start now. I tank. I drop now, guys. Look, they're trolling, kill him. Good job. Nice. Look on Montagazel. Kill him. He probably wins. You win? I will slowly win, yeah. Just sit together. He's half HP. We can throw it, Chase. Nice. Flash. No flash. One shot. No flash.
This is how it feels to be a top laner. Yes, falling doesn't matter. Finally, it's happened. It's Fiesta. Running and support does matter. Lucio.
Because I don't get it. Come on, Fiesta.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Exhaust is there. Call to pack is there. To let for a bit longer, but Yak manages to get 2.
How did you kill Nike? What is happening? Like, you're this good? I am good.
Elise is dead.
Lucian 2. Nice.
Nice enemy.
Nice. Rice is rumbled, okay?
Fight.
Nice, rumbled it. Why no flash?
Finish. I can
Why is DJ? Go. Nice. I'm fine. Look me.
kill them all.
Nice, guys! Woohoo! I love it!
Welcome to the European League Championship Series live in HD. We are about to kick off week 1 of the LEC Summer Split.
And now it gets even more intense as they battle it out for a shot at fame, fortune, and esports immortality.